Welcome to my full Notion course. I want you to act as if you gave me $500 for this course because that's how much I would have sold it for. But instead, here we are. I'm giving it away to you for free. All I ask in return is that you give this video a like, go through the entire course and actually implement what you learn, and make sure to join my free Notion community in the description where you can ask questions, get support, and also share your wins. The LifeOS dashboard that I'm going to be using as an example throughout this entire Notion course can be found through the link in the description or by going to lifeosdashboard.com. And lastly, if you're a business owner and you need help systemizing your business and building a scalable operational infrastructure for you and your team, then make sure you fill out the custom builds application form in the description. The timestamps for each module will be on the screen now, as well as in the description below, so feel free to skip around or go through the entire Notion course one module per day in order to make sure you're not missing anything important. And as a quick bonus tip, you can always put the video on double speed in order to save time. And with that out of the way, I hope you enjoy this Notion course. Alright, so in this first module of the Notion course, I'm going to walk you through the Notion interface. So on the left, you have your Notion sidebar, which is where you'll be able to find all of your pages. You can lock this sidebar by clicking on this button, or you can hide it. You can change your workspace if you click here at the top. So this is your account. You can search for stuff inside of your workspace. You can check for updates. So this is notifications. And then you can also create a new page by clicking on this button or by clicking here at the bottom. Then at the bottom, you have your settings. You can open up the Notion calendar. You can create a theme space. You can view other Notion templates. You can import information like CSV files, and you can also view all of your deleted pages. Everything inside of your Notion workspace can be found inside of one of these pages. So these pages in your sidebar is the top level pages. And then inside of these, you can have more pages and databases and everything else. So if you click on the toggle next to one of these pages, it will show all of the other pages inside of this main page. So for example, if I open up templates, you'll be able to see all of my Notion templates. If I click on this, then you'll be able to see them inside of this page. And these are the actual pages that you get when you buy or download my Notion templates. And inside of this page, I can click on one of these pages to go deeper inside of this templates page. So as you can see here at the top, there's a breadcrumb that will show where you are in your Notion workspace. So inside of the templates page, which is in the sidebar, I've clicked on the LifeOS page. And now inside of the LifeOS page, I have two more pages. So I can, for example, click on the LifeOS Pro, which opens up another page, which will also show up here in the sidebar. And this one has more pages. So you can have pages within pages infinitely. So when you click the first link in the description to purchase the LifeOS Pro, you'll get to this page where you can select what theme you want. And you can, for example, click on the green theme. You can duplicate this to your Notion workspace. And then you have a full done for you Notion dashboard that you can use to organize and manage your entire life. Throughout this entire Notion course, I'll be using my LifeOS dashboard as an example to show you how to use Notion, but this isn't a course on building your own LifeOS. That's something completely separate. This is a course on learning Notion, like the actual platform, the software. I'm going to click every single button and setting that's clickable. I'm going to walk you through everything so that by the end of this course, you won't be limited by your understanding and knowledge of Notion anymore, so that you can create your own templates, your own systems, because you understand what you can do when it comes to Notion. However, if you do want to learn how to build your own LifeOS dashboard from scratch and understand the frameworks and the principles and get access to different productivity systems so you can build your own life management system and become more organized and productive, then be sure to check out the link in the description to my LifeOS course and community. Now with the offer out of the way, let's continue with the Notion interface. At the top, you have a button to show or hide the sidebar. You can go back or forward pages by clicking on these arrows. You can click on this plus to add a new tab to your Notion workspace. So for example, here you can see I have my LifeOS Pro open up in this one. This one is my YouTube workflow, and this one is my course structure. So you can add multiple tabs. It works similar like Google. You can open new tabs. So if I, for example, right click on Monday, I can also select open a new tab, and then it will also show up here at the top. At the top right, you'll be able to see who and when they've last edited the page. You'll be able to invite people to this page, or you can publish it so you can share it as a website and people can duplicate it to their own Notion workspace. You can allow search engine indexing, which will rank on Google search. You can allow people to comment or edit on the page, and you can also set a timer for the link to expire. Then you have a button to view all of the comments in this page, a button to view all the updates and notifications of this page, and you can also view the analytics, aka the total views that this page is getting. And if you click on the start, then it will favorite the page to your sidebar, so it will show up here. And if you want to remove it, you can just right click and click on remove from favorites. And then lastly, you have the page menu where you can change different settings of this page. And at the bottom, you can message support, you can provide feedback. And if you have the AI added onto your plan, then you can ask the AI to find something in your Notion workspace. And just a quick bonus tip, if you press F11 on your keyboard, you'll be able to make Notion full screen, both on the browser version as well as the desktop app. In the upcoming modules, I'll dive deep into every single one of these buttons that I've quickly glanced over in this video, as this video was just to show you the interface, so where everything is located. But in the upcoming videos, I'll actually dive deep into every single one of these settings and features. If at any point you have any Notion questions or need support, then feel free to ask it in my free Notion Wizards community, which is a companion to this free Notion course, which will be linked in the description below. And just before we move on to the next module, I just want to say I'm proud of you for actually taking action and taking the time to learn Notion, because understanding and knowing how to build systems for your life to save yourself time in the future is a skill that you will never regret. So if you're locked into this Notion course and ready to master Notion, then let's continue to the second module. So before we start creating anything, let's first go through the sidebar and all of Notion settings. So at the top, you can use the search function to search for anything inside of your Notion workspace. And on the right, you'll be able to see a preview of the content inside of that page. And you can also use the shortcut Control or Command K in order to open up the search window. Underneath the search, we have updates, which is where you will get all of your notifications inside of your workspace. So if someone tags you, if you have a reminder for a date, everything will show up here. And if you have Notion installed on your phone, then you'll also get a notification on your phone. And inside of these notifications and reminders, you can always click on one of these pages in order to open it, as well as the actual property. Now for each notification or reminder, you can mark it as read by clicking on this button. You can archive it, you can change some of the other settings, and you can also mark everything as read by clicking here. You can archive everything, and you can view everything under archived, or you can just view everything underneath all. Next is a button to create a new page, which we'll get to in the next module. You have a section for your favorites. So if you favorite a page like this, then it will show up inside of this section. All of your normal Notion pages will show up here. And if you're sharing something with someone else, then you'll also have a shared section. Then at the bottom, you have the trash, which is where you'll find all of your deleted pages. You can restore them by just clicking on this button, and you can also permanently delete the page by clicking on the trash icon. So if you accidentally deleted something, then you can just go back and restore the page. And if you want to empty your bin to free up space inside of Notion, then yeah, it's a hassle to do it manually. So there is a Chrome extension that you can just install and then click a button and everything is removed. I'll leave the link to that inside of my free Notion Wizards community in case you want to use that and check that out. But yeah, this is the trash. Then we have the import section. So you can import CSV files, Google Docs, HTML, stuff from Word, Excel. You can basically import data inside of Notion, but we'll cover that in depth later. Then you have the template section. Here you can find community templates. These are Notion's default template. If you click here at the bottom to more templates, then you'll be able to find other templates by the community that you can just duplicate to your Notion workspace. So you would just click here and then click on Get Template here at the bottom in order to duplicate it to your Notion, which will show up in the sidebar. Then you can create a team space. So this is for, well, teams. If you have a team, then you can group them, you can manage them, you can organize them a lot better, but you would need access to the paid plan in order to use this. So yeah, this is more for teams. Then you have the calendar, which will open up Notion's calendar app, either on your browser, or if you have the app installed, it will open up the app. And here you can connect multiple calendars too. So for example, your Google Calendar, you can connect your task database, projects, meetings, content. You can have everything inside of this one calendar, color coded. You can share availability so people can book calls with you based on your available time slot. Yeah, basically there's a lot you can do with it, but that's something totally separate from actually Notion. It's a mini course in of itself, which I'll likely do inside of my community. But yeah, so that's the Notion calendar. And then lastly, we have the settings, which is where you can actually change everything inside of your Notion workspace. So at the top, you have your account settings, which is where you can change your name, your profile picture, email, password, add two-step verification, and also support, and also delete your account. You can log out as well. My settings, this is where you can change to dark mode. So obviously that's probably the first thing you have to do when you get Notion. You can open on start. You can either choose the last visited page or the top page in your sidebar. So this is like if you click on this button to open a new tab, it will either open the last visited page or the top page. Open links in desktop app. So this is basically if you open a Notion link on your browser, then it will automatically open it inside of your desktop app. Then you have command search, which is the ability to open the search bar inside of Notion, even if Notion isn't active. You have command search shortcut, so you can click on this to customize the shortcut used to trigger the command search. So this is when this is inactive. So if I toggle this on, you'll be able to customize this. So if I exit out of Notion and press this keyboard shortcut, then it will open up Notion's search bar. So just to show you, I'm now on my desktop. Notion is minimized, as you can see here at the bottom. And if I press Ctrl-Shift-K, it will open up the Notion search menu. Then you have the date and time. So if you have this turned on, it will automatically detect where you are and update your time zone. Then you have the privacy settings. So you can customize your cookie settings. I don't even fully know what that means. You can show your view history. So people with edit or full access will be able to see when you've last viewed a page. So you can either record that information or not. And then profile discoverability. This is for when people type in your email inside of this share button here at the top in order to invite you, that they can see your profile and just select you and invite you to their Notion workspace. Then you have your notification settings. So you can turn on or off your mobile notifications, desktop notifications, and Slack notifications. So you can actually link Notion to a Slack account, and you can even set up automations where if a team member updates a project, then you get the notifications out of Slack. Then you have email notifications. So if you want to see what's going on inside of your workspace, you can turn this on. Same with email digest, but this is just like every 8 hours. So this is more useful for teams rather than like personal, like working on your own. And then here at the bottom, you can also subscribe to Notion's, newsletter to receive product launches, features, and basically updates in regards to Notion. You can also unsubscribe by just clicking here. Then you have your connections, which is all your third-party connections to Notion. So this is everything from Google Drive to Zapier or third-party tools like Chartpage to create Notion charts. Everything will show up here. And then the last tab underneath the account section is language and region. So you can change the language of your Notion workspace. You can enable spell checkers, and you can also choose whether or not the start of the week is on Monday or Sunday. And now let's move on into the workspace settings. Here you can change your workspace name and your icon. You can also change the domain. So this is if you share Notion sites. So in my case, this will be christemplate.notioonsite, etc. You can allow certain email domains. So people with a certain, like thiscompany.com, can automatically join your workspace. A public homepage, you can select a public homepage. You can export your content, you can export members, and you can also see page analytics, as well as delete your entire workspace. Then you have the people tab, where you can manage everyone inside of your workspace. You have the section for the members, guests, and groups. So if you have a team space, you'll be able to add members to specific groups, and you can give them access levels. For example, the content team only has access to these pages, marketing team has access to these, HR, etc. So you can add people to a certain team space, certain group, and then only that group has access to certain pages. You do all of that inside of this section. And you can also toggle this on or off, and this will give you a link that you can share with someone, and then if they click, they'll be able to join your workspace. You can add members by just clicking on this and then searching for their email. This is the same as if you would use this share button in the top right. And then you can also import people from Slack. Then you have the plans, which is where you'll be able to upgrade or downgrade your plan, be able to see which one you're on, what that includes, be able to add the AI on top of your plan. So you get 40 free AI prompts that you can use. Otherwise, you have to purchase the AI. And you can click on this button to view all the plans side by side in a table view. For the average user, the free plan is perfectly fine. You don't need to upgrade unless you're someone like me who's actually going to use Notion a lot. Then I would recommend getting the Plus plan. So the main difference between the two is in the Plus plan, you have unlimited file size for files that you can upload, whereas the free plan only has up to 5 megabytes. The free plan only has 7 days worth of page history, where the Plus plan you can go back 30 days. And then also automations, that's only inside of
the plus plan. So you can have basic automations, but not the actual, like where you change the status and then this thing in this database updates. I'll show automations in that one section. But yeah, you don't have access to automations inside of the free plan. And then also you can only have one synced database inside the free plan, whereas in the plus plan, you have an unlimited amount of synced databases that you can use. And then the other two are for businesses in order to manage your team more effectively. And you also get access to a bunch of extra features, especially on the enterprise plan. You get access to all of these, but you would just need to compare between the two and decide which one works for you and your business. Next is the billing. So this is all your billing information with what card you're paying, when you're paying, the address, and also all of your invoices. So you can find everything inside of this billing section. Next is the sites tab, which is where you'll be able to find all your public Notion pages. So currently I'm inside of my workspace where I host all of my Notion templates that I'm giving away for free or selling. So obviously there's going to be a lot. And I can just go in here if I want to find a specific one, click on the settings. In order to change the settings, unpublish it, copy the link. You can also click on this button to copy the link and also click on this one to actually view the site. And if I just want to go to the page, I just click here and it will open up the page. The next two tabs is for businesses. So the first one is for security. You'll be able to change your security settings for your business workspace. And for identity and provisioning, you can change your domain management, user management, single sign-on, and SEIM provisioning settings inside of Notion. Then we have connections, which is where you'll be able to find all of your third-party integrations. And if you have an enterprise plan, then you can also unlock these. And at the bottom, you'll be able to develop or manage your own integrations, as well as browse connections inside the gallery. And then the last tab is for importing. So you can import files like CSV files, like an Excel spreadsheet. You can import that into Notion, Google Docs, Trello, Evernote. You can upload zip files from your computer. Basically just import the data from other apps and files into Notion. And that's it for the second module. All the basic settings is now out of the way. So in the next module, we'll actually start building something and create pages. And I'll also walk you through the page menu in the top right. Alright, so now let's actually start creating new pages and also go through the page menu in the top right. So to create a new page in your sidebar, you're simply going to click on this plus, and then you're going to click on empty page. So let's go ahead and give our page a name. So we're going to add in Notion course for the name. As you can see here on the sidebar, you can click on add icon to add an emoji or add one of Notion's native icons, or you can upload your own, either as a link or an image. So for this page, we're just going to go to icons, and then we're also going to select the color that we want. So I want the green one, and then I'm just going to select this Notion logo. What you can also do is if you toggle this on and you select an icon, you can choose the color here. So I'm going to choose green. And now we're going to add a cover by clicking on this add cover button. To change the cover, just click on change cover. And then here you can select one of Notion's native covers. You can upload your own, you can add a link, and you can also choose a cover from the stock free photo website, Unsplash. For this page, I'm going to upload my own cover. So I'm just going to click on upload file. Now for this page, I'm going to select one of these pixel GIF covers. I'll leave a link in the description to my Pinterest board filled with these types of covers. So for this page, I'm just going to select this one. And once your cover is uploaded, you can click on reposition in order to just drag it and reposition your Notion cover. And I think what might look a bit better in order to just match this cover is if I rename this page to Dojo and then just add in a Shinto shrine in order to match the aesthetics. So now we've created a new page which sits at the top of our sidebar, and we can always drag this around. So we're just going to move it to the bottom. If you want to create a new page, just type in / and then select this page option and then click on empty page. And now you've created another page inside this Dojo page. You can add an icon and a name by clicking on the page and then doing it just like we've done before. Or you can do it from this page. So I'm going to click on this icon, and then I'm, for example, just going to click on this Notion logo. And if I right click and click on rename or Control-Shift-R, then I'll be able to name this page. So I'm just going to call this test page. And then, yeah, our page is renamed and we also have an icon. Now, all of your pages, you can always move into your sidebar. So I can just drag it into the sidebar, and now you'll see that the test page is also inside the sidebar. And I can move the Dojo page inside of this one. Or what you can also do is let's just move this one back, or you can press Ctrl-Z in order to move it back as well. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on this test page in the sidebar, click on move to, and then I'm going to select the Dojo page. So now inside the Dojo page, our test page has been moved into. So basically you can either drag pages around and drop them into whatever page you want, or you can right click and click on move to and then just search for the page you want and then just send it to that page. And I think it's important to note that if I click inside of this page, I can add another page. If I click inside of this one, I can do it again. I can go further and further, and I can go deeper and deeper, and I can do this infinitely. So you can have pages within pages infinitely. If you go deeper than 3 layers, then here at the top, you'll see your top level page as well as your 2 most recent pages. And you can always click on these 3 dots in order to show all the other pages. And I can, for example, click on this one, which will take me back. And now here at the top, you'll see this page as well as the previous page and then the dojo page. And if you want to navigate faster between pages, then you can always click the buttons in the top left in order to go back and forwards. Or if your mouse has back and forward buttons, then you can just use your mouse to go back and forwards. So before we go through the page menu, let's first just right click on this page and then go through all of these options. The first option is to delete the page, which is pretty self-explanatory. It will delete the page and it will get moved to the trash here at the bottom of your sidebar. The second option is to duplicate the page. So if you click on duplicate, it will duplicate this page with all of the content inside. And you can also press Ctrl D to duplicate it. And you can also highlight this block and press delete in order to delete the page. The next option is to turn this page into a different block. So again, everything inside of Notion is blocks, whether it's a page block, empty block, heading block, callout box block, a synced block, everything is blocks, and we can turn this page into a different block. So for example, if I do text, then we've turned this block into a text block. So from a page to text block, which now has the title of the page as text with the other pages inside. So we can always delete this. We can click backspace, and if you click backspace one more time, then now you have removed the text block essentially, and now you have the page here. I can click on this and you'll see we have our empty pages inside. You can also, for example, right click, turn this page into a callout box block, then it will create the callout box, but all of these we'll cover in depth in a later module. For now, just note that you can turn this page into a different basic block by just clicking on this turn into button and then going inside and then just selecting which one you want. Next, we have open a new tab. So if you click on this, it will open the page inside of a new tab. So I can click on this and it will, well, open the page inside of a new tab. Next, we have open a new window. So this will open a separate window. So this will open another Notion app if you are using the desktop app, or if you're using your browser, then it will open a new browser window. And you can also open this page in a side peek, which will open it like this. And you can also click on this button to open it in a center peek, which will look like this. And you can also click on full page or just click on this in order to open it as a full page. Now let's go back to the dojo and then right click and then go to the next option, which is to copy the link. And if you've copied the link, you can paste this link and click on dismiss to not do anything with it. You can click link to page, which will link the page like this. So if I click on this, it will open this page. So this is the original, this is a shortcut. And if I choose the mention in page option, now you'll notice that these two look very similar. So this one is a linked page block in of itself, and this one is more of a inline mention. So if I type in text, for example, check out, and then paste the link, click on mention page, then I can continue with my text, but I can't do that if I choose the link to page option, because that's a block in of itself. So you would use this mention page option if you want the page link mentioned in line with text. Otherwise, you will just use this one. And hopefully this goes without saying, but you won't just link the page inside the same page. You would actually go to a different page and then link the page in order to quickly find your way back. Now, the next 3 options we've already done, which is to rename the page, move the page to a different one, and then also to add it to favorites, which will add it here. You can always just right click and remove. And then the last 2 options is going to be to change the color or the background as well as the icon. So if you click on icons, it will allow you to change the icon of the page. And if you select the color option, then you'll be able to change the text color or the background color of this page. So for example, I can click on purple and then you'll see that the color of the page name has changed. And I can also, for example, select orange in order to change the background of this page. And if you want to change the color back, all you have to do is just click on default. Alright, so now let's click on the page menu in the top right and then go through each of these. The first option is to change the font of the page. So you can do serif, which is more for typing. You can do mono, which I guess is more aesthetic, or you can just keep it as default. So there's 3 different font options. Then you can toggle on small text, which would make the text small. You can enable full width, which will make it full width. And then you can also lock the page so that other people can't access or edit it. So as you can see, I can't drag this page around or click anywhere in order to add anything new. But obviously we don't want that, so I'm just going to go back and turn this off, and I'm also going to untoggle all the other ones as well. Then next is customize page, where you can change things like the top level page discussion, if you want that expanded or off, the page links, how you want that to show up, as well as the page comments, which are all things we'll cover in a later module. The next option is to turn your page into a wiki, which is more for business owners. You can have someone that verify the pages, organize the pages with tags, and sort and filter the pages, but you have to upgrade in order to access that. Then copy link, so you can copy the link to the page, you can paste it in, mention the page, and you can also link to the page. So essentially what we've already done with this page. Then you can duplicate the page, you can move the page and delete the page, which is stuff we've already went through. You can undo certain actions, and then you can also view edit history. So you can view when was the last time you've edited the page. I can go back to the earliest version of this page, and I can click on restore in order to bring this version back if I don't want this one anymore. Or if you've accidentally deleted something, then it might be useful, because then you can just go back, restore the version, and then get whatever you've accidentally deleted. Or you can click on show deleted pages, and then it will most likely show up here. But this is only for pages. This isn't for text or stuff. So only if you've deleted pages, it will show up here. You can click on restore in order to restore them. Otherwise, yeah, you can click on view edit history and then restore certain versions of your page, but only in the plus plan, you're able to go back 30 days. The other one, you can only go back 7 days. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Then you can view the analytics. So the analytics will show the total views of this page. So obviously just one view because it's me, 55 total views, but it's only one person, which is my account. So you can also go all time, 90 days, 28 days, or 7 days. And if I, for example, go inside of one of my templates, so let's do, for example, my minimal habit tracker. If I view the analytics for this page, then you'll see that I've got a total of 36,000 views, which is actually a lot. I didn't know it was that many. And here's an interesting spike. Last 90 days, 7,000 people. So here you can actually see the number of people. So 200 and 323 unique views. Obviously, this is the New Year spike. So New Year, new me. Everyone wants a habit tracker. So all the habit trackers did really well, including my habit tracker dashboard, which if you haven't yet, check that out. It's pretty cool. But yeah, you can view the analytics. You can view all time, 90 days, 28 days, or 7 days. And you can also view the comments, the viewers, editors. But that's more for if you're actually working together with a team. Next, you have Notify Me, where you can notify yourself of all the comments or only replies and mentions. So this will show up inside the Updates tab here in the top of your sidebar. Import or sync from, so you can import or sync from Google Docs, Word, Evernote, Monday.com. You can import CSV files, so this will import it with this Notion page. You can export this page, so you can export it as PDF, HTML, or CSV file. So you can export stuff from Notion and add it to Excel, for example. And then connections is third-party integrations. So you can, for example, connect your Notion database to Zapier and do a whole automation, or you can connect it with Make. Same thing, you can manage your connections, which will again open up the settings where you can actually find all your third-party integrations. And then at the bottom of the page, you'll be able to see your word count. You'll be able to see who last edited the page and when they've last edited the page. And that's it for this module. In the next one, we'll start adding text and get into basic text formatting. Alright, so this module is going to be all about text formatting and editing, as well as basic blocks. And I'm also going to show you some of the keyboard shortcuts. So basically, you can replace Google Docs with Notion. So everything that you can do in Google Docs or Word or these word processing tools, you can do in Notion. But you can also do a lot more with Notion. You can add databases, you can link pages, etc. So I'm sort of going to show you how to use Notion as if it's just like a Google Doc or something. So you have your page, and here we're just going to add in a simple line of text. And yeah, everything inside of Notion is blocks, as I previously mentioned. So if I highlight this, we can see that we have one empty block and one text block. So just keep in mind everything is blocks, like throughout this entire video. If I press enter, we create another empty block. And if I press slash, we can select a different block. So these are all the basic blocks, as you can see here. There's a bunch of other blocks, which we'll get to. For this video, we're just gonna like focus on these. So you can press slash and then you can select something else. So you can select text, which is just like an empty block to add text. You can add a page, to-do list, headings, a simple table, bullet list, numbered list, toggle list, a quote divider. You can link a different page and also add a callout box, which is personally my favorite. So basically you can just click, okay, heading 1. So let's just do heading 1. If I press enter, slash, and then you can also, to speed up the process, instead of just slash and scrolling down, you can start typing in, for example, heading, and now it will show all of the headings. So I can do that. So let's just do heading 2. And to do it even faster, you can just type in H3 in order to create heading 3. So let's just type in heading 3. But the fastest way to create headings and all of the other blocks is just using keyboard shortcuts. So for headings, it is the hashtag followed by a space. So then it creates heading 1. 2 hashtags is heading 2, and 3 hashtags is heading 3. So that's obviously the fastest way to actually create the heading. All right, so let me just delete this block as well as this block, as we're not going to need it. So to format the text, you just do the exact same as you do in Google Docs or Word. You can just double click to select the word. You can highlight everything with your mouse. You can hold shift and use your arrow keys to highlight stuff. If you hold shift and press control, you highlight one word at a time. And you can also press just like control normally to bounce between words. So let's just highlight this line of text by just holding in shift and control and then moving the arrow keys. And now you'll see that we have a bunch of options to format the text with. So firstly, you'll notice that we have an Ask AI option, but we'll cover that in the AI module. Then you have this option where you can change this text into a different block. You have a link. Then if you click on link, you can link it to a page. So you can search for a page inside of your workspace and then link that page. So if you click on this text, it will open up that page. And you can also do the same with actual external links. So you can paste in a external link here, and then you'll be able to click on the link and it opens up a website. But you can also, like the fastest way would just be to copy the website link and then just highlight this text and paste it. Next, we have the comment option. So you can click on this and you can leave a comment. So if you're working together with someone, then you can just tag that person. So I'm just going to tag myself because I'm the only one in this workspace. So you can just tag someone using the @ symbol. And then you can say, for example, update this to be XYZ or whatever. And then you can just click on this and now it will be a comment. So the other person will get notified, and then you can just like click on this. They can reply, they can react with an emoji, and then you can also resolve this. So if you click on this, it will be resolved. And you can also delete it, copy the link and edit the comment. So I'm just going to resolve this and then it disappears. All right, so next we have the normal text formatting options like making the text bold, italics, underline it, and then also strike through. And then we also have, I'm just going to uncheck these. We also have code. So if I click on this, it will make it look like a code block, which you can use just for aesthetic purposes, or you can actually add in code. But more than likely you would use the actual code block. So let me just quickly show. Notion has like an actual code block that you can use. So this will actually add in stuff like if you do if, and like it will format it as if it's code. And you can change the code language and you can copy the code. So you would use this if you're actually doing code, but this would just be like a quick code snippet or something, marking it as code. But I use it for aesthetic purposes. But anyways, that's the code option. Then you have an equation. So you can create like an equation. You can add custom fonts to it. You can create like lines and stuff. So I'll most likely show that later on because that's a bit like extra. So normally you won't really use this. This is more for like actual mathematics and stuff. Or if you want to create different like aesthetics, you want to make a page more aesthetic, which we'll cover in the aesthetic section. But yeah, so normally you won't use this in terms of text formatting and editing. Using Notion as a Google Doc, it's not necessary. But yeah, that's an option. And then next you have the ability to change colors. So you can change the actual text color or the background. So if I, for example, select red, the text will now be red, obviously. And if I select red background, then the background of the text will be red, obviously. And I can also highlight this, and I can't do both at the same time. Like, for example, if I click red, then I can't have a red background. But what you can do is if you highlight the text, make the text a certain color, and then you click on the block menu and you go to the block menu's color, then you can add both. So you can have, for example, a green background with red text. So the text is red, but the block is green, like the background of the block is green. So you can do that. So I'm just going to press Ctrl Z to undo and then move on to the last few options, which is mentioning a person, a page, or a date. So if I click this, I can then select a specific person or a date. So for example, today, I can select on that. And I can actually click on it and it will open like a calendar. I can add a reminder. We'll get to the date stuff later. But yeah, you can mention people, pages, and also dates, like in line with your text. And then let me just delete this. And then the last option is the menu. So this opens the actual block menu. So you can just as well click here. This will open the block menu for every single block, whether it's databases or pages or embedded links. You can always click on this menu to open up the block menu. And then you can do a bunch here. So you can delete it, you can duplicate it, you can turn it into a different block, you can turn it into a page, and you can select where you want to turn it into a page into. So you can select a different page and it will go there. You can copy the link to the block. So if I do this, copy link and paste it in, I can then mention the block. I can also paste and sync. So it will now sync, which is, sync the blocks, which we'll get to. But yeah, like it's basically synced now. So if I change this, then it will update in the sync blocks. And yeah, this one is inline. So if I click on this, it will take me to this block. So you can have this in a separate database. If you need like references or something, then you can use this option. And then the other options for the block menu is to move this to a different page, comment on it, and also to change the text color or the background. So before we move on, let me just show a couple of useful keyboard shortcuts. So if you highlight the text, I'm going to press Ctrl B or Command B if you're on Mac to make it bold, Ctrl I to make it italic, Ctrl U to underline it, Ctrl Shift S to make it strike through. And if you select a color, so let me for example select red and then press Ctrl Shift H, it will turn it back to the default color. And if you press Ctrl Shift H again, it will change it back to red. So you can quickly select your recently used color by just clicking Ctrl Shift H. And if you want to duplicate the block, just press Ctrl D. If you want to move it to a different page, Ctrl Shift P, then you can select the page, or you can just delete it by obviously clicking delete. And all of the text formatting that we've just done applies to all of the text inside of Notion, whether it's heading blocks, toggle lists, bullet lists, call out boxes. Like you can just highlight the text and then you'll have this menu. Now let's get started with some basic blocks. So I'm going to press slash and then I'm going to click on to-do list. This is going to be the first one. So a to-do list, you just something that you need to do. And this is just a simple checklist. So if you mark this as complete, you'll see it as like strike through and it gets grayed out. So yeah, you can just create like a to-do list. This is useful for like a shopping list or something. And you can always just press enter, add something else, and then it will continue creating a to-do list. And the shortcut for this is the 2 square brackets. So you just add in the square brackets, and then if you press enter, you'll have your to-do list. Next is going to be the bullet list. So bullet list, very simple. It's a bullet list. Press enter, add stuff in. And then the keyboard shortcuts for this one. And then the keyboard shortcut for this one is going to be the minus symbol. And then you just press space and then it will create a new to-do list. Next is going to be, I think, the numbered list. Yes. So for the numbered list, it's a numbered list. So it's a list with numbers. Yeah, pretty self-explanatory. You can press enter. It will continue with the list. And then the keyboard shortcut for this one is just a number and then full stop. And it will create a numbered list. Next is going to be, next is going to be the toggle list. So the toggle, you can have something inside the toggle. So here I can click on this drop down and I can add content inside. So I can, for example, highlight this and then drag these blocks and drop it inside the toggle. and I can open and close the toggle. It will show or hide the content. And you can also have toggle headings. So the keyboard shortcut for a toggle is the greater than symbol, and then you just press space. And if you want to create a toggle heading, then you just combine that with, like, for example, 2 hashtags for heading 2. So now it created a heading, and this is a toggle. So I can add content inside this heading, and I can open and close this heading toggle. Now I can also turn existing headings into toggle headings, and depending on the content, like depending on the hierarchy, heading 1 is at the top, then heading 2, then heading 3, and then all of your other blocks like bullet lists, checklists, all of this. So there's sort of a hierarchy when it comes to turning stuff into toggle headings. So basically, if I turn heading 3 into a toggle heading, because the other content is underneath in the hierarchy, it will automatically get added to this toggle heading. If I click on toggle heading, so I just clicked on the block menu, turn into and then toggle heading 3, you can now see that all of the content has been added, but not this one, because this is heading 2. So this one is higher than heading 3, which is why it's not automatically added. But I can, if I turn heading 2, this one, into a toggle heading, then it will add heading this one into this one, because heading 2 is higher than heading 3, which is higher than the other blocks. And if I do heading 1, which is higher than both of these heading 2s, then it will automatically add both of those into a toggle heading, as you can see. So depending on the content, it will automatically add it into a toggle heading. Now let me just undo all of this so we can see everything here. And then let's move on to the next one, which is going to be a quote. So yeah, this is just like a nice quote, I guess. It's useful for if you have like important information that you want to just put on at the top of the page. Like, for example, this is for the Notion course, and then you can maybe like highlight that, make it bold, make it red, and then you can just like move this block and put it underneath the title or something. So yeah, you can do quote blocks, and the keyboard shortcut for the quote blocks is this thing. I don't know what you call it. It's like, it's next to the enter button. So it's like next to enter. It's the, there's a slash and then there's like an up line. I don't know what you call it, but it's that one. And then you just press space, or I think actually you can do quotation marks. Yeah, okay, that's easier. Just use quotation marks, or that upward arrow thingy. Was not really arrow, but yeah. Anyways, quotation marks for the quote block, that actually makes more sense. So you can use quotation marks, add a quote block, add stuff in. Next is going to be the divider. And then the keyboard shortcut for the divider is going to be 3 minus symbols, and it will automatically create a divider. So you don't even need to press space. And yeah, obviously you can drag everything around. We'll get to actually like structuring and stuff afterwards. But yeah, you can create a divider. Next is the link to page. So you can select a different page. Like I can select my LifeOS Pro. If I click on this, it will take me to the LifeOS Pro, obviously. And then the last basic block is colored boxes, which unfortunately there's no keyboard shortcut for, which I don't understand because I use this literally like every single day. But yeah, colored boxes, you add a name. So let's just do colored box. And then if you press enter to create the empty block, then you can drag this empty block inside. And now you can add content inside this colored box. So I can press enter. I can create a bullet list. I can create a numbered list. I can create a toggle. So you can add stuff inside. You can also highlight all of this. And we can, for example, drag this inside the colored box. You can also drag databases inside the colored box, which I'll show later, because that's primarily what I use colored boxes for. So if I actually go back to the LifeOS Pro, then you'll see that all of these, this is all colored boxes. So all of this is a database, this is a database, but this is a colored box. So I basically put everything inside of colored boxes. It not only looks a lot more aesthetic, like more simpler, but it actually has functionality as well. Like you can't create multi-column layouts just by dragging databases. You have to create empty blocks, create columns with it, and then drag and drop the databases inside. Or if the databases are inside of colored boxes, you can just drag and drop the colored boxes. So it actually has functionality as well. It doesn't just look aesthetic. But yeah, anyways, so colored boxes, you can add content inside. And then for these colored boxes, you can click on the block menu. You can go to color and you can change the background. So for example, gray, I can have a gray colored box. I can change it to pink. You can change it to whatever color you want. And if you change the text color, so if I do blue, for example, then it will change all of the text to blue. So what I normally do is I change the default background, like I change the colored box to the default background, which just gives like this outline. And then I highlight the text of the colored box, and then I make this a specific color. So this I would make blue. I would also underline it, make it bold. And then I would also change the icon. So I would, for example, just choose this blue icon to match the theme. And yeah, that's pretty much how I create colored boxes. And then I just drag and drop content inside. And then I create my layout. So like buttons, databases, bullet lists, I just drag and drop the content inside the colored boxes. So that's pretty much how I do that, in case you were wondering. And yeah, there's a lot of ways you can use this. Like for example, if I go to my like brand page, my company page, this is where I sort of sort all the information. So I have like colored boxes for different things. So here's all my YouTube related stuff. Here's all my branding elements and the people on my team, SOPs, that sort of stuff. So just a way to organize stuff. Like this looks a lot cleaner than just having a list of pages. So yeah, colored boxes help for basically just making everything look nicer. But yeah, that's essentially all the basic blocks and the keyboard shortcuts for them. And all of these, again, it's blocks. So you can just drag and drop the blocks as you want. So let's say I want to create a multi-column layout. I would just take this, move it to the side, and just drop it in. I want to create 3 columns, same thing. 4 columns, same thing. So you just drag and drop everything as you would want them. So that's how you create columns. You can also use just like slash and, for example, 5/5 columns. And then now you have 5 columns. So if I highlight this, you'll be able to see all 5. If I make this page full width, then that's probably a bit easier because you have 5 columns in like the normal width is a bit cramped. But yeah, that's essentially how you create columns. You just drag and drop everything. So I can, for example, drag and drop this here, and then it will move this, and there will be a gray bar that you can use to just resize everything. And if I change the page to full width, same thing, exact same principles. You can create columns, you drag and drop stuff, you have a gray bar where you can resize it. And yeah, you can use this to structure all of the information. So basically the most useful parts of this would be the columns, the colored boxes, and the toggles. So that would help you structure all of the actual content. And then you would have checklists, bullet points, and numbered lists depending on the actual content, maybe even linked pages, dividers for creating different sections. You can color your text, you can format it, and create multi-column layouts and everything. So yeah, that's pretty much all the basic blocks and how to structure things. Like obviously in this course, I'm not actually going to build something, like show you how to build something. This is just walking you through the platform, the software. Like here's all the buttons, here's all the basic blocks, all the keyboard shortcuts. But if you actually want to learn how to build something, how to structure information, how to build your own dashboard, then that will be covered in the LifeOS course. So if you want, for example, sub items inside of like a list, a bullet list, numbered list, then you just press tab. So I can have like other stuff inside of this one. And then same with this one, I can press enter to create a new numbered list, or I just press tab and then creates like a sub item inside of that one. And the same applies to bullet points. So if I press enter and turn this into a bullet point, I can do the same thing. And I can have stuff inside of bullet points as well. So you can add sub items by just pressing tab. Yeah, I think I've covered pretty much everything when it comes to basic blocks, the keyboard shortcuts, text formatting. So yeah, in the next module, we're going to go over simple tables, how to create them, how to use them, what's the difference between simple tables and databases, and then also how to actually format the content inside. So yeah, I'll see you in the next module. All right, so this module is going to be all about simple tables. So to create a simple table, just type in /table, and then here you'll be able to select the simple table from the basic blocks. You'll see here the second option is a table view, but this is for a database. So you can see here database, and this one is basic blocks. So the main difference between these two is this one is just columns and rows, like you can see here on the preview. It's just columns, rows, and that's it. You can add stuff inside, you can change the stuff around, you can change how it looks, but that's essentially what it is. And then the database has properties, and you can link databases with other databases. You can change the views, add filters and sorts. So obviously with databases, you can do a lot more. You can add formulas, but the simple table is literally just columns and rows. So as you can see here, we got 6 cells, 2 columns and 3 rows. And if you want to add more columns, you just click on this plus. Same with the rows, you can just click here to add more, or you can drag it here in the corner, and then it automatically creates more columns or rows. And you can also drag this to the bottom to create more rows, or drag this one to the side to create more columns. All right, so in this simple table, you can just click wherever you want and just add in information. You can add in numbers, text, and in the simple table, you can also use the @ symbol to tag someone or a date or a page. So I can, for example, tag myself. I can select this page, and I can also tag today. So I can click on this, it will actually open the date menu. I can click on this to take me to the page. I can click on myself. So you can actually like use all the formatting options inside of Notion, like for the normal text, you can use inside of this simple table. You can also highlight, and you can make it bold, underline it, make it italic, change the text color. So you can customize the text inside of the simple table. So normally at the top, you would have your different categories. So you'll have category 1, category 2, and maybe it's like the person's name, their email, their address, or it's other type of information. You would add those as columns or rows, depending on how you would use it. And then if you have something like this, so for example, all the category names at the top, then you can click on this row. So you just click on this, and then you can select header row. So if I toggle this on, then this will now act as a header row. And you can also change the color. So I can maybe make it blue. So yeah, you can change the background. You can also change the text color. So if I make the text color blue, then the text will become blue, just like normally with text blocks. So yeah, you can add the header row. You can change the background. So if you just do gray, that's the default. You can do the same for the columns. So same thing for the columns. This can be maybe like the people's names, and then the other one is their actual information or something. So you can color the columns. If you have the default background, then the normal header row will just be like a light gray, whereas this one also removes the line, as you can see. So yeah, that's how you add the header or column, or the column or row headers. And if you want to move stuff around, so if you want to change the order of the columns or the rows, then you just drag this thing again. I don't really know what you call it, but you just drag this thing, and you can literally just drag it around. So just drag and drop. And I can also do the same for the rows. I can just drag this at the bottom. And yeah, that's how you can organize the columns and rows. Now, what you can also do is, instead of adding a new column and then dragging it here, you can just click on this one and select insert left to add a new one here, or you can insert right. You can also duplicate it. So if I click duplicate, it will copy all the content. So let me just do it with this one. So as you can see, it copies over all the content, and you can also clear the content. So it will delete everything inside, and you can obviously delete the columns as well. And of course, everything I'm doing with the columns, it's the same for the rows. So same thing, insert above, insert below, duplicate, clear content, and to delete. Now, another useful feature is this button. So at the moment, the table is sort of extending over to the right. If we have a full page, like a full width page, then obviously that's fine. But since we want everything inside of a single width page, we can click on this button and it will fit the content inside of the borders of the single width page. And if we go ahead and delete some of the columns, so let's just delete these 3 columns, then we can click on the button again and it will do the same thing. It will resize and fit the content according to the borders of the single width page. And next to it, you have this options option where you can untoggle or toggle on the header rows or columns. And then you also have this menu button where you can ask the AI for something. You can delete it, duplicate it. So this is the actual block menu. You can copy the link to the block, turn it into a database, which I'll also show, move it to a separate page, and also comment on the page. Now, if you have like actual information, so let me just create, for example, let's do name, email, and let's create another one, which might be, I don't know, country. And then here it would be the person's name. So let's do John, let's do Sarah. And then this row would be the header row. I'm actually just going to use this one. It's a lot easier. And then you would add in their information. So let's just do john@gmail.com, and let's do America, and let's do Sarah. So Sarah@gmail.com. And in this one, let's just, I don't know, South Africa. And yeah, if you have information inside a simple table, now you can click on the block menu and you can turn it into a database. So now it will automatically turn that information into a database. So as you can see here, we got the name property for the names, an email property with the emails, and also a country property with the country. And I'm not even going to touch on databases now. I just wanted to show that there is an option to just turn it into a database. And you can also do it the other way around. So now we got this database, and let's say we just want to turn it back into a simple table. We can click on the database block menu and click on turn into simple table. And now it will change it back into a simple table. So on the simple table, you can click on a cell and you can hold your mouse and just drag it around if you want to select multiple cells. You can also use the circle in the corner to drag it around, and you can also use your arrow keys. So you can use the arrow keys to move around, and you can hold shift, which will then highlight all of the cells as you move with your arrow keys. And yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to simple tables. Again, it is quite simple. It's called a simple table for a reason. So yeah, it's just for quickly adding stuff inside like a table view like this without creating a whole database. You can always turn it into a database if you want to, but this is just for like quick information if you just want to get it out. And I'm going to share one extra tip, one bonus tip, which is if you have the AI, then you can ask it to create a simple table comparing, I don't know, apples with oranges. Like this can be whatever you want, but it will then actually create a simple table like this. So you can actually use the AI to just like create a simple table for you. You can have specifics, you can specify what needs to be compared, what you want to compare. And yeah, it will just like go ahead and create a simple table for you. And according to the AI, the taste of apples is tart and the taste of oranges is tangy. Interesting. You learn something new every day. But yeah, I hope you as well learned something new from Notion. Not necessarily the AI's comparison between apples and oranges. But yeah, that's essentially the simple table. And in the next module, we're going to go over links. So files and media, embedding content into Notion, hyperlinks, backlinks, that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'll see you in the next module. All right, so in this video, we're going to cover everything to do with media and links. So uploading images and videos, embedding content, external links, hyperlinks, backlinks, mentioning links. So everything to do with links we're going to cover in this video. So yeah, let's get started. So the first and most natural way of embedding links and adding external links inside of Notion is to go to the website, copy the website link, go back to Notion, paste it in, and then, yeah, you have your link inside of Notion. You can click on it. It will open up the website, or you can also choose one of these options. So dismiss, we'll just like keep it as it is. Create bookmark, we'll create a bookmark like this, and you can always click on it and it will open the link. And there's also a create embed option, but it's not going to work for this link. You have to use, for example, a YouTube video. So let me go to my channel. Let's just take this aesthetics tutorial, share the link, copy. And then if I go to Notion, I can paste it in. So if I create a bookmark, it will look like a bookmark. Otherwise, I can create embed, and it will actually embed the video inside of Notion. So you can do this for Loom videos as well. You can do this for Google Drives, Google Maps, Figma files. You can do this for a bunch of stuff. And if you want to see with what you can do it, then you would just click / to bring up the command menu. And then if you scroll down, you'll see there's a media section. So we'll get to that as well. But then if you scroll further down, then there is an embeds section. So here you can click on this and you're able to embed something. So you can just paste in the link, click embed, or you can obviously paste in the link like this and click on create embed. And then if we use that same embed block, you'll see that we have another option, which is to upload. So you can upload files, videos, folders, files, images. You can upload it to Notion. Obviously, if it's a folder or like a file, it's not going to show. If it's images or videos, it's actually going to show. So yeah, you can upload files. And then let's just choose one of these GIF covers. I'm going to choose this one, which is the cover for my Habit Tracker Hub. And yeah, as you can see, it's inside of Notion. We can also drag this around. We can create multi-column layouts like this. We can resize them, so we can extend them like here on the side. And if you want to upload files like folders or something, then you need to use the file block and not the embed block. So the embed block will just work for embeddable content, but the file block, you can actually upload files, and then you can directly download files within Notion. So you don't even need to upload it to Google Drive. If you don't want to, you can just upload it directly to Notion and you can download it. But you can also embed it on Google Drive. So if I just type in embed again, it will show all of these embed options, and I can just click on Google Drive here. Before I can do that, I first need to connect my Google account. So once you've done that, then you can embed the links and it will actually be embedded inside of Notion. Same with Figma or Loom or any of these other tools. So if I just type in /embed, then you can see we can embed a Google Drive, a tweet from Twitter or X, a GitHub, Google Maps, Figma, Abstract, InVision, Mixpanel, Framer, Whimsical, Miro, Sketch, Excalibur, PDF, Loom, Typeform, CodePen, Replit, Hex, DeepNote, and all of these. Yeah, Trello, Slack, Asana, OneDrive, Dropbox, Zoom. Yeah, I'm not going to go through all of them. That's actually quite a lot. I don't know. There were so many options. But yeah, you can upload all of them, or you can like just naturally copy the link and paste it inside of Notion. And then if you're able to embed them, for example, if it's a Trello link, then it will automatically use this block. So I can click on Trello and add a Trello link, or I can just paste in a Trello link and then click on create embed, and it will work the same way. And you can even embed Spotify playlists or songs. So if you just paste in the Spotify link, click on create embed, then you'll have your whole playlist inside of Notion, or just a single song like this one, which for some reason is telling you to subscribe to my YouTube channel. And you can also click on play and the song will actually start playing inside of Notion. So if you have a specific playlist or live stream or something that you listen to, you can just embed it straight inside of Notion, and you don't even have to leave Notion in order to actually play the music. And when it comes to links, you can always just add it on top of text as well. So I can, for example, highlight this and then click Ctrl V to paste, and then our link is now on top of this text. So if I click on this, it will open up the actual website, and I can also edit this link. If I just hover on this and then go here to edit, this button will copy the link, and then this button you can edit it, and then here you can edit the text as well as edit the link. And if you want to remove the link, simply click remove link at the bottom, and then the text is without the link anymore. And another way to do it is just highlighting the text, going to link here, and then you can paste it in and then click on link to web page. Now, the last thing I want to share when it comes to links is going to be backlinks. So inside of Notion, if you copy a page link, so if I just click on the page menu, go to copy link, or you can right click on a page and then copy the link. And then if I go to, for example, the LifeOS Pro and then paste in the link and then click on link to page, then yeah, I've already shown this in previous modules. You can now click on this and it will take you to the Dojo page. But now on the Dojo page, there's also a backlink here. So I can click on this and then it will show all of the pages that links to this Dojo page. So yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to links inside of Notion. You can take external links and paste it inside of Notion to create a bookmark or an embed. You can paste it on top of text, and you can also use the embed block to embed content like PDFs, Google Maps, tweets, Google Drives, etc. Or you can use one of these blocks. And if you want to upload files, then you would use the file block, and then you can upload images, videos, and folders and stuff like that. So yeah, and then obviously the backlinks, which I just showed, you can also do. So you'll be able to see all of the pages relating to this page. That's pretty much it when it comes to links inside of Notion. And in the next module, we're going to go over templates. So how to create your own templates, how to duplicate templates, where to find templates, how to use them. So everything about Notion templates we're going to cover in the next module. So yeah, I'll see you there. All right, so this last module inside the basic section of the Notion course is going to be all about templates. So if you go to your sidebar Then here at the bottom, you'll see templates. So basically a template is a already done for you system. For example, this one, project and tasks, to-do list, meetings. So these are Notion's own templates. So let's say I want this meeting one. I would just click here at the bottom, get template, and there you go. I got the meetings database. I can now use this. And obviously I'm not going to touch on databases now, but yeah, you can duplicate templates. So you can go here, look for templates. You can, like here's categories. So you can, let's say school, you're a student, or wiki, like for businesses, projects, personal. So you can just like browse through all of these templates. And if you click on more templates at the bottom, it will open up Notion's template gallery where you can browse different templates, both free and paid. You can search for templates, you can view the categories, and then you can also find other templates just online through YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. So for example, if you go to my YouTube channel, you can just type in Chris Notion, and then here's playlists with bunch of free templates, playlist with paid dashboards, tutorials, how to build it, how to use it, that sort of stuff. And then in the description, there will be a link to Gumroad. So for example, here's all of the paid dashboards. Here is the free templates. So let's say I want to download this habit tracker. I click on this, and then because it's free, you type in a price. So you can pay if you want to, but I would just add in 0, add to cart, and then let's just remove this one. And then you just click on get, add your email. There's my upsell, don't upgrade. And then it will bring you to the actual content. So here you just click on the button. It will open up the Notion link. And then here you can click in the top right, click on duplicate, and then it will duplicate this page to your Notion. So if we just wait for this to load, and once it's duplicated, you can now use it. You can now change stuff around, delete it. It's in your Notion workspace. As you can see here at the top, you can move this around. And then the actual template, like this is more like, okay, here's a guide, here's some resources, but here's the actual template. So if you click on this, then this is the Notion template. Here's a guide on how to do it, asking for a testimonial. You can just delete that once you're done. And then, yeah, now you have a habit tracker. You can click on this, add new habits, mark your habits as complete, and then you have a graph that updates. So you can duplicate other people's templates and then you can use it. So this one I can, like, it's inside of this page. So what I would do is I would go here, and then if I'm done with this entire page, I would just drag this out, and then I would delete this one. So I just click delete, and now I have my buttons habit tracker. And then if you have a dashboard, like for example the LifeOS Pro, you would just drag and drop this in. So I just drag it, drop it into LifeOS, and then here at the bottom, I can move this page to wherever I want it. Let's say I want this at the top. I'm just going to put it on top of this column. And then if you want to turn this page into, like you want to have the database here, you just right click, turn page into, and then select callout box. Click on callout box, and then it's automatically inside a callout box. And then you can just delete whatever you don't need. So you don't need that. And then you can just highlight this, make it bold, underline it, and change the text color. And yeah, now have an entire system inside of your dashboard. This one is obviously these are also inside of callout boxes. So you'd maybe just like drag them out, delete this callout box, and then this one you would also just drag out, delete this callout box. And yeah, but I'll cover this in like later videos, like the layout and aesthetics, dashboard and stuff. But yeah, that's essentially how you duplicate the template. So you can duplicate templates from other people, and then you can put it inside of your own dashboard where everything is inside of one place. So let's say you have a finance tracker. Okay, cool, duplicate the finance tracker. Or let's use this meetings database as an example. So if you have the LifeOS, here's an areas section. So this is built on top of the second brain, like the para method. So projects, areas, resources, and archive. So we got projects, we got areas, we got our resources, which are just like grouped according to these. It's our library essentially, and then archives here at the bottom. So if you want to organize your meetings database, for example, you want to put it in your dashboard, you just drag this in, and we just select, okay, this would be a part of business. So, okay, this is an actual database. Yeah, this is not a page. This is only for page. Okay, that's something entirely different. This is a full page database, not a page. So what you would need to do is you create a meetings page, and then you drop it in. So now I drop it inside of this page. This one, I just give an icon. So let's just do the scroll icon. And now you've got a meetings database. If you right click, turn into inline, then you have a meetings database inside of your LifeOS. So yeah, this is a really easy way to just organize a bunch of templates. So if you're getting into Notion, you're going to see a bunch of templates everywhere. You're going to want to download all of the templates, duplicate all of them, buy all of them. So this is a way to organize them. So all the business templates, bam. Personal, bam. Resources / library, like your bookshelf, the books you want to read, or notebook or whatever, bam. So yeah, you can just organize everything inside of this one place, add it to your dashboard. And if you want to get the LifeOS dashboard yourself, you just go to lifeosdashboard.com, and then here you'll be able to find this LifeOS dashboard. You'll be able to see what it's about, everything that you get, all of that type of stuff. And then at the bottom, you'll be able to find testimonials. You'll be able to buy the dashboard. This price will most likely be a lot higher by the time you're watching this video, though. Yeah, I'm going to increase the price because what you're getting, like the value inside this dashboard, like it's not just the layout. Like each one of these is their own systems. Like Finance Tracker, here's a full Finance Tracker dashboard to manage your subscriptions, your bank accounts, income, expenses. Finance Tracker, Fitness, Meal Planner, Macro Tracker, Goal Tracker. Like there's more systems inside. So this is way too low for the value. So I'm definitely going to increase it. But yeah, anyways, that's besides the point. You click on Get Now, and then it takes you directly to the checkout page. And then here you would add in your email and your details, your PayPal or bank account details, and then you pay. This is like my own, so I don't need to pay. It's like a test account. And then it's the same process. So you get the link, click on the link, and then you'll be able to duplicate this. And if it takes a while to duplicate, so for example, this one, if you duplicate this page, you're duplicating 5 different LifeOS Pros, because this one has 5 different themes. It's got a green theme, a blue theme, red, purple, and brown theme. But it also has like all of these. So this will probably take a lot longer to duplicate than the habit tracker. So all you do is you just select your theme. So let's say I want this blue theme. Then I just click on this blue theme, and then I click duplicate in the top. And then, then you'll be able to duplicate this dashboard. There's also like a setup checklist. So just go through that before you start using this dashboard. Also go through the guide. There's a guide included as well. And yeah, everything you need is inside of this page. But yeah, that's essentially how you duplicate templates. You can browse the actual Notion template gallery, or you can find templates online and then duplicate them. But the duplication process is exactly the same, whether it's free templates, paid templates. And then if you want to create your own, you want to share your page with somebody else, then all you do is you go to share in the top right, click on publish your website, essentially, publish your site, and then here's your link. And if you have this on, so allow duplicate as template, then people will be able to duplicate your template. So you just copy this link, and then you'll be able to send it to your friends, your family, your followers, whoever you want to share this to, and then they'll be able to duplicate this page. So as you can see here at the top, I can click on duplicate, and then it will duplicate this entire thing to my Notion workspace. So yeah, that's essentially how to duplicate templates. You just find them online, or you go to Notion's template gallery, or through these templates, click on duplicate, and then you have a done for you system that you can use. But I would recommend poke around, like break it apart, see what's happening to actually, like if you want to learn Notion. If you just want a template that works, cool, go for it. But if you actually want to learn Notion, understand it, be able to build your own system from the ground up, I would recommend to break it apart. So this, for example, how on earth did I integrate 5 different databases inside of this one page, inside of this one database view? What's this button? Okay, if I create this button, it creates more. How's the filter set up? So just like poke around, see what's happening, and then you'll be able to get a much clearer understanding of Notion, especially if you can actually build it yourself. You see what the other people are doing. For example, this is a super simple database. Like this will take you like 10 minutes to create. It will probably take a lot longer for you, but you just see what's happening. Okay, 3 different views. If I click on this, well, what's there? Okay, what's the formula? If I click on this, okay, how to change that? So just like poke around, see what's happening, build your own from scratch. So I would recommend just go to my Gumroad page. So chrisnotion.gumroad.com. Just browse through these, get a free template. So let's say it's a habit tracker, or maybe a finance tracker, bullet journal, fitness plan. Just duplicate the template and then build it from scratch. See what I did, and then just try to build your own. So you have it like on one tab, you have my template, on the other you have your empty page, and then you just try to build it from scratch. And that's like the fastest way to learn Notion. Is actually doing like, now you're watching a video, cool. But after this video, you're still gonna have nothing in your Notion workspace, or it's still not gonna be optimized. You're not gonna know how to build systems. Like the only way to actually learn is by doing. So you need to actually do this. Like you need to download templates, break them apart, see what's happening, see how to build it, and then build your own from scratch, blank page, build your own. And then that's like the fastest way to level up when it comes to Notion. And a bonus tip, use ChatGPT. So go to ChatGPT, tell it that it needs to act as a Notion expert, and then just ask it, give me an outline for a finance hacker database where I need to manage my subscriptions, my income, my expenses, and I also want the overview showing the total yearly income, expenses, profit, etc. And then you just go back and forth with ChatGPT. And then if it gives you an outline and you're like, okay, that's pretty solid, then ask it for the steps. So, okay, thank you for the outline. Always say thank you. We don't want to agitate AI. And then say, okay, thank you. Now give me the steps to actually build this template. So what are the steps? Break it down step by step. And then you will actually get like really good like advice from ChatGPT in terms of building a Notion system. And you can also do the same with formulas. I want to create this formula. This is my database setup. This is the properties that I have. I want to have a formula that shows this in this way. Output a formula based on what I've just given you inside of a code block. So I can just copy and paste, and then you just go back and forth. Okay, this section of the formula is wrong. Notion is giving me this error. Just go back and forth with ChatGPT. That's also a really good way to just level up your Notion skills. And yeah, you can also like test yourself. You can like, if you're already sort of advanced when it comes to Notion, you just ask AI like, hey, I want to build a new Notion system. Give me a couple of ideas or real life scenarios or problems that people commonly face when it comes to building Notion templates, or like the systems that they have in their life. And then based off that, it's like, okay, John is a project manager. He struggles with blah, blah, blah. And then based off that, you try to build a system for that. So yeah, just basically like play around with ChatGPT, though you do need the paid version because you need the up-to-date information. Like ChatGPT needs to know about the buttons property inside the Notion database or the Notion calendar and like the more up-to-date information. Because the normal version is only, I think, until 2021, like the information. So you do need the updated version, the paid version, but it's highly worth it and it's a lot of fun. So try that. That's like a bonus tip. And yeah, that's essentially it for this video. I showed you how to find templates, how to duplicate them, and then also how to share yours as a template. So yeah, I would recommend just like play around. You can use my templates as a baseline. Okay, I'm going to download this addiction tracker, see how it's built, try to do it myself. You can watch my tutorials. I have a tutorial for every single one of my free templates. So you can just watch my tutorials to see how I actually build it like live on a tutorial. So yeah, just check out some of the content. You could check out other people's content as well. But obviously I'm biased. I want you to get my templates and watch my content. But yeah, thank you for watching this module and the basic section of the intermediate course. We're third of the way there. And yeah, if you've made it this far, I know you're going to finish the entire course and you're going to become a Notion wizard like me and my community. So I have an entire community all around Notion. Obviously, it's called Notion Wizards. So you can just check the link in the description to join. It's totally free. It's a companion to this course. And we do everything from like template challenges, live template tutorials. We do weekly calls. Like there's a bunch of courses, community. So it's a lot of fun. But the catch is you need to be active because we kick inactive members every 30 days. So if you're not active, you're not engaging, you're just a taker, you just take free value, you're not giving anything, you're not providing or contributing to the community, you will be kicked, you will be banned. So that's the only catch. It is free. So I need to monitor and moderate it because I want this community to be really good. And the people in it needs to be high quality. The conversations, the information, really fun place to be. But yeah, you need to be active. But yeah, you can check it out and you can join. And yeah, I have a bunch of videos inside explaining everything. So I'm not going to dive deep into that now. But yeah, check out the links in the description, like not just the community link, but all of the links in the description. And yeah, thank you for watching. And I'll see you in the next section of the Notion course and in the next module. Welcome to the intermediate section of this Notion course. If you've made it this far, then you're well on your way to mastering Notion and understanding everything you can do with this amazing tool, and you'll be able to go out and create your own templates and dashboards. Now, if you actually want to see how to build Notion templates and dashboards, if you want to understand the principles, the frameworks, if you want to see how other people are building their LifeOS dashboard and maybe even sell it to make money from Notion, then just check out the LifeOS course and community in the description. So in this first module of the intermediate section, we're going to be covering advanced blocks. So previously we've covered basic blocks. Now we're going to touch on the advanced blocks. So basically all the other blocks that we haven't covered yet, as well as AI blocks. So we're going to do that in a later module. But yeah, this video is going to be just showing you all the advanced blocks. And then in the next video, I'm going to dive deep into one specific block, which is the Notion buttons. And we'll do a whole module on just Notion buttons. If we press /, it will bring up the block menu. And in the previous section, we've covered all of these basic blocks. And in this intermediate section, we'll be covering all the AI prompts. We'll be covering this code block. We'll be covering the AI blocks and also all of these advanced blocks. Because everything else we've pretty much already done, not necessarily through a block. But for example, if I go to media, we've done the image, web bookmarks, video, audio, and files. But you can just copy the link and paste it, and then it pretty much uses these blocks. So it's not necessary to go over them as well, but we haven't touched on the code block. So this is the only one from the media section that we still need to do. And then we'll do the advanced blocks as well as the AI blocks. So I think let's go ahead and start with the code block. So you can either just select it there, or you can type in /code and then select it like that. And here you have a code block. So you can change the formula language. So you can do JavaScript, Python, Ruby, whatever you use. And then you can code. So you can type in formulas. It will actually change it. So this works for Notion formulas as well. So it will color code everything. This is a good place if you have Notion formulas and you just want to save it. Then you just put it inside a code block because it will keep the formatting and everything. So you can type code. You can type formulas, and if you press enter, then it will go on a new line, and you can press tab to add indentations. And yeah, you can type out your code inside of this. You can click on copy to copy the code. You can caption it, so you can give a caption for the block. And then if you click on this menu, then you can format the code. So if you have code, you can just click on that and it will automatically format it. You can change the language. So it's the same as this one. So you can change the language. You can wrap the code. So if it goes over a line, you can wrap it. So it's it keeps it underneath, inside of this block, instead of you having to scroll all the way to the right. Caption, we've already shown that. Comment, you can comment on this block. So you can type in a comment. If you're working with a team, then it will show here. You can also move this to a different block, and then it's just the basic block options. Move it, copy the link, turn it into a page inside of a dedicated page, turn it into a different block, duplicate it, delete it, and ask the AI. So that's essentially the code block. You can add all your Notion formulas inside. If you use ChatGPT to help you with formulas, then you can ask ChatGPT to output it in a code block, and you can just copy and paste it inside of this. And it's a good way to just keep formulas or code inside of Notion. So I'm just going to go ahead and type in /advanced in order to get all of the advanced blocks. And let's go through all of these. So the first thing is table of contents. So if you have content inside of your page, it will show up here. So if I go ahead and create a heading, then it will show like that. Same with heading 1. And if heading 3 is below heading 1, then it will move it like this. So it will basically keep the hierarchy, I guess. So as you can see, heading 1, heading 2, heading 3. And it also works with toggle headings. So I can add a toggle. And then if I change this into a heading, so let's do heading 3, then it will show up inside of this. And if this is all the way to the bottom, then you can just click on this one and it will take you instantly to that heading. So this is obviously really useful if you're a writer, if you're actually writing a book, or if you're writing emails, copy, that sort of stuff, and you're using headings, then you can just use this to quickly find your way to a specific section. So next is the block equation, and this is the exact same as if you would have text, and then you highlight the text and you click on this one. So it's the same thing. You can do mathematics with it, you can create equations, or you can be like me and use it for aesthetics. So I'm just going to create like a line. So if I do backslash and then type in color, and then inside of curly brackets, just paste in the hex code of the color that I want, then type in another like a curly bracket. Then I'm going to do backslash rule because I want to create a line. And then I'm going to add another curly bracket to specify the length. So I'm just going to do 69 pixels. And then I'm going to do another one, which is going to be for the height. So I'm going to do 2 pixels and then just close it off. And there you go. Now you've created a line using the math equation inside of Notion. You can change the color around. So if I, for example, use this color, then it's now blue. I can extend the width. So I can just, yeah, you can play around with this. Just a simple line. This is not like an actual equation. But yeah, like if you're actually doing mathematics, you can use this for that. I myself aren't using it for that, so I don't know everything about this equation. I just know how to create lines and make it aesthetic. You can also add fonts, so you can like use this to create like custom fonts inside of Notion. So if I go ahead and delete the slash part and type in backslash text and then add in my text, so I'm just going to do hello world and then close it off. Then you'll see that we now got like custom text inside of Notion, which is colored. Obviously, it looks different than how it normally looks. And you can also add at the end of text, you can add IT to make it italic and also BF to make it bold. Right, so that's the equation block done. Now let's move on to the next one, which is going to be the button, which we're not actually going to cover in this video. We're going to cover the button in the next video. So the next one would be the breadcrumb. At the moment, we're only in the top level page. And if we go ahead and press slash and then create a new page and then do it one more time, then we can add the breadcrumb in here. And then you'll be able to see like the breadcrumb that's at the top here. You'll be able to have that inside of this page. I can go ahead and just click on this one and it will take me back. And then if you have it here as well, then you can just like navigate between your pages basically. Right, so the next block is the synced block, and I can add content inside. I can add bullet points, I can add checklists, I can add other pages. So let me just add a page. And if it's inside of the synced block, like it is here, then you can click on copy and sync, and you can paste it somewhere else. It can also be inside of a totally separate page. So I'm just going to paste this inside of the LifeOS Pro. And then now if I change something here, so if I delete this text and mark this as complete and go back to the Dojo page, you'll see that it has been synced across all of them. Now this first one is the original. So if I click on this menu and click on unsync all, then it will automatically unsync all of the blocks. So those will be deleted and then the content will just show up normally as just normal blocks. And I go ahead and unsync the copied block. So this one, which is not original, if I just unsync this one, then it will just unsync and nothing will happen to the other ones. So it's just this one that you change. The other ones are still synced. So if I go to the LifeOS, then that one will still be synced. So as you can see here, this one is still synced. And yeah, it only removes the synced block from this one. And if you click on this editing in button, then it will show where else inside of your workspace is this block synced to. So currently it's inside of the Dojo as well as inside of the LifeOS Pro. And if you normally delete it just like this, then it will ask you to delete the original as well. And if you do that, then obviously you delete the original block. All right, so next is the toggle headings, which we've already covered, but I'll just show again. So you can add a heading and you can open up the toggle and you have content inside. You can collapse this, and then this will also work with the table of contents. So the block we first covered. So you can click on this and it will take you to the toggle heading. The next is the column blocks. So you can either drag and drop content next to each other or you can use the columns. So I can, for example, click on 3 columns. And if I highlight this, then you'll see that we have 3 empty blocks. So I can add content inside of each. And I can also, if I have just normal blocks like this, then I can just drag and drop them. So now I've created 2 columns, and I can also take this empty block, drag it here to create 3 columns. And you can obviously do it with these as well. So I can do that. And now we have 4 columns. I can do it one more time, 5, and then 6. So you can just drag and drop blocks, or you can do /5, and then it will automatically bring up 5 columns, /3, etc. And then you just select the columns and then you can add stuff in. So for example, a place where this would be useful to actually use the blocks instead of just dragging the content next to each other is if you have a callout box. So let me just do that. Press enter, drag the block in, and then here you can't I can't take this empty block and drag it. Like I can do this, but I can't drag it inside of this one. So here you would do /3 columns, and then you've created 3 columns inside of this callout box block. So now I can obviously go ahead and add my content inside of these 3 columns. And then the last block is going to be the Mermaid block, which is actually just a code block with a Mermaid language, and then it has a predefined diagram. So it's currently a graph from the top down, mermaid to diagram. So yeah, this is like a super simple diagram. And yeah, I'll show you in a separate module, in a whole different module, like how to actually use this to build diagrams. Like you can build flowcharts and stuff. So yeah, you can actually build some pretty cool things inside of Mermaid. I'm still experimenting with it. I'm not fully immersed in it yet. So yeah, I'll do some research and learn it and find some interesting things to show you in a separate module. So yeah, I'm gonna end this one here. I've went through all of the advanced blocks. I will cover the buttons in a separate module, this Mermaid block in a separate module, and then we'll also do the AI blocks and prompts also in a separate module. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this first module of the intermediate section. And yeah, I'll see you in the next module. All right, so the second module is going to be all about the buttons block. So there's also a buttons property, but that's only for databases. And there's also template buttons, which is templates that loads with new database entries. So this buttons property is not either of those. This is like an actual block in of itself. It's not tied to a database, but you can connect it to databases. We'll get into that. And I'll also show you how I use the actual buttons property on the Live OS. So if I just close out of this, so as you can see here, I got the button here, I got buttons here. If I open this up, then there's a lot of buttons here. There's a button here. So yeah, I'm using Notion buttons quite a lot, and it's really useful. And yeah, I'm gonna basically just show you how to actually create them. We will sort of get started with databases because that's the main functionality of buttons, is so you can change stuff in databases. I'm not going to create databases or like go into the database side of things, more just focus on the buttons and how to set the buttons up, how to color the buttons, stuff like that. So yeah, let's get right into it. All right, so we're going to start off by typing in /button and then select our button block. So here you can give a name for your button. So let's just do Live OS, and then you can add an icon or an emoji. So I'm just going to do the green yin and yang one. And if you click on done, then yeah, now you got the button that has a name and the icon, but nothing is set up yet. So this button is going to take us directly to the Live OS. So that's kind of the idea. That's why it's called Live OS. So here, add action. You'll see that there are 5 options. The first one is to insert blocks. Second one is to add pages to a database. Third one, edit pages in a database. Fourth one is to show confirmation. And then the fifth one is to open a page. So for this Live OS button, I'm going to select this last option, open page. And then you want to select what page. So I'm going to select the Live OS Pro, which is this one. And then you can select how you want to open it. So center pick, which is the window that pops up in the middle. Side pick opens it up from the side, and then full page, which is what we want, which will take us to the dashboard itself. So if I go ahead and click on done and then click on this button, it will now take me to the Live OS Pro and basically open it up as a full page. Now, if I go back and edit this button by clicking on this gear icon, and then here I'm going to change it to center pick, then you'll now see that the Live OS will open in a center pick view. And the same goes for the side pick. So if I go ahead and change it to side pick, then you'll see it will open up here on the side. All right, so let me just quickly change this back to full page. There we go. And now let's add another button. So this button we're going to call add item. And then this one, we're just going to do a check mark. And let's do red. Let's do this one. And then for the action, we're going to select the insert blocks option. So we've done the open page. Now we're going to do the insert blocks. So here you can drag and drop content inside of this button. So everything that's here will then be loaded once you click on this button. So for example, if I go ahead and add a checklist like that, click on done, and then click this button, it will then load this checklist. Now I can edit this button. I can also change this to insert above. So now if I click the button, it will add the checklist above the button. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and delete this. Then I'm going to edit this button, change this to below, and then here you can add other content. So you just take an empty block and then you drag and drop the empty block inside. And then here you can press enter and add stuff in. So we can even add in a page. So you can like load pages, create pages just using buttons. So let's just do example page. Let's give this page an icon. So let's just do this one. And then if we go back, click on this, then now we've added our page. And obviously this page can have databases and pages and more things inside. But yeah, so you can add pages. You can add pretty much any block inside of this, even databases. You can add databases inside of this button as well. You can even add buttons inside of buttons. So if I drag the LifeOS button inside of this one, click on done, then click this button, it will load everything as well as the LifeOS button, and I can click on this to go to the LifeOS dashboard. All right, so now we've added two buttons, the one which opens a page and the other one that inserts blocks below. So now let's move on to the third option, which is going to be show confirmation. So we're going to click on this. And then for this button, we're just going to give a name. So let's do maybe warning. And then let's add a warning emoji or maybe an exclamation. There we go. Let's just change this maybe to gray or something. And then use this one. It actually makes sense to just keep it red. And then here you can add a confirmation. So basically what this does is if you click the button, it will like bring up a pop-up. So confirmation, do you want to continue or do you want to cancel? So are you sure you want to continue? And then the button label will be continue or cancel. If you click on done and then click on this, it will bring up this menu. So you can now continue. So we can edit this. So are you sure you want to continue making changes, etc.? You can add whatever you want. And then just to show like this will change here, you can change the names for the buttons as well. Now, obviously you won't use the button just like it is here because yeah, it's just a confirmation. Okay, it's not doing anything. Like ideally you have it on top of another button where if you click this button, it asks you, do you want to continue? Then if you click continue, it will actually perform the action of the button. So let's say, for example, this one, if we add pages or like insert blocks below, then we can add another step. So here at the bottom, you can add another step and then you can continue. So I can also do insert blocks, add pages, edit pages, open page, or show confirmation. So if I do this one, then now, because it's in this order, it's first going to add the blocks and then the confirmation. So if I do that, it adds the blocks. And then after the blocks has been added, it's going to pop up with the confirmation. So let's just give this a second. There we go. So we got the pop-up. If we click on continue, then we can continue. If we do it again and then click on cancel, then nothing will happen because the blocks have already been loaded. But if we go here and we drag these around, so we change them, so we move this one to the bottom and move the confirmation to the top. Now it will first show a confirmation like this, and then if you click on continue, it will add the blocks. And if you click cancel, then it will of course not add the blocks. So I can just show that as well. If I click on this and click on cancel, it will just not do anything. All right, so that's the 3 actions covered. That does not include databases. And now if I go ahead and add another button, then you'll see the last 2 options is to add pages to and edit pages inside of a database, but we don't have a database. So I'm just going to go to the LifeOS Pro because obviously here's a bunch of databases. And then I'm going to just show you these, like how to create these, link them to the databases. I'm not going to explain databases now. I'm just going to show how to use the buttons. So when you create the databases, when you can create your own, then you understand how to use buttons and create them for your databases. All right, so here inside of the LifeOS, I have these 4 buttons. This one is for quickly creating a project. This one for tasks, this one for finances, and this one for rescheduling your tasks. So these 3 uses the add pages to option because it creates new database entries, and this one uses the edit pages in option. But just before we get started, I just want to share an aesthetic tip, which is if you click on the button block menu and go to color, you can actually change the color of the buttons. Like, I didn't even know that this was possible. You can do the same with the text. I didn't even know you could do this until someone in my community pointed it out. Shout out to you, John. Like, he showed me that you can do this and it makes sense, but I haven't even like seen it anywhere online before. But yeah, you can change the color of your buttons for both text and the background. And yeah, I just thought it was worth sharing. So yeah, there you go. There's a bonus aesthetic tip for you. For this example, I'm just going to show you how to create this one and the reschedule one, because the reschedule one edits the task database. So yeah, it makes sense to do these two. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new empty block. Then I'm going to /2 to add 2 columns. And then inside of this first one, I'm going to just add a button, click on done. Then inside of the second one, I'm going to do the exact same thing. So just add a button. And yeah, okay, cool. So let's start with the first one. So for the first one, I'm going to add task to the name. And then I'm also going to give it an icon. So I'm just going to do this file icon. And then for the action, I'm going to add pages to. And then I'm going to select my task database. So I'm going to go to select database, select tasks. And then here you'll be able to edit the properties. So for the name, if you click on this button and it creates a new task database entry and you want it to have a default name, you just add it in here. So let's just do 123 as an example. We can click on edit another property and then we can add another property. So let's do, for example, let's do due date. So if I click on this one, then we can now select a dynamic option. So now we'll add today's date and time. And today we'll only add today's date. So let's just select today. So basically what we're doing is if we click this button, it creates a new database entry inside of our task database with the name being 123 and the due date will have today's date. So if we just stick with this and click on done, we can click on this task. And then as you can see here, it created a new database entry. And we can also edit this button and change this. So we can change this template button. So I basically have template buttons for just color coding certain tasks. So let's do a YouTube one. So if I select the YouTube template button, it will add the YouTube logo or like the play icon. And then if I click on done, click on the task button, then as you can see, it added that icon to this task database entry. And if I scroll down to the calendar, you'll see that both of these has today's date. Now I can obviously edit this button and edit more properties. I can go edit property and then do the type, projects, overview, but these are extra, like it's not necessary. I just want to show like add pages to database. You can change the template button, you can add a name, and then you can also like edit the properties. Later in the more advanced section, when we get like familiar with relations and rollups, I'll show you how to do buttons again, but do a bit more with it. And yeah, just wanted to show this. So you can also add another step. So I can again maybe do show confirmation, move this to the top. And then here you can always also move it down, add step above, add step below, duplicate above, duplicate below. So if you want to have the same thing, you can just duplicate or you can just delete it. So now if I click on done and I click on this, it will give a confirmation. I can click continue and then it will create a new database entry. And also just quickly want to show here in the accountability partner, it says, good day, Chris. Here's a quick overview of your day so far. And then it actually shows all 3 of our tasks. And if I mark these as complete, then you'll see that this will change, it will update. And then if I mark all of them as complete, it will say, nice job, you completed all your daily tasks. Now go do something fun. If you want to learn how to create this formula, like this is a super advanced formula. This is just the task section. Like this actually works with habits. So good habits, bad habits, progress, updates. I can actually just quickly show. So yeah, this is obviously a very advanced formula and setup, everything that I've got going on. But yeah, it's extremely useful. You just change your habits here and that's pretty much it. You don't have to update any formulas. You can add new years to your habit tracker. So the progress will actually show throughout the weeks. So if I add a week, so let me just add a week, then it will show inside of this weekly view. It will show the total weekly progress. There we go. So it will show the total weekly progress, total monthly progress, your total quarterly progress, and also the total yearly progress. So yeah, you can actually add a new year to your habit tracker. You can add or remove habits in the future without changing the progress of the previous days. And there's absolutely no formulas for you to update. So if you want access to this habit tracker and the accountability partner, as well as this entire system, project and task management, finance tracker, CRM, meetings, bullet journal, call tracker, fitness planner, etc., then just check out the link in the description. Now, obviously, this is a done-for-you system, so you just buy it and you use it. But if you want to learn how to build your own, if you want me to help you in the process, if you want a community full of people who are doing the exact same thing, sharing what they're doing, and you want access to different productivity systems. So you can just drag and drop this habit tracker or that project and task management into your LifeOS and just use it and learn how to build it yourself from scratch, then just check out the LifeOS Club in the description. It's a dedicated community behind the LifeOS dashboard to not only help you learn Notion and build life management systems to become more organized, productive, and focused, but there's also going to be courses on literally everything. So from habit tracking to project and task management, finance tracking, time management, courses on everything. I'm going to get experts in to talk about various topics from fitness to socializing. And yeah, we're going to have daily calls. There's going to be workshops. There's going to be like events and challenges. Basically, it's going to be a lot of fun. You don't want to miss out. So yeah, if this sounds good, just check out the link in the description. There's going to be an about page, which explains a lot more. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you inside. All right, so let's get back to the course. So let's go down and do the reschedule button. So if I go to edit, then I can click add action. Then I'm going to select edit pages in. I'm going to select the task database. And then here, I'll be able to edit the properties. So if I click on edit the property, then we can decide what we want to edit. So for this one, the idea is if you have tasks that's not completed yet and it's in the past, so you've forgot to move them to today, or it's overdue tasks, then you can edit the property, select the due date, and then change this to today. So if you click this button, it will automatically change the due date of all of the tasks to today. But now we need to specify what tasks we want to change. So to do that, you just click here, edit all pages, and then we add a filter. So we only want to change the tasks where the done checkbox property is unchecked and the due date. So let me just find the due date is before today. So if the task is not completed and the due date is before today, then change the due date property to today. So if I name this to reschedule and then just change this, so let's just do a repeat button. Now, if I go down to my calendar, move these here and maybe uncheck them as well, then if I click this button, then you'll see that they've been moved to today. And what I've also done for the other one is, like for this one, it makes sense to actually add a confirmation. So show confirmation, move this to the top, because you don't want to accidentally click this and then like move everything if you don't want to move them. So you can just click on this, okay, continue, and then everything will be moved to today. Now, obviously, again, I'm not going to dive into databases. I know I went into filters and properties and everything inside of this, but it's to show you the two type of buttons. So later on, because like you can do more with it, like especially with relations and template buttons, you can do a lot more when it comes to adding pages or editing pages in databases using the buttons, like for example, what I've done here. But yeah, I'll cover that later. For this video, for this module, I just wanted to show the different options of the buttons. So I've shown this one, which is inserting blocks. I've shown the confirmation. I've shown editing pages, adding databases, and then also opening pages. So I can also show this. So if I open up this one and I scroll down past the buttons, tasks database, and then here, the productivity journal, I also got buttons here. So you can like log your energy, your mood, etc. But you can also click on this button. So this one is an open as a full page. So if I click on this, it will open the LifeOS as a full page. So it basically just like removes that page essentially. So you can use it like that as well. So yeah, this dashboard uses all 5 buttons. And yeah, I've covered pretty much all of the buttons. That's how to use the buttons. And yeah, that's essentially buttons. So yeah, in the next module, we're going to go over how to use Notion on your phone. So how to actually use buttons on your Notion, like on your phone. And we're going to be using the buttons to do it, because the Notion app on the phone isn't all that great. So I'll show you a way to actually use Notion on your phone using buttons, because buttons makes it a lot easier. So yeah, I first needed to cover this before I show that. So yeah, the next video is going to be all about using Notion on your phone. And I'm going to show you how to basically use it effectively instead of fiddling around with the databases and things like that. Like there's a much better way, and it involves buttons, synced blocks, that sort of thing. So yeah, I'll see you in the next module. Alright, so in this module, I'm going to show you how to use Notion on the phone, both for Android and for iOS. yes, I have 2 phones, and I'm going to show you how to use Notion for both of them. I'm going to show you how to set up widgets, how to set up the buttons, how to effectively use Notion on the phone. So yeah, let's get started. All right, so the first thing you want to do is you want to create a new page, which will be called Phone Notes. And then inside of this page, you're going to add all of the buttons and everything you want to use on your phone. So this is going to be the widget that we're going to put on our phone. And just to sort of show, this has a callout box, like all of these are callout boxes, and then notes. So you can click this button to add a quick note. So this is just the insert blocks option. We've covered this in the previous module. And this is inside of a synced block. And then this is synced with this one. So on your dashboard, like if you're on your phone, you quickly open up the widget, add a new note, and then whatever you type into this note, like it's synced across. So you type in a new note on your phone, quickly adding a note, and then when you're at your computer again, you can just go to your dashboard and then you'll be able to see the notes, and then you can organize them into tasks or whatever. So that's kind of the idea with this one. New expense and new task. This will create new database entries. So this one will create a new database entry inside of the finance tracker. So if I go to my finance tracker inside the business area, then I can see I have a full finance tracker. So here's like an overview, a chart showing your progress, the actual finance tracker for income and expenses. You can link it to bank accounts. You can add subscriptions, income and expense sources. So yeah, a full like done for you finance tracker. But basically that button will add a new database entry here. So you can quickly log expenses while you're on the go. You just bought groceries, bam. You just bought something new, bam. So you can just like quickly log your expenses. And then new task, this will create a new task inside of your task database. So if it's like something that's important, like, oh, I need to put a reminder, like I need a reminder or something, you just add a new task, add in the date, add a reminder, and then you're good to go. And then we have our good habits and bad habits. So these relates to this. So if I open up Monday and I add my good and bad habits as well as today's date, then everything will show up here as I showed in the previous video. And then here you'll be able to see our habits. So if I go inside of the phone notes page and I mark these as complete, like I just click the buttons, then if I go back, then you'll see that they're now marked as complete. It updates here in the accountability partner. The progress is updating. So yeah, that's a quick way to mark your habits as complete. And yeah, that's pretty much how I've set up my phone notes page. Like I actually use this exact system, like this LifeOS for myself. So this is what I use. As you can see, it's just buttons. Like you can poke around, but like you can't use this on your phone. Like this is made for the computer. So yeah, you need a separate page, like a dedicated page just for your phone. So this is sort of what I came up with. They're just using buttons. It works really well. And I also actually have another one. If I go inside of personal and go to my meal planner, then I have a shopping list page. So here you can like track your macros, plan out your meals, add ingredients, that sort of thing. But there's also a shopping list. If I click on shopping list, then you'll see I have 2 buttons here. I can click on add new item to add new items to my shopping list. So I can, for example, just add in like everything I need to buy. And then when you're at the grocery store, you just open up this widget, open up this page, and then just mark these as complete. And then when you're done, you just click on this button and it will automatically add an expense to your finance tracker with groceries as the name, food as the expense source, your bank account, and then all you have to do is just add in the amount of the actual groceries. I'm first going to show you how to create all of these pages because you do it on your desktop app, like on your computer. And then I'm going to show you how to create widgets and link your pages and set everything up on both Android and iOS. So yeah, let's get started. All right, so the first thing you're going to do is you're going to go down to the library section, aka the resources of your LifeOS. And also just worth mentioning, everything I've just shown you is already included inside the LifeOS. So there's no need to create any of these pages if you already got the LifeOS. Otherwise, yeah, just follow along and I'll show you how to create them. So just create a new page called Phone Notes and then open this up. You can go ahead and give it an icon. So I just give it a normal phone icon. You can obviously add color to it, but I just keep the ones in the area section white. And then what you want to do is you want to go to the LifeOS and you want to create this block, synced block. So this is essentially a callout box set to the default color. So color, default background, and then it has an icon. So it has a lightning icon. And then notes. The name is notes. This is in bold, underlined, and the color is green. And then you just press enter, drag and drop a block in, and then you add a button. So this button will be to insert blocks and then just a bullet list. And this is going to be new note. And I'm also going to give it an icon. So let's do like this writing one. There we go. Yeah. And then if I click this button, it will automatically add a new note. And then all we need to do is we just need to click on the block menu, turn into, and then sync the block. And there we go. Now we need to copy and sync and then go back to our phone notes page and then paste it in. Cool. First one done. So if I click new note and add stuff here and go back to the Live OS, it will now show up inside of this block. All right, so next is going to be to add tasks and expenses, which I've already shown in the previous video. So I'm literally just going to duplicate both of these. I'm just going to duplicate them. It's just the add pages to option. So I can just show here, add pages to the task database, select a template button for icon. The due date is today, and then also add another step, which is opening the page as a side peek. So I actually want this to be full page, because if we're going to use it on the phone, then yeah, let me just make sure. Yeah, okay, so it's this one. So then just drag and drop it inside the phone notes page. And then for the finances, same thing. It's add pages to finance tracker, use the expense option, and then edit the property, the date property, going to be today, and then open the finance tracker in full page. So here, for this one, I actually have two of them. So one opens up the finance tracker database, which is this, and the other one opens up the new database entity that's been created, which is this one, if we click on this, as a side peek. But what we want is we want to just remove this and only open up the actual, like this database entity that we're going to create as a full page. So you can edit the settings. Let me just make sure it's the correct one, yeah. And then just drag and drop it into phone notes. And then let's go here, just add the empty block, drag it there. And yeah, there you go. We can maybe just rename these. So this one will be new expense. And then the other one will be new task. So if I go ahead and click on new expense, it will add a new expense to my finance tracker. And I can go ahead and add a bank account. I can add the expense amount. I can link it to expense source. And yeah, it already has today's date. It's already tagged as expense through the template button. And yeah, this is for the overview section. Cool. So new expense done. And if you go ahead and click on this button to create a new task, then you'll see that it automatically has today's date. So I just gave it a name. And then here is like a time tracker, but we'll get to that. And then this task will also show up inside of your accountability partner, as well as your task database and on the calendar. All right, so next is going to be the habit buttons. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a callout box, and this is going to be for our good habits. And then this one, I'm just going to do a check mark, this green one, highlight this, make it bold, underline it, and change the text color. Add an empty block inside, not like that, there we go. And then I'm going to add a button. So this button is going to be, let's start with meditate. So this is going to be for our meditate habit. We're going to give it an icon. So let's just do this yin and yang one. Then we're going to add an action. The action is going to edit pages in. And then we're going to select our habits database. So let's just go ahead and find our good habits database and then just select this one. And then we're going to edit the property. This is going to be the done checkbox property. It's going to be checked. So if we click this button, we want the checkbox to be checked. And then here we're going to specify filter. So we only want to mark the checkboxes as complete for the habits where it has today's date. So where the date property is today, and where the name, so use this and option, where the name contains and then meditate. So once that's set, I can go ahead and click on done. And then if I click on this button and go back to the Live OS, then you'll see that the meditate habit has been checked off. There you go. And yeah, it's pretty much the same process for the other ones as well. So all we're going to do is we're literally just going to right click and duplicate and do it again and do it again. And also for the bad habits. So let's go ahead and create a new callout box for the bad habits. Slash bad habits. And then we're going to highlight this, make it bold, underline it, and change the text color to red. Change the icon to red as well. Then we're just going to drag this in. And then the bad habits one has two buttons. This one has 3. So I'm just going to also add in empty blocks. So I'm going to do it for the bad habits one as well. There you go. So literally all you do is you just edit this button, change the name. So let's do journal, and then let's also give it an icon, and then go into our filters and then just rename this to journal. And that's pretty much it. So if I go ahead and click on journal, then it will now mark the journal habit as complete. So as you can see, it's marked as done. If I go inside of here, it's checked off. So yeah, you pretty much just do that for all of them, for the bad habits as well. It's the exact same process. Now also just note that for the bad habit buttons, it's a separate database. So you have to change this as well. So instead of good habits database, we have to use the bad habits database. So we need to use this one, and then you do the exact same thing. So we want to change the done checkbox property to checked, and then the filters is going to be where the date is today, and then also where the name is, let me just select that, where the name is no sugar. So now if I go ahead and click on done, click on no sugar, then it will mark the habit as complete. If we go back here, yeah, there you go. All of them marked as complete. If I open this, you'll see that it's done, 100% progress bar, and we've got this message. Well done. You're clearly disciplined and focused on improving your life. Keep it up, Chris. So yeah, as you can see, the buttons work, and that's pretty much the phone notes page done. You just, do this for all of them. You can add obviously other buttons as well. But yeah, that's pretty much how I use this page. So now for the shopping list, I'm going to go inside of my meal planner, and then I'm going to open up the shopping list page. So here, just create a new page. So let me actually just create a new one. So shopping list, and then I'm just going to give it an icon. So let's just do this cart icon, and then I'm going to add a new button. So this button is going to be new, or actually it's going to be log groceries. And then this is going to have the same icon, add action, add pages to, and then we're going to select our finance tracker database. So let's just go ahead and find our finance tracker. So let's just type in finance tracker, and I think it's, which one? I think it's this one. Yeah, in the LifeWise Pro. And then I'm going to select this button, so the template button, to automatically add the expense tag as well as the icon. Edit property. So the date property is going to be today, because obviously, you'll do it like when you're at the grocery store. So today's date. Expense source is going to be food or living expenses or whatever. And then we're also going to add a bank account. So then here you just set the default bank account that you pay with, whether it's your credit card, debit card, that sort of thing. And yeah, so that's added. Then we're going to add another step, which is open page. And then this page, so the one that we're creating like this, we're going to open that page as a full page. Click on done. Then it will now create a new database entry, have the template button, expense as the category. So here it pays just income or expenses to filter stuff inside the finance tracker. Date property, link to your bank account, link to the expense source, and then you just add in the amount. And yeah, the page is opened. So it's not just creating a new database entry, it's also opening the page so you can actually fill out the expense amount. And yeah, that's the first button done. Now for the second one, we're going to create a new button, and then this one is going to be new item. And then for this button, we're just going to add a checkbox icon. Then we're going to click add action and choose the insert blocks option. And then we're just going to insert a checkbox. And then yeah, that's pretty much it. And now you can quickly add new items to your shopping list. And when you're at the grocery store, you just mark these as complete. And then when you're done, you just click on this button to add a new expense to your finance tracker. All right, so now I'm on my phone. So this is on Android. And I'm going to just click on widgets at the bottom. Then I'm going to just search for Notion. So choose the Notion one, click the add page option. So I want to select the page option, and then I'm going to select my phone notes page. And then this is going to be this one. And then once you've selected it, click on that, click on done. Then you'll have a phone notes page. So you can click on this to open up the page. So as you can see, I now have my phone notes page, and I can click on this button to quickly add a new note. I can click on the new expense button, and it will add an expense. So I can now add the expense amount. Okay, it was this amount, log everything. And then if I go back, I can click on new task, and it will add a new task. So let's just do task 1, 2, 3, and let's go back. Now I can go ahead and mark my habits as complete. So I can just click these buttons. Okay, I've done all of my habits, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So if I now go back to my dashboard, then you'll see here on my dashboard, we've got our note here. So if this is a task or something you need to do, okay, I just go ahead and add it into a task. So now it's a task. And then here you'll see the task that we've created. This was the one from before. And then our habits is complete. So yeah, they're done. And then also inside of the finance tracker, if I just go here, then you'll see that we've added a new expense, $50. Okay, well, all of them are $50. But yeah, we've added a new expense and it will show up here inside the finance tracker. All right, so now let me show you how to create a stack. So all you do is you just hold on this, click on create stack, and then you just go back to the Notion widgets, select this page one, and then you select a different page. So here I would select the shopping list. So you can either have them as separate widgets or you can have them inside of one. So I'm just going to put them inside of one, select the shopping list. And sometimes it takes a while because it is Android, which is why I'm switching to iPhone. So I'm slowly making my way into the Apple ecosystem. I've already got myself a MacBook. This is still a Windows computer. So yeah, I'm making the switch. All right, so I'm just going to use my actual widget. So this is not the one I created, but as you can see, it's like phone notes, you swipe, shopping list, and then I also have my packing list. So if I'm traveling, then I have like this page, also just like a checklist. Okay, do I got everything? And then bam, good to go. So that's sort of how I use it personally. I have my phone notes, shopping list, and then my packing list. So if I go ahead and open up the shopping list page, and you'll see that here we can add a new item to our shopping list. So let's say we need to get some, I don't know, Avo. And then we mark this as complete. When we're at the grocery store, click on this button. And then all we do is we just add an expense amount. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. And yeah, that's how I use Notion on the phone personally. And that's how I would recommend using it as well. Like you can click, like if I go back, like you can use Notion on your phone. Like I can go back and then I can search for something. So I can open up the Live OS. So if I open up the Live OS Pro, then I can like see here, I can open it up and then I'll be able to view my dashboard, but obviously it's not optimized for the phone. Like I can still view everything. I can interact. I can add new database entries. You can find stuff. You can search if you want to find specific information. But yeah, like the calendar, the task database, as you can see, it's not really working effectively. But like in terms of buttons like this, quick create, that works. These also kind of work because these have buttons inside. If I open up Monday, then you'll see that here we got all of our habits. We can't mark the checkbox as complete, but yeah, and then like here's all the buttons. So it's not optimized for the phone, which is kind of annoying. But I do think they'll eventually create like a separate app like they're doing with Notion Calendar. I think eventually they're gonna have a whole like ecosystem of products. So they're gonna have Notion, that's like gonna be the centerpiece, and then Notion Calendar, this thing, that thing. So they're gonna like build out a series of apps. At least that's my speculation because it makes sense. I would do that if I were them. But yeah, anyways, basically just wanted to show how Notion looks on the phone. And yeah, this is why I recommend just creating your own phone notes page with a bunch of buttons that you're going to use like regularly. And then you just use it that way because this, this is a bit, yeah, not all that great. But anyways, yeah, so that's pretty much how to use it on your phone, how to create widgets on Android. And then I'm now going to switch to my iPhone and I'm going to show you how to do it on iOS. So on the iPhone, you just hold in on your home screen and then in the top left, you just click on the plus and then you just find Notion. I don't have any apps yet. I just have Notion installed. I still need to make the switch. But yeah, so click on Notion and then here you'll be able to find all of the widgets. So you can add other widgets as well. Like this is my most recent ones. These are my favorites, like inside of my dashboard. And then, yeah, this is the one that I used, like showed previously. So we can actually like do different ones as well. So let me just use this favorites widget. So I just do that. And then I just click done and then hold this in, edit widget. And then I choose my workspace. I'm going to select my workspace. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now it will show my favorites. And then I can do the same for the other ones. So let's just go ahead and add another widget. So I'm just going to use this one, add widget, click on done. Now I'm just going to press and hold on the widget, click on edit widget. Then I'm going to select my workspace, which is already selected, select my page, which is going to be the phone notes page. And then I'm going to select it and then just click back, and then there you go. Now our widget has been added. So I can click on this and it will open our widget page. And just like as a sidebar, like iPhone, like the widget, it's so much smoother and faster. Like on the Android, you have to like actually wait for everything to load and stuff. So yeah, anyways, so yeah, here's the phone notes page, and I can now use this button. So yeah, I can go ahead and add my buttons. I can pretty much use the buttons. I've already shown this. So yeah, that's essentially how to add widgets on your phone. And as you can see here, I got the favorites one as well. So I can click on this Notion one and it will take me to my like course outline. So I'm currently busy with this one. I can mark this one as done. And here you can sort of see the videos ahead. I still need to plan these out a bit better. And then these ones, personal productivity systems, professional productivity systems, work-life balance, like all of these will be inside of the LifeOS club. So system for literally everything. And then like building your own LifeOS as well. So so anyways, don't want to go too much into that. But yeah, that's essentially how you create widgets. And yeah, that's essentially this video, I guess. So now you know how to use Notion on your phone by adding widgets and buttons. And when you're on the go, you can just quickly add stuff in. And then when you're at your computer again, you just like turn the notes into tasks, or you like mark your habits as complete. You have everything in your finance tracker. So yeah, it's just a quick way to actually use Notion on your phone, I guess. But yeah, that's essentially it for this module. In the next one, we're going to cover the Mermaid language. So that's going to be the last one of the advanced blocks that we still need to do. So the Mermaid language, I'm going to show you how to use it and just like the basics of it and what you could use it for, I guess. And yeah, I'll see you in the next module. Alright, so in this module of the Notion course, I'm going to show you everything about the Mermaid language. So this is all done inside of Notion. This is a code block using the Mermaid language. And if I just go to split, then you'll see that here is the actual code. And yeah, you can like build diagrams, you can build flow charts, funnels like this one. So whatever you want, you can build it inside of Notion. And I can also change this to, for example, left to right. And then it will change the direction. So I can extend the width of the page. And yeah, like I'm going to show you how to build this inside of Notion. And what's also cool is if you map out your Notion systems, like that's probably the most useful use case for this, because you can also link Notion pages to these nodes, to these like blocks. So if I click on YouTube, it takes me to my YouTube database. If I click on email newsletter, it takes me to my newsletter database. So you can actually map out your Notion systems, which I'll cover in depth in the LifeOS course. Like I will show you how to use the Mermaid language to build like flow charts and like how to systemize the thinking process of building your own Notion system, like as a funnel, like as a flow chart like this. So I'll cover that in the LifeOS course. But yeah, just sort of wanted to put that idea out there that you can use Notion to build and map out your Notion systems using the Mermaid language. And yeah, in this video, I'm going to show you how to build this exact funnel. So yeah, let's get started. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is just type in /mermaid and then select the Mermaid code block, which is just a normal code block with the Mermaid language selected. So if you just go here, type in Mermaid, it's just this one. And yeah, as you can see, very basic diagram, but we're just going to delete this and then start from scratch. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to specify what type of chart we want. So we want a graph and we want it from the top down. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to specify the nodes. So this is going to be the blocks that we have, the blocks that we're using. So we're first going to specify what blocks we want to use, and then we're going to specify how they're going to be connected. So the first thing I'm going to do is just type in 2 percentage symbols just to make a comment. And then I'm going to type in nodes. And then underneath, I'm going to type in the first node. So the first one is going to be YouTube. The second one is going to be landing page. And then the third one is going to be email newsletter. So as you can see, there's no spaces in between. We'll add like the aesthetics, I guess, later. For now, let's just add the nodes, and then we're going to add another comment, which is going to be for the links. And then we're going to basically connect them. So at the moment, the graph is from the top down. So it's going to show like this instead of like from the side to side. So what we're going to do is we're going to type in YouTube, and then we're going to connect YouTube to landing page. So just add in 2 dashes and then the greater than symbol, and then you connect it. And then we're going to do the same for the email newsletter. And just like that, you've created a very basic diagram, a very basic flowchart that we're gonna like expand upon. We're gonna add more stuff. Obviously, we're also gonna add icons and things like that. So yeah, but here we got the basic structure. So this is the main like part of the funnel, YouTube landing page newsletter. And then from the newsletter, it's gonna split. So let's do that next. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to split them up. So there's going to be a group for products and there's going to be a group for services. And then each of those will have products or services inside. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a subgraph. And then this subgraph or this group is going to be called products. And then inside of square brackets, inside of quotation marks, we're going to add the name. So we're just going to keep it products. And then we're also going to press enter and then add end at the bottom just to close this off. And as you can see, it created a new block. But what we're now going to do is, because it's a subgraph, we can now add items inside. So let's, for example, do ebook. And then we're also going to do template. And let's do maybe a course. So as you can see, we've got a product section with a bunch of products inside. And we're going to do the same thing for the services. So I'm just going to create another subgraph, type in services, and then just specify the actual name. And then I'm going to end it off. And as you can see, we got our services. We just need to add S. And then here you want to specify your services. So let's maybe do consultation and let's do high ticket. But let's say you have one where it's 2 words. So let's maybe replace this with coaching program. Then you'll see that we can't do that. We need to, like this needs to be 1 word. But what we can do is right next to it, just inside of normal brackets, inside of quotation marks, we can then type in how we actually want the name to be displayed. So like that. And as you can see here, it's spaced out. So yeah, that's how you do that if you have multiple words. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move this over just so we can have it here at the bottom. And then what we're going to do is we want to connect the email newsletter to the services and the products. So what I'm now going to do is just type in email newsletter. And then I'm going to connect this to the products group. So products and like use an actual and symbol and the services. So now, as you can see, we've connected the email newsletter to both the products and the services. And if you, for example, want to link your consultation with your coaching program, so first someone buys the consultation and then the coaching program, then all you do is you just literally do that. So consultation to coaching program. And then here you'll see that these are now linked as well. All right, so now let's go ahead and add icons to our diagram. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is just add in some brackets and then inside add 2 quotation marks. And then we're just going to add a space. And then here we're going to do an image tag. So we're going to do a less than symbol, imj for image. And then we're going to add a space and then a slash and then the greater than symbol. Then inside of this tag, we're just going to add a space and then we're going to add in a source tag. So src. And then this needs to equal. And then inside of apostrophes, we're going to add in our icon URL. And as you can see, the image has been loaded. So to find icons, you just go to a website like super.so/icons. You can choose whether dark or light mode. And then I just used this YouTube one, which is at the very bottom. I just used this one. So you just click on it. And then here at the top, you just copy this link, go here, paste it in. And then what you can also do is you can specify a width. So let's say the width needs to be 50. So you can have all of the icons the exact same size. Then most likely they'll be the same size. But you can just add width and then, for example, 50 because you want to make sure all of them are the same. Now you might notice that we've got the YouTube icon, but the name doesn't show. So what we're going to do is we're going to add another tag, which is going to be BR for break. So it's going to add a line break. And then we're going to add in the name. So YouTube. And as you can see, YouTube is now showing, but it's cut off. So what we're going to do is we're just going to add another break. And then we're going to just add a full stop. So just add a dot. And then our icon as well as our name is now showing. All right, so now what you want to do is you literally just want to copy all of this. So let's just remove the space, copy all of this, go to all of the other ones, and then just do the exact same thing. So I'm literally just going to copy and paste this to all of them. Consultation, including the coaching program, because we're going to set the name at the end. So now all of them are the exact same. So now what you want to do is you want to just replace the links with the icons and then also just replace the names. So I'm going to go to landing page, just going to replace YouTube with landing page. And then I'm going to replace this URL with the landing page icon that I want. So I'm just using this filter, this funnel icon. So YouTube, landing page. But next I'm going to do the same for the email newsletter. So I'm just going to replace YouTube with email newsletter. And then I'm going to go to the email icon, copy the link, and then just replace this URL. And if it loads, then you'll see that we've now got icons for YouTube, our landing page, and our email newsletter. Now, the only reason that the email newsletter is bigger than the YouTube one is simply because of the name. So if I just remove email and just keep it as newsletter, then you'll see that it's a lot smaller. So yeah, it's nothing to do with the actual width. This is just the width of the actual image, the icon, but because the name is bigger, this is the reason. But you can also, what you can do is you can just add a break in between. So you can just do it like that, and then it will make it smaller. I think I'm actually going to do that. So let's just do it for the landing page as well. And yeah, now all of them are sort of the same size. Actually, I think I'm just going to remove the one for the landing page and then just keep the email newsletter one like this. All right, so now for the services and our products. So we're going to do the exact same thing. So we've already pasted these to all of them. So we're just going to take this name, go to YouTube and just like paste it in. So do the same for the template. Go to YouTube, paste it in, same for the course. And then we're also going to do it for all of these. So let's just, okay, this one needs to actually be coaching program with a space in between. So let's just add a space. And yeah, there we go. Now we've got names for all of these. And it's obviously the same for the icons as well. So you just go ahead and search for an icon. You could also use other icon websites. And then you just replace the URL with the icon that you want. Right, so I've gone through all of them and I've added icons for each of them. I've also added a line break for the coaching program. And yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to adding icons. Fairly simple. So now we're going to do a bit more styling. And we're also going to remove these borders. All right, so for the styling, we're going to add another comment using 2 percentage symbols. And then we're going to add in the word styling. Then underneath, we're going to define the style. So we're going to use class def for defining the style in class. And we're going to add a space. And then we're going to add in our variable, like our name. So the name of this can maybe be empty because we want to remove the backgrounds. And then for the actual styling, we're going to fill all of this. And then we're going to change the stroke width. So we're going to add in stroke width. And then a colon. And then the stroke width is going to be 0 pixels. Basically what we're doing is we're going to add this next to each of these. And then we're going to customize these nodes, these blocks with this styling. So we're going to have a stroke width of 0 pixels, aka nothing. And the fill is also going to be nothing. So yeah, we're just going to copy this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to each of these. And then at the end, add 3 colons and then the word empty. So as you can see here, it removed the box around the YouTube one. And then we're just going to copy this and then paste it next to all the other ones. So as you can see here, it removes the background as well as the outline. And then let's just do it for all of the other ones. And there you go. Now you don't have any boxes around your icons and like actual nodes anymore. And that's pretty much how you can build out the funnel inside of Notion. Now I'm also going to show you a few extra things that you can do. Like for example, the more dashes you add, the longer the lines is going to be. So you can extend the lines. So if I add more, then it will just like increase basically. What you can also do is you can like edit the text. Like you can actually, for example, YouTube, I'm going to make this bold and change the color to red. So you can format the text using like the normal Notion, like rich text formatting. You can also add words in between. So for example, YouTube to landing page, let's say there needs to be like an opt-in or something. Then in here, like in between, we're going to add the upward, like I still don't know what you call it. The previous module, I also had to explain what it is. It's like above shift next to enter. It's like a line. It's just like this one. It's like this line. So you just add 2 of those. And then this can maybe be like opt in. And then you can like add text like in between your actual notes. You can also, instead of having arrows, you can change the line. So you can, for example, just remove the greater than symbol. Then it's just a normal line. You can replace it with an O. Then it's a dot. So as you can see here, it's now a dot. We can also change it to X. And then it will be like a cross. So yeah, you can actually change the lines as well. You can also create a dotted line if you add 2 full stops in between the dashes. So as you can see here, it's now a dotted line. You can add colors to everything. So I can, for example, turn one of the lines to red. So if I go ahead and add a new class definition, make this one red, then the fill is going to be red, which just uses the normal red. Otherwise, you can add in a hex code. Then the stroke, I'm going to make black. The stroke width is going to be 2 pixels. And then the color is going to be white. And now if I take this variable, so if I use red and I paste it next to this one, for example, so 3 colons and then the word red. And if I scroll down, then you'll see that this one is now red. Now what you can also do is you can color the lines. So we can color each of these individually. So I can do link style, and then this one is going to be 0. So this is going to be the first line, and then the stroke is going to be blue. And as you can see, the first line is now blue, and I can copy and paste this. So I can do this for the ones as well. So if I change this to 1, then now the next one will be blue. I can change this to, for example, red, and now it is blue as well as red. And I can continue on to the other ones. So let's just copy this over again, change this to 2. And then let's make this one orange. And as you can see, this one is now orange. And if we want this one to be orange as well, then all you do is you just add a comma and then the number 3. And now this one is also orange. And yeah, you can basically customize all of your lines, the backgrounds, and basically do a bunch of customization when it comes to like building diagrams or flow charts inside of Notion. And now the last thing I want to share is going to be to how to make these clickable. So if you click on YouTube, it will take you to your YouTube database. Click on email newsletter, it takes you to your email newsletter database. So you can actually click on these and it will take you to other databases inside of Notion. So to do this, I'm just going to type in the word click and then specify which node. So I want to use the YouTube one. And then inside of quotation marks, you want to go to your database. So I've just created a new database here at the bottom, copy the link, paste in the link, and then close it off with another quotation mark. And now if I go to preview, so instead of split, so it's code and the preview, you can change it to only show the code or only show the preview. Go to preview and click on the YouTube button. Like click on YouTube, then it will actually take me to the YouTube database. And yeah, that's pretty much how you use the Mermaid language inside of Notion to build diagrams or charts. You can also, for example, do left to right, and then it goes from left to right. So yeah, there's a lot you can do with this code language. It's pretty cool. And in the LifeOS Club, so the LifeOS course and community, I'm actually going to show you how to use the Mermaid language like this to build out a flowchart for your systems inside of Notion. So if you're in the planning phase, you want to understand how to build your systems, then I'll show you how to do it using the Mermaid language. But yeah, this video was just like sort of to show you everything that you can do with it. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this module. In the next one, we're going to dive into AI blocks and AI prompts. So everything to do with the Notion AI. And yeah, I'll see you in the next module. So this module is all about the Notion AI. I'm going to share everything when it comes to the AI prompts, the AI blocks, all the AI features, the Notion Q&A. I'm going to share everything when it comes to Notion AI, except the AI properties. So that will be covered in the database section. But everything else I'm going to cover in this video. And just before I start, I think it's worth noting that the AI is an added plan on top of your already existing plan. So you can add the Notion AI to your plan. So it's about like extra $10 a month, and then you get access to the Notion AI. So yeah, just keep that in mind that it is a paid feature, but you do have 40 free prompts that you can use. And then after that, you have to add it to your plan in case you want to continue using it. So to get started with the Notion AI, you can press / and then you can type in AI, and then you'll get a list of all the prompts that you can use, as well as the AI blocks. But what you can also do is you can just press space. So if you press space on an empty block, then it will open up the AI block menu. And then here you can add AI blocks, see your recent prompts that you've used, and also all the other options that you can use. So you can use the Notion AI just like ChatGPT. So I can ask it, is the sky blue? And then it will give you an answer. And there we go. You can click on continue writing and it will continue with that sentence pretty much. And then you can also click on make it longer, which will replace all of this with just like a longer output. You can try again and you can also close it. And while it's typing it out, you can also click on stop, or you can just press escape in order to stop. And you can also press R in order to reload. So yeah, that's essentially how to navigate just like using the normal prompt, just like this. So you can just ask it anything pretty much. And then you can also use these, which are like preloaded prompts. So you can summarize, find action items, translate and explain this. So this will generate content from this page. So based on what we have here, we can select one of these. So we can do, for example, summarize, and then the Notion AI will summarize our text. So if you have a long essay or something, you can just click on summarize and then it will summarize everything. What you can also do is you can click on find action items. Then if there's actionable items inside of this, which there isn't at the moment, if it's like, I need to call John tomorrow at 2 p.m., I need to do XYZ, then it will actually give you a bullet list. So if I do, for example, how to make money online or something, then it should give me a bunch of action items. So these are already like action items. But if we just wait for this to finish, then I can go ahead and click on done. I can also add it to favorites. Then I can like reuse it. So you can also reuse your old prompts. But if I just add that in and then click on find action items, then it will find action items from this text, because this one actually has action items, as you can see here. And then it will be in the form of a checkbox. So you can just mark this as complete. So you can, like, a useful way to use this is if you have like meetings. So you like put all your meeting transcripts inside of Notion and then find the action items, and then just like you make sure that you're not missing anything. So you got all your action items done, and yeah, you can just like mark these as complete once you're finished with them. But there is a better way to do this. So if you have something like a meetings database where you input your transcripts and you want to summarize every single one, or maybe like find the action items, then you can use the AI blocks. So if I just type in /AI and scroll down, then you'll see that we have these 3 blocks. So the first one is a summary. Next one is action items, and then this one is a custom AI block. So if I click on summary, then it will give me like an actual AI block, and then I can just click on generate, and then it will automatically give a summary of this entire page. And the same goes for the other one. So if I just go /AI, go to action items, then I can just click on generate, and then it will automatically generate all the action items from this page. But it's not actually generating because I think we already have the action items. So if we just go ahead and delete this, click on generate, then it should generate all the action items. There we go. So yeah, it's pretty much the same thing, except one is just a button that you click. So it's obviously a lot easier. And that block, the AI block, you can input into a template. So you can put it inside of your meetings template. So in a database, when you create a new database entry and it loads the template button, the meetings template button, then it will already contain this block, maybe both of these. And then you can just click generate on both of them, and it will automatically give you the summary as well as the action items for that meeting. All right, so let's move on to the next one, which is going to be translate. You can translate the text to a different language. So if I do, for example, Japanese, then it will translate everything to Japanese. And unfortunately, I can't read Japanese yet. So I don't know if this is correct, but it looks like the same structure. So yeah, it pretty much translates your entire page into a different language. So yeah, the way this AI works, which is also worth mentioning, it sees this page as a chat. So on ChatGPT, you have your different chats. On Notion, you have your different pages. And then inside of this page, it will use all the content from this page. So it will like give you outputs based on what you've already inputted inside of your Notion page. All right, so as you can see here, we've generated pretty much everything. So we've got the numbered list, we've got the paragraph, we've got the action items, and it's generating everything. So here's the Upwork and Fiverr one. And yeah, there's our Japanese version of our, well, whatever this is. But yeah, basically you can like translate using the AI as well. So that's pretty cool. You can explain this. So if you don't understand something inside of Notion, like maybe you're working with someone on a team, you want some more explanation, you can just click on this and it will explain what there is inside the page further. So the selected text provides an explanation in both English and Japanese of why the sky appears blue due to a process called Rayleigh scattering. This process results in blah, blah, blah. This text also provides a list of several ways to make money online. But yeah, it basically explains what's going on, what's inside of the page. Yeah, it just explains everything. So yeah, that's pretty useful. And the next is going to be improve writing. So if I click on this, it will improve the writing. So it will take everything and then just reword it in order to improve the writing. So I'm not 100% sure how the AI categorizes something as bad writing and like good writing, but it will improve your writing and it will generally just speed up the entire writing process. Here I can also replace this section. So you can replace everything. The next prompt is going to be to fix the spelling and grammar. It's similar to writing, but this is more focused on the actual spelling and grammar. Next is to make it shorter or make it longer. So if I click make it shorter, it will take everything and just make everything shorter. It's the same with the longer, but it will make everything longer. These are pretty self-explanatory. So yeah, as you can see here, it is a bit more condensed, just like a quick one-liner of why the sky is blue, and then how to make money online, and then is the Japanese. So now we can also replace this selection. So this will replace everything that we have with this new one. So if I click on this, then you'll see that we only got the shorter version now on our page. And if you want to go back, you can always just press Ctrl Z and then it will take you back. The next prompt is going to be to change the tone. So you can make all of this sound more professional, casual, straightforward, confident, or friendly. So if I do friendly, then you'll see that isn't the blue sky fascinating? So yeah, it's like a lot more like friendly tone, friendly style to everything. Let's just discard this. And then the next one is going to be to simplify the language. So this will take away all the complex, complicated words. It will just simplify it, which is really useful. If you have a script or something, you can just run through it, simplify the language, take out all the unnecessary words and the stuff that's not actually necessary to explain whatever you want to explain. And that will also make it easier for the viewer or the reader to digest the information. And if you don't want to replace the selection or discard it, you can just click on Insert below, and it will just add everything as well. So the next prompts is going to be actual prompts. So these are actions that you can perform based on the content of the page or your text. You can add it in here, or you can highlight your text, and then you can click on Ask AI here, and you can then also do these, but just on the highlighted text. Whereas this one, if you just do it underneath, then it will do actions. It will perform actions based on the entirety of your Notion page. So just keep that in mind. If you only want to do this line of text, then just highlight it, click on Ask AI, then you can make it shorter, change the tone, etc. Otherwise, you can just click space here. And then if we move on to these, then you'll see that these are just normal prompts added to this prompt block. So for example, brainstorm ideas is just going to be brainstorm ideas on, and then here's a recent one, brainstorm ideas on making money. So I can click on that, and I can click enter or click on this arrow, and then it will give me a bunch of ideas for making money. And this is also the same for the other one. So if I scroll down, then you'll see that we can also create a blog post, outline for something, social media post, press release, creative story, essay, poem, to-do list, meeting agenda, pros and cons list, job description, sales email, and recruiting email. So all of these are just prompts that's automatically added to this, but you can obviously add your own stuff as well. So if I do, for example, meeting agenda, then this is just write a meeting agenda about XYZ. So yeah, you can add your own prompts, or you can use one of these ones that's already there, but more than likely you would just add your own prompt. And then the other ones is the AI blocks, and then you have your recents. So you can remove your recents, you can store them, and then you can run it immediately when you want to create an action. So if I click on done, then your favorites will be at the top. If I click on space, click on my favorite, and then bam, it's already done. So this is obviously useful if you're using the same prompt every time. You can just add it to favorites, and then you can just quickly select it. Otherwise, you can just click on this pencil icon and then just remove this from your favorites. And then, yeah, that's pretty much all the prompts and all the blocks. So I've showed the summary, I've showed the action items, and you can also do custom AI block. And then inside of this, you can add a prompt. So here for the prompt block, you can add in a prompt that you want to use every time. So maybe it's something super specific. So maybe it's not summarize everything in the page or find the action items. Maybe it is change the tone of this email to a friendly style, and also summarize this email into 5 actionable bullet points or something. So obviously this, I don't think it will work perfectly because this is not an email, but you can create something like this. And then let's say you have an email system inside of Notion, you create a new database entry to write a new email. And then at the end of that email, once you've written everything, this block will already be there. And all you have to do is just click on generate, and it will use this prompt to then summarize the email, find the action items, and change the tone and style of your email. So yeah, as you can see, sort of doing it, but it would most likely work a lot better with an actual email. But yeah, sort of just wanted to show you can create custom prompts like for the Notion AI, and then you can put that inside of a block if you're gonna reuse it every single time, and then you can just click on generate instead of typing out the whole thing, or going to favorites, you can just click a button and then it will like perform actions based on your prompt inside of your page. And the most useful way is to add it to template buttons. So if you're like have to script a video, then inside of that script page, there's already a block that will help you with the writing process. Maybe the meetings have the summary and the find action items blocks. And yeah, you can obviously play around with it, create your own prompts. You can use the Notion AI to basically just help you with the writing process. And what you can also do now with the Notion Q&A, so this is just my personal workspace. Here I have access to the AI. So if I click on this, I can ask it something. So I can ask it, where inside of my Notion workspace do I talk about habits, for example? So you can like ask it something and then it will retrieve information based off your workspace. As you can see here, it's now generating a list of places where I'm talking about habits. So you discuss habits in several areas of your Notion workspace. These areas include your YouTube content workflows, where you create scripts for habit tracker videos. And I can actually hover on this and it will show the scripts. I can also click on it to take me to the actual page. The task section, where you mention adding new habits and tracking progress. So there's like it shows the reference to that page as well. Your newsletter sequence, where you have written about implementing new habits using Notion. Post about building a minimal habit tracker in Notion. A section about habit tracking in your tutorial on how to manage life with Notion. Life OS in your Notion workspace, where you mention tracking habits. And you can click on these to actually take you to those pages. And then here at the bottom, you'll see all the references. So it will actually bring up all of them. The number 1, number 2. So you can like go through these. You can copy it. You can try again. You can also click on this to actually take it to that page. So yeah, it's pretty useful. If you input all of your information and knowledge into Notion, you can use this Ask AI or the Q&A like feature, and then basically just compile everything and bring everything to you instead of going out and finding everything. So as you can see, this is actually quite useful, and in the future, you're going to be able to do a lot more with it. It's sort of going to act as your own personal Jarvis, like a virtual assistant, personal assistant that will be able to just go out into your Notion workspace and just find what you need, connect stuff with each other, maybe even build databases in the future. At the moment, it can build simple tables. So if I do, for example, create a simple table on comparing apples with oranges, which is what I used in one of the previous modules, then you'll see that it will actually generate a sample table. As you can see, it creates a simple table comparing apples with oranges. So yeah, it's pretty cool. It can already create simple tables. It can create checklists or bullet points if you tell it to just like output it in bullet points. Like yeah, as you can see here, it can create the normal basic blocks. But in the future, hopefully it will be able to like create databases and help you like relate everything or help you with formulas, that sort of stuff. It would be really cool if this is inside of the formula editor. So if you're stuck on Notion formulas, you can ask the AI, and then based on the information in your database, it will then help you create a Notion formula. But yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to Notion AI. In the next module, I'm going to cover team collaboration. So how to invite people, how to work with people inside of Notion, how to edit and comment, that sort of thing. So yeah, I'll see you in the next module. Alright, so in this module of the Notion course, I'm going to show you everything when it comes to collaborating with people and teams inside of Notion. So everything from sharing pages to inviting people, adding them to your Notion workspace as members, managing the roles and permissions, creating team spaces. I'm going to cover all of that inside of this video. So the first thing that's important is there's a difference between guests and members. So guests are free. You can add as many guests onto Notion as you want. You invite them and they can view your page, they can edit or they can comment. They have access to certain pages, whereas members are people that's a part of your organization. So they join your actual Notion workspace. They get access to all of the pages and you can restrict their access levels and you can put them into groups and team spaces. So for example, only the HR people will get access to the HR pages. Marketing, same thing. So you can do a lot more when you have actual members inside, but you pay for every member. So you'll pay per month per member. So just keep that in mind. If you're a small team of 12 people or less, then you can get away by just inviting people to your Notion workspace as guests. So it's free, but I would recommend if you're a big team and you're going to use Notion a lot and you want to just make everything easier, then definitely you need to upgrade to the business plan or the enterprise plan, depending on what you need. The enterprise plan has a couple of extra things. So if I just go to settings, go to plans, see all plans, then here you'll be able to compare them. So the main difference between the Plus and the business plan when it comes to collaboration is this one. So team space is private. Create team spaces that can't be seen or discovered by anyone except those you add. Great for sensitive information like company planning or performance reviews. So you have a lot more control when it comes to team spaces, though anyone can create team spaces. This just allows you to actually manage it a lot more strictly. So only certain people can view certain team spaces. And then for the enterprise plan, you get access to advanced team space permissions, override team space permissions for specific people or groups, giving you even more control over who has view versus edit access to the content. And then you also get a bunch of extra stuff, like you get user provisioning, single sign-on, workspace analytics, logs. So yeah, the enterprise plan has a bunch of extra features, but if you're not going to use it, then the business plan would work perfectly fine for you. And if you're a small team, then you can just get away with the Plus plan and just invite the people to your Notion workspace. So let's start with guests. How do you add guests to your Notion workspace? So to invite someone to your Notion workspace, you want to go to share in the top right, and here you can invite them. Or if you just want to quickly share a page, just click on publish here, and then you can just copy this link and share it with someone. If this option is turned on, they can then duplicate the page, and you can also toggle these on to allow commenting or editing. So as you can see here in the preview, if they click on edit, they'll be able to actually edit this template or this page. And if you don't want that, just uncheck these. You can uncheck this one as well. And yeah, you can just share this link and it will act as just a normal website. But if you want to invite someone, then just go to share here and then you type in their email. So I'm just going to type in my email, and then you can see I can click on my profile. If I click on myself, then here you can also add a message, and here you can add the access level. So can view, can comment, or can edit. So if it's only view, then they can only view the page. They can't do anything. Can comment, they can view it, and they can also leave comments. And then can edit is they can actually make changes to the Notion workspace. So if you select one of these, I'm just going to do can edit, click on invite. And then here you can select whether or not you want to add them to your Notion workspace, but that will cost extra. So you'll then pay per month. Otherwise, you can just skip, and then they will be added as a guest. And then on this person's email, it will look like this. So here you'll see I'm a part of 2 other workspaces. So then you can just click on this, and then you'll be able to view the pages that you have access to. So in terms of commenting on a page, you can just click on add comment here. You can leave your comment. You can tag someone. So I can tag myself because I'm the only one here. Or I can actually tag the other account. So as you can see, there's 2 of me. I can tag this one, and you can attach a file. So you can upload a file, and then you can click on upload, and then the comment will go through, and then the other person will get a notification. So here in the sidebar, inside of inbox, you'll get a notification. You can add a reaction. You can resolve the comment. So if it's finished, or you can edit it, copy the link, or delete the comment. If I just resolve, then you'll see that we have all the resolved comments here, and I can also reply to this. So if I click here on resolved comment, you'll be able to see all of the resolved comments here, and you can also click on this to reopen the comment. And the same goes for when it's on blocks. So if I just add in a random block, so this can be anything, this can be headings. So let's just do heading. So this can be headings as well. You can just highlight this, and then you can leave a comment, and then the comment will show up here on the side. So if I just go ahead and add in a comment, then I can add this comment to this block. So for each block, if I do it for this one as well, so let's do comment 1, and then you'll see the comments will be on top of each other, and I can click and it will highlight the block, and it will sort of move according to which one you're busy with. And you can go ahead and leave a reply. So I can just do that, and then the other person will get notified if they're tagged inside of this comment. So you can do @ in order to tag them. You can tag pages, you can tag dates, and yeah, that's pretty much how you leave comments. Super simple, super straightforward. You just highlight something, add a comment. It can be inside of text as well. So if it's like this, you can just like highlight this part and then leave a comment just on that. And yeah, it's pretty much how you add comments. Another thing that's really important is if someone on your team accidentally removed or changed something inside of your Notion workspace or on a specific page, then you can just go to the page menu, go to view edit history, and then you can find that version, and then you can restore that page. So this was from the previous video, the AI video. And yeah, you can just click here at the bottom, restore version, and then also restore databases. If you have databases, click on restore, and then it will restore all of the content inside of this page. And if you don't want to override existing content, you can just duplicate the page by just right clicking, clicking on duplicate, and then it will duplicate all the content, and then you can like go into the view edit history and then restore the page. And if you've shared a page with someone outside of your Notion workspace, like for example what I've done here by just adding someone as a guest, then the page will now show up inside of a new shared tab here in your sidebar. And if you remove everyone from this page, then it will move back down to private, or you can right click and click on duplicate to private in order to make a copy and then have one for yourself and then have one that you share with your team. Now, what if you don't want to add people as guests, but you want to add them as members? Just go down to settings, go to people, and then here you'll be able to manage both of the members and the guests. As you can see here for guests, I've got one person, he has access to one page, and I can click on these three dots and upgrade him to member. So then you can upgrade them to member, and I can also click here to remove them from the workspace. Now, if they upgrade to member, then you'll be able to group them. So if I go to groups, I can create a new group, and this can maybe be the YouTube team, and then I can also add an icon. So let's just add a YouTube icon. Let's do a play button. So let's just make this red, and then you can add a group. So now I can add members inside of this group, and I can just select the person, click on add, and now this person is added to this group. And then with this group, you can change different access levels. You can make it so that this group only has access to certain pages, and also the members inside of that group will then only have access to that page. So as you can see here, this member is a part of the YouTube group. I can click on this, and then it will take me to the groups where I'll be able to manage my members. I can click on remove to remove them, and then I can also go to share inside of a specific page. So let's say I want to make the Dojo page a part of the YouTube group, aka all the members in the YouTube group will have access to this page. And I just go to share, click here, click on YouTube, and then I can give the same permission levels. So I'm just going to do full access and then click on invite. So now everyone inside of the YouTube group will have access to this Dojo page. So that's the easy way to just group people, and this is also available on the Plus plan. And if I go to create a team space, then I can also create a team space. So let's do YouTube, and then let's also just give it an icon. And then here I can add details for this team space, but I'm just going to click on create. And then here I'll be able to invite people to this YouTube team space. So I can copy the link and invite people. I can add their emails, or I can add in a group. So I'll, for example, add in the YouTube group. And then here you can set whether or not this should be a member or an owner. So obviously owners have a lot more access. They can change all the settings inside of Notion and the team space and everything, whereas the member will only be able to edit pages. So I'm just going to leave on member, click on invite, and then now it created a new page. And if I go to my sidebar, then you'll see a team space here. So I can open and close this YouTube team space. So inside of this YouTube team space, there will be, for example, the content workflow, the branding kit, the team that works on it, like all the actual pages that you need to manage YouTube. And then you'll also have team spaces for your different departments. So for example, HR, marketing, etc. And then inside of each will be all the actual pages. And then that's a way to manage it. And then you can also click on the settings to manage the permissions. So if I go to team space settings, then here you'll be able to find everything relating to this team space. So you can see here at the bottom, the YouTube group has team member access, myself has team space owner access, and then also here is all the permissions. So you can just change this. They can only edit, they can only view. You can add members by clicking on this to invite them. You can copy the link and give it to someone, and they can just join through the link. You can go to general to change things like the name, the icon, and also other permissions. You can archive the team space, you can leave the team space, and then in security, you can also add page security, which are all of these options, but this is only for the enterprise plan. And here you can also set who can invite team space members, who can edit the team space sidebar, and also the invite link. So you can toggle this on or off. So if this is turned on, people will be able to invite other people through this link. If it's turned off, then the link won't be available, and the only way people can join is by adding them through their email. You can also quickly add new members by just right clicking on a team space and click on add members. It will automatically add people to this team space. And you can also add pages by just going here and then just adding more pages. So I can add one of these templates. So if I just do one of these, just do docs, then it will automatically add this database to this team space. And you can also view more of the settings by just going here. And then here you'll be able to go to the team space tab where you'll be able to manage all of your team spaces. You can also set the default. If you have more than one, then you can have, for example, the company wiki, which is the default one, which is what everybody has access to. And then the YouTube one is only for the YouTube people, marketing, HR, etc. And then here at the bottom, you can manage your team spaces. So it's the same settings. You can sort them, you can filter them, and you can also create a new team space by clicking on this button. And this one will limit the team space creation to only workspace owners. So only people like me will be able to create team spaces. Otherwise, other members and other admins will also be able to create team spaces. And if you're on the enterprise plan, you also have access to all of these security settings as well as identity and provisioning. So if these are things that would be useful for you and your business, like for example, SEI and provisioning, SAML, user management, and domain management, then yeah, it might be worth it to upgrade to the enterprise plan. Otherwise, the business plan would be perfect. You also get access to single sign-on and more admin tools. So just go to plans, go to see all plans, and then here you'll be able to just compare them. But more than likely, business plan would be perfect unless you're actually an enterprise, like a big company with a lot of people. You need to manage a lot of like employees and staff, then yeah, enterprise might make sense. But yeah, otherwise business would be totally fine. You get access to pretty much all the features that you need in order to run your business inside of Notion. In the next module, we'll dive deep into the Notion calendar and how to set everything up, how to connect your Google Calendar account, how to add multiple databases, some keyboard shortcuts, and also how other people can book calls and schedule meetings directly through your Notion calendar. So yeah, see you in the next module. In this module of the Notion course, I'm going to show you how to set up and use the Notion calendar. So the first question is probably, what is the difference between the Notion calendar and just a normal calendar database inside of Notion? If I go to my LifeOS Pro dashboard, then at the bottom you'll see that we have a calendar, and this is just a calendar view of a Notion database, whereas this is a dedicated and separate Notion calendar app. Now, if you haven't started using the Notion calendar yet, you can just go to your sidebar and then here at the bottom click on calendar, and then it will open up the Notion calendar and prompt you to sign in with your Google Calendar account. So it will actually connect to a Google Calendar account. So if I toggle this one on, then I'll be able to see all of my Google Calendar events, tasks, meetings on this Notion calendar. After connecting a Google Calendar account, you want to connect your Notion databases. So you can actually have multiple databases show on this calendar. That's kind of the whole idea. You can have all of your calendars from all the different apps show inside of this one Notion calendar app. And to do that, just go to a calendar view on your Notion workspace. And if we want to add this task database to our Notion calendar, we're just going to click on this button and then it will automatically add that task database to our Notion calendar. So as you can see here, I've got two workspaces connected, and inside of this one, I've got our task database inside of the Notion calendar. So now if I create a new task for today, so let me just do test, and then you'll see that it will now show up inside of the Notion calendar. So here at the top, and if we go ahead and schedule this task in for today, so we literally just drag and drop it in. So let's say we want to do this at 12 p.m. We just drag and drop it into the 12 p.m. time slot. And then inside of Notion, if we click on this, then you'll see that the date property now has a time attached to it as well. If we want to go ahead and add another database, we can just go to a different calendar view like this one, click on open calendar, and now it will also be added to our Notion calendar. So if I open this toggle, then you'll see that we now have two databases connected, this task database and this projects database, and I can untoggle this, and now it will show up in this calendar. But if I go ahead and create a new project, so let's do test project, and maybe give it this icon, then it will now show up inside of our Notion calendar. And as you might have noticed, if your database entries does not have a time attached, then it will just show up here at the top, and then here you can just drag and drop it into whatever time slot you want. And as you can see here in the sidebar, both of these are called tasks, and then this one is tasks here and projects here, but the main name is tasks because this is a linked view to the task database. So if you don't want it to just look like that, I mean, obviously it works, but if you just want this to be called tasks and this one projects, then you would go to the original task database or the original projects database, and then you would either create a new calendar view, or you can click here, click on add Notion database, and here you can search for the database you want. So I'm just going to select this goals one, and then here you'll be able to see that goals have been added to this Notion calendar. Now in the sidebar, you might notice that these are both tasks, and then here it says tasks and projects. This is because this is from the same linked view. So this is a linked view to the task database, and then I just changed the source to projects, habits, and finances. So all of these will say tasks and then the view name. But if you don't want that, then you would just go to your actual database. But basically this is the original database. If I click on the database menu, there's no source option. And then if you copy the linked view and create a linked view database, then you can change the source of that database like this one. So you just go to the original database, click on new view, go to calendar, and then here you'll be able to open it inside of the Notion calendar. And as you can see, our projects database has been added. Both of these are exactly the same. So if I untoggle this, then nothing's going to happen because it's the same database. But now this one shows projects, and we can do the same thing for the tasks. So if I go to the task database, add a new view, click on calendar, and then click on open in calendar, it will now add the tasks database to the Notion calendar without this. So it will just be projects and it will just be tasks. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to right click on this one, remove from calendar list, right click on this one, do the same thing, and then just show the tasks as well. Now, if I go back to Notion, I can just go ahead and delete this calendar view and also do the same for my projects database. An alternative way to add databases to your Notion calendar is by clicking on your workspace menu, going to add Notion database, and then searching for your database and then just clicking on it in order to add it. And from that same menu, you can also go to manage workspace and it will open up the Notion calendar settings where you'll be able to connect and disconnect different Notion workspaces. As you can see here, I got different workspaces connected. This one, which is for the Notion course, and this one, which is my personal workspace. Alright, so that's how you add databases to your Notion calendar. You can just click on this menu, click on Add Notion Database, or you can go to Notion and click on Open Calendar on a calendar view. And if you want to add multiple workspaces, just click on your profile in the top right, go to Settings, and then here go to the Notion tab. And then here you'll be able to manage your Notion workspaces. And inside of the calendar tab, you can do the same thing, but for your Google Calendar account. So while I'm here, I might as well just go through all of the Notion calendar settings. Firstly, inside the general tab, you can choose to show or hide weekends. You can show or hide the client events, and you can also show or hide the week numbers. You can choose which day the week should start on. So either Sunday, Monday, or any other day of the week. Then you can change what pressing the letter T will do. So it will either go to today, or you can change it to align today in the view. And then whatever you select, Alt and T will then do the opposite. So Alt and T will go to today. If I change this around, then now Alt and T will align today in the view. Then for meetings, you can change when to show the meetings in the context panel, which is this one. So currently I have it set to 4 hours. So if it's 4 hours before a meeting, then the meeting will pop up here in the top right with a button that you can click to instantly join the meeting. So I can change this to 30 minutes, 1 hour, 4 hours, 8 hours, or 12 hours. And if I select always, then it will always show the next meeting. So here I have an upcoming meeting in 1 day, 1 hour and 55 minutes. It will show the people inside the meeting, the duration, the time, and then the button that you can click to join the meeting. I'll be covering the meeting stuff in depth a little bit later in the video. Then we have language. So we can change the language of our Notion calendar. We can change the time format, so 12 hour or 24 hour. We can change the time zones. So if this button is checked, then it will automatically update to your new time zone. So if you're traveling, then this is really useful. And then for theme, you can change to auto. So mine will still be dark mode, and you can always change to light mode if you're that kind of person. Otherwise, you can just keep it on dark mode. Next is the notifications tab. So here you can enable notifications, whether you're on the browser version or on the actual app, in order to get event reminders. Then here you can also set your default event reminders, which is a setting inside your Google Calendar. Then we have integrations. So we have calendars, conferencing, and Notion. So calendars is your Google Calendar account. So you can connect multiple Google Calendar accounts. And then here you can choose a default calendar. So based on the default calendar selected, mine is my meetings database. Events and availabilities will be created based on this default calendar. You can always click here to connect another Google Calendar account. And if you have another one connected, there will be an option to disconnect it. But you always need to have at least one Google Calendar connected to the Notion calendar. Next is conferencing. So here you can either choose whether or not you're using Google Meet or Zoom or no conferencing. And then you can connect your Zoom account or your Google Calendar account. Just click on add, and then you can add the name and the link here. So if you create a meeting inside of the Notion calendar, which I'll show you how to do, then it will automatically create either a Zoom link or a Google Meet link. Next is the Notion tab, which is where you can add your Notion workspaces. So here you can select your default workspace, you can connect more, and then you can also disconnect your Notion workspaces. Now for the Notion calendar, you don't even need a Notion workspace connected in order to start using it, but you do need a Google Calendar account connected. And then the last tab is your profile. So your profile picture, your name, your username, and then the option to delete your Notion calendar account. And then whatever changes you make, you just click on update or you click on cancel. Alright, so how do you actually use the Notion calendar? The first thing to note is you can change the color of your database entries. So I already have blue for my Google Calendar. So for projects, I want to change this to green. So I'm just going to click on the color, right click, and then select green. And now you'll see that my projects is green. And if you want to create a new database entry right inside of the Notion calendar, just select the color that you want. So I want to create a new goals database entry. So just select on orange, and then I just drag it in. Add a name, press enter, and then here you'll be able to actually open the page. So I can click on open in Notion, and then it will actually open up that database entry inside of Notion. You can also change the time and resize your time blocks by just dragging it at the bottom, and you can always just drag and drop them in. And then basically just like time block throughout your day. So if you have multiple meetings, tasks, or projects, you can just time block your day. And a quick way to change database entries from one database to another. So if this goal needs to actually be a project, then I can just click on this. I can click here, and then I can select projects. And also inside of this menu, I can also change the name. I can change the time, the date, I can change the time zone. I can change it to all day. Then it will show up here at the top. And I can also click on this menu to copy, duplicate, or delete this database entry. Now let's go through some of the other Notion calendar settings and features. In the top left, you'll see that you have a mini calendar. You can click on any day to take you to that day, and you can navigate it by clicking on these buttons. And you can also click on this one to take you back to today. You can also change this from a week view to a day view. So you can have today. You can change this to month as well. And you can also quickly change through these by clicking either D for day, W for week, or M for month. So here on the monthly view, I can go through these, and if I want to go back to today, I just click on T and it will take me back. Same goes for the weeks. If I go back and I click on T, it will take me back to today. And you can also click on this in order to change how many days you want to display. So if I want to show 10 days on my calendar, I can just click on this plus and it will add more days. You can actually fully customize what you want to see on this calendar view. And inside the same menu, I can go to view settings at the bottom, and I can show or hide weekends, declined events, or week numbers. And if you click on general settings, it will just open up the settings menu. And then this button, of course, takes you to today. Here you can search for something inside of your Notion calendar, and then here you can create a quick meeting. And if you want to go back to the normal weekly view, you can simply click on week, or you can just press W. Then here on the context window, you can search for something inside of your Notion calendar. You can see your meetings. You can click on this to take you to the actual meeting. So here's all the information for this meeting. And if I go back, so I just click outside of this, I can join the meeting, I can email the participant, I can schedule availability, so I'll show that later. And here I can search for something inside my Notion calendar. I can click on this in order to go to the meeting. So this will give all the information for this meeting. And I can just click on the outside in order to go back. I can email the participant, I can join the meeting. Here I can schedule availability, add a quick meeting, and then here's some keyboard shortcuts. All right, so now let's cover meetings. So the first thing that's important to note is if you press F or just click here, you can just add someone's email and then invite them to a meeting. So you just give a name, you add in the start date. So let's say 1 a.m. day, and then conferencing. This can be Google Meet or Zoom. And then you just click on send invite, and then that person will get the invitation for this meeting. If I scroll to the top, then you'll see our meeting is here. And if you click on it, it will show all of the details. So the link to the meeting, the time, the duration, the reminder. So you can change reminders. So I can add reminders for example, 1 hour before, and this will go to both people. And yeah, we can change all of your meeting settings here. And every time you make changes to the meeting, so if I change the time, for example, let's do later today, let's do 1 p.m., then it will prompt you to send an update. So now if you click on this, it will send an update email to that person, letting them know that, okay, the meeting has been changed. And now if I click outside of this, you'll see that our upcoming meeting is now showing here in the context window. Now another quick way to add a meeting is just to drag in the time slot, and then here you can select the participant, you can send them an invite, and you can add where the meeting is going to take place. I'm just going to do Google Meet. You can send an update. It will have the Google Meet link, and here you can add a location and also link this meeting to a Notion page. So you can add an external link, or you can link it to, for example, a Notion page, send update. And then if I click outside of this, I'll have the option to open this page inside of Notion. But this would be useful if that person needs to go through something before the meeting. Also next is sharing availability. So if you click on this button or press S on your keyboard, then you'll be able to map out when you're available. So this can be according to your time schedule. So if you're time blocking, then you can see, okay, I'm available here, not available here. I'm available from this point onwards. I'm available this whole day. And then you can set your availability, click on create. And then here you have a link. So if I click on this link, or you can click on copy here, and this will copy this entire snippet. Or if you just want the link, you can just click copy scheduling link here, or you can use the shortcuts Control-Shift-C and Control-Alt-C. If I copy the schedule link and open up a new tab, paste it in, then you'll see that I can now schedule in a time based on those time blocks. So for example, here from 1:30 to 5:30, and then I can schedule here, and then from 3 p.m. onwards, and then this whole day I'm available. So you just select the date, add in your email, and then if you click on schedule meeting, then you'll see inside of the Notion calendar, our meeting has been scheduled. And if you're working together with a team, you can invite them and you can add their calendars as well. And if you want to have multiple time zones like here, so if you're working together with a team, this would be really useful. You can just click on this plus and then select time zone, and then it will add it to the Notion calendar. You can always just right click and click on remove from list. And if you want to change time zones, so let's say for example, I'm not in South Africa anymore, I'm in Bali, then I can just right click on this one, select make time zone primary, and then everything will update. And this is also the time zone that's going to be used when someone's scheduling in a meeting using the scheduling snippet inside of Notion calendar. And also another thing worth mentioning is you can click on this button in order to hide the panel, or you can click the button above tab, like the apostrophe thingy, in order to close or hide this panel. And then the last thing I want to cover is going to be the command menu. So if you press Control K, then it will open up the command menu, similar to pressing / inside of Notion. It will show everything that you can do. So create event, meetings, etc. So you just type in, okay, I want to create a meeting, and then it will show all of the meeting options as well as the keyboard shortcuts. And if you want to see all of the keyboard shortcuts, then just press the question mark, and then it will bring up a list of all the keyboard shortcuts inside Notion Calendar. And you can just go through these, and it will save you a lot of time if you learn at least the important keyboard shortcuts that you're going to be using on a regular basis. And yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to the Notion Calendar. So the next module and the advanced section of the Notion course, I'm going to dive deep into Notion databases. So everything from relations to rollups, formulas, API integration, automation. I'm going to cover all of it inside the next section. I'm just mentioning again that in the description will be a link to join my free Notion community, which will be a companion to the free Notion course, as well as the LifeOS Club, which is for those who want a little bit extra, more done for you systems, exclusive content, exclusive templates, daily calls, as well as courses on increasing your focus, productivity, and organizing your life. So yeah, make sure to join the communities through the links in the description. And with that said, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next module. Welcome to the advanced section of this Notion course. This is where things are going to start getting a lot more fun, because we're going to dive deep into databases. So everything to do with views, properties, filters, sorts, grouping, relations, rollups, formulas, automation, API integration. We're going to cover everything inside of this section of the Notion course. Before we get started, just another shameless plug. You can grab my LifeOS dashboard through the link in the description, as well as the LifeOS Club, which is my premium Notion community, where you'll be able to find exclusive content, exclusive templates. We're going to do workshops on productivity in Notion. I'm going to get in guest speakers talking about fitness and health, socializing, habits, productivity. I'm going to show you how to build your own LifeOS, the frameworks, the principles, give you access to multiple done-for-you productivity systems that you can just plug and play. Also show you how to build everything yourself. So at the moment, you're busy with a free Notion course, basics, intermediate, and advanced. This is inside my free community, my free Notion Wizards community. This is going to be on YouTube. This is totally free. But if you want to unlock the rest of this course, personal productivity systems, professional productivity systems, work-life balance, building your own LifeOS, use cases, case studies, member spotlights. We're going to do challenges and events, and also everything that you see inside the LifeOS, whether it's habits, project and task management, finances, goals, fitness. All of it is going to be turned into a course. So basically, if you want to level up in all areas of life and not just Notion, then I'll see you inside the LifeOS Club. Now let's get started with this first module of this advanced section, which is going to be an introduction to databases, where I'm going to show you everything to do with database menu and settings. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to type in /table in order to get a table view database. So click on this, and then it will create a new database. And then here you can select a database source. So I'll cover that a bit later, but this basically you can connect this to a different database. But we're just going to click on new database at the bottom. And then here, let's just call this Dojo database. So this is the actual database name. So always add a name for your database. Never have any untitled databases, please. Always add a name. And then if you want to take it a step further, you can click on View Database. This will open it as a full page. And then you can click on Add Icon, and you can add an icon to your database. So let's just do this one. And if you go back, then you'll see you now have an icon. So when you relate databases with each other, or you click on this drop down, then it has an icon. So yeah, I would recommend always adding a name, always. And if you want, add icons as well. So as you might have seen, when I clicked on this menu and clicked on View Database, the database opened as a full page. So this is a full page database. I can't add or do anything inside this page except use the database. So this is just the database. This is the database itself. So you can either open it by clicking on this, or you can click on the database menu, so the block menu, and then you can click on Open in New Tab or Open as a Page. So if you open it as a page, then it will show up like that. And currently, as it is here, this is called the inline database. And if we just go ahead and create a new page, so instead of clicking on empty page and adding a database inside as an inline, you would click on one of these in order to make a full page database. So I can click on table, and then you'll see that it looks the same. So now we have a full page database. Can't add anything inside, but I would recommend to always just create your page and then add inline databases, because you can add stuff to it. You can add colored boxes, put it inside. You can make it more aesthetic. You can simplify the design. So you can do a lot more if it's an inline database. And you can always just open the inline databases as a full page. But on the full page database, like this one, you can't do anything else. Like in order for you to do something with it, you need to move it into a different page. So either inside of this page, I can just move it inside. So like that, then you'll see it looks like a page. And if I click on the page, it will open it as a full page database. And I can always just right click and then turn into inline in order to create the inline database. And if you want to change it back, you can also just click on the block menu and then click on turn into page in order to turn it into page again. Maybe you want a page to just move it around, right click, move to, and then move it to a different page. But more than likely you would use inline databases like this one because yeah, you can simply just do a lot more with it instead of having a full page database, because inline databases is a full page database as well. Like you can just open it as a full page. All right, so now that you understand the difference between full page and inline databases, let's go through the database block menu as well as the database menu itself. All right, so let's just go ahead and delete this page and then click on the database block menu. Now again, I'm just reiterating, everything inside of Notion is blocks, whether it's a text block, empty block, colored box block, database block, everything inside of Notion is blocks, and you can drag the block around by just holding this handle. So this block menu, you just drag and move this around. So I can, for example, here, if I have a few empty blocks like that, I can just drag them around. So you basically just build a layout and a page based on blocks, because yeah, everything is blocks. You just put the blocks on top of each other or next to each other, and you can click on this block menu in order to open up all of these options. And generally they're sort of the same. So you can delete it, you can duplicate it. So with databases, you can duplicate this database with content or without content. So the actual information inside. You can open this database as a full page. You can open it in a new tab, which will open up as a full page database. You can open it in a side peek, which will show up in the side peek view. You can copy the link to the database and then you can paste it and create a linked view database, which is something we'll get to later. You can lock the database so you can't edit anything. You can also lock it by just clicking on this. You can rename the database as well as change the icon. You can turn this database into a page. So that's what I showed previously. Turns it into a page, and if you click on it, it opens it up as a full page. Or you can just right click and then turn into inline. You can turn a database into a simple table. So if I turn it into a simple table, like I showed in the simple table module, it will turn it into a simple table, and you can always just click on the simple table block menu and turn it into a database. However, if you do that, as you might notice, the name will be removed. So we just have to go here, click on the rename, and then add in Dojo database again, as well as add in an icon for our database. You can merge this database with a CSV file. So if you have an Excel spreadsheet, you can just click on this option and then you can import all of the information inside of this database. And then depending on the properties, depending on the information of your Excel spreadsheet, it will automatically import everything or just create new properties for your information. But I already have a video showing you how to do this, how to import and export information from one database to another or from Excel into Notion, as well as integrate multiple Notion dashboards together. So just make sure to check those videos out. Then we can move this database to another page. So I can click move to and then select the page and it will send the database to that page. And you can also add this database to your favorites. And here at the bottom, you'll see who and when they've last edited this database. All right, so now let's go through the database interface. So firstly, you have the database title and icon, which I've already shown, and you can open this database as a full page. You can edit the database title, and you can also hide the database title, which I would recommend. I will show you why later. Then we have the database view. So at the moment, we have a table database called table as the first view, and we can always add more if we just click on this plus. So it's not like Excel where everything is cells and just a table view. Like you can have multiple views. You can have a calendar view, list view, board view, a gallery view, and a timeline view. So you can have different ways of displaying the information from the same database just as a different view. And you can add filters and sorts and groupings and everything to those views. But I'll cover all of that in the next module. Just note that this is where you'll change your views and also add more views. And you can always also click on the view in order to rename it, edit the view, copy the link to the view, show the database title, and also duplicate or delete the view. So all of these are pretty self-explanatory, but I'll just quickly show. If I click duplicate, it will duplicate the view. If I click delete, it will delete the view. I can copy the link to view and paste it in to create a linked view database. So yeah, as you can see, it's the exact same view. I'll show all of this in later modules, don't worry. You can edit the view. If you click on edit, then it will open up the database menu. And if you click rename, it will do the same thing, but it will just put the cursor here so that you can rename the view, and you can also change the icon. But yeah, I'll show that next inside the database menu. But first, let's just quickly go through all of these options. You can click on filter to filter this view according to a specific property, and you can click on add advanced filter in order to add it to an advanced filter where you can add multiple filter rules. So it can be, it only filters this database to where the name is something specific and the done checkbox property is checked, or the relation is this. So you can have like advanced filters, like if this, then that type filters. So you can do that in here. You can always remove them. You can turn them into group. You can duplicate them, but we'll cover this in depth later. Just want to show there's the filter. You can sort your database as well. So this will just sort the information. So what will show at the top, what will show at the bottom. Filter will remove certain information. So it will only show specific database entries depending on the properties. Then you have automations. So this is actually a paid feature. You have to upgrade to the Plus plan in order to use this, but it's really useful. If you click on new automation, you can add a trigger and an action. So trigger can be, for example, if someone changes the status of this property, then tag this specific person. So you can have automations inside your Notion databases. You can also select which view it needs to change here or the entire database. And yeah, it's really useful, but we'll cover that in the last module of the Notion course. Then you have the search. So you can search for information in your database. You can click on this to open it as a full page. And then you have the database menu. So if I click on this database menu, you'll see that you have a bunch of options here. The first one, which is renaming your database view. So this is the same as if you just click here and click on rename. And also if you click here and click on edit view. So it brings up the same menu, the database menu. So here we can add a name. So for this view, let's maybe add something like martial art styles or something. Let's just roll with the dojo theme, I guess. So you would rename the view to whatever information you're going to display in the view. So if you have a project and task management system, so let me just go to the LifeVoice Pro. So as you can see here, I got day, week, month, quarter, and year, which shows the day, week, month, quarter, and year, like your habit progress throughout the year, essentially. And here I have like a task database, which shows today's tasks, tasks that's upcoming, so due soon, all of the tasks and finished tasks. Here I have different views, which is like finances, habits, project, tasks. So you just rename the view according to what you're actually going to see in that view. So that's essentially what the name is for. Or if you're just going to have one database view, then all you do is you just add a space, press enter, and then you can remove the name. And you can click on this icon in order to add something. So let's see if there's like a fighting emoji, sword maybe, maybe hand. There's not really, okay, I'm just going to use the sword one. And then you just add an icon. So yeah, that already looks a lot cleaner. So you can add an icon as well. I would recommend always adding icons to everything. Add icons to everything. Don't have empty icons on like databases or pages or views. It looks messy. Use aesthetics to simplify your Notion workspace. Like it's not just to make things look prettier, like it actually does something mentally when you look at your Notion workspace and everything has icons, everything looks clean, everything is organized. It's not just a bunch of empty pages and empty icons. Like if I just do this, like you can immediately see the difference. Let me just remove all of this. Like this is messy. So just adding icons, like even just doing that, it helps a lot. Just with database aesthetics, the simplicity, and actually wanting to use Notion. If your workspace is a mess and cluttered and it's unorganized, then 10 times out of 10, it's because you don't have icons for everything and your databases is untitled. You don't have names for your databases, and you're also not using callout boxes. You don't have icons for your database views. So that's the first thing you need to do. Aesthetics, super important. This is not your filing system on your computer. This is not Google Docs. This is not Excel spreadsheets. This is Notion. This is where you can organize your entire life and personalize it, customize it, make it more aesthetic, play around with the design. So you need to make it fun to be around. Like you need to want to be inside of Notion. You want to be here because everything looks nice, it's clean, it's organized, it's aesthetic. So that's the first thing. The very first thing you need to do, add aesthetics to everything. Cool. Okay, so now that we've got that covered. And the second thing is don't use your sidebar to navigate between your databases. Like I know some people go like this, okay, open up the sidebar. Okay, I want to go inside of projects. Like, please don't do that. Just like create a dashboard or something. It doesn't even have to be a dashboard. It can just be like a simple page where you put all of the other pages, just organize everything in one page so that the only reason you open up the sidebar is to go to a different dashboard or to go to a different page because all the information is inside of that one page. So yeah, that's the second thing is don't use your sidebar to navigate between everything. And if you do, then you'll see that you have a bunch of untitled or like databases without icons. So give icons to all of them. These doesn't have icons because it's views. It's not the actual database. But yeah, like give icons to everything, add names to your databases. Like if you open up your sidebar, like if you open up these toggles, there shouldn't be any untitled databases. There shouldn't be any databases without icons. And you shouldn't actually do this. Like you shouldn't open this in the first place. You should click on it and then go to your page. Like you should create a database like this, or dashboard, where everything is displayed in one location. So you see all the important information in one place, but then from here, you can navigate to whatever page you want. So I want to go to my fitness planner, bam. I want to go to my finance tracker, bam. So yeah, just put everything inside one place, organize it, don't use your sidebar, and add icons to everything as well as name your actual databases. All right, so I know I went off script there a little bit, so let's just get back on track. But yeah, if you just follow what I've said, then your Notion workspace will be 10 times better, I promise you. And I think while we're at it, while we're on this topic, let me show you callout boxes. So if you do /callout, you can add a callout box and you can set it to the default background in order to just have this outline. And then you can add an icon to your callout box. So let's just match it with the database like that. This would be the name of the database. So Dojo database, and then just highlight this, make it bold, underline it, and change the text color. And then you just drag and drop your database inside and also hide the database title. And in my opinion, that looks a lot cleaner. It's a lot less, it's simplified. And there's also actual functionality behind it as well. Like if I do this, so if I just drag this empty box out so I can create a new database, let me just actually duplicate this one. Duplicate this database without content, and then let's just drag it out. Here with my database, I can't move this around and create multi-column layouts. Like if I wanted to create a multi-column layout, so let's just do it like this. If I want to build a dashboard for myself, then I would take this empty block and then move it like this. So it creates a multi-column layout. You can also do / and then columns in order to select the column. So let's do 3 columns. I've already shown this in previous modules. And then once you have the columns, you would then drag your database inside like that. And that's how you can then create multi-column layouts with your databases. But if your database is already inside a callout box, then you just build a multi-column layout with your callout box. You don't need to do the empty block, make a multi-column layout, then drop your database inside. You just drag the database next to an empty block, and there you go. That's how you can create multi-column layouts a lot faster with databases, as well as improve the aesthetics. So adding databases to callout boxes is what I like to call functional aesthetics. So it's not a bunch of widgets and things to make everything look pretty. Like it has a purpose, there's a reason for it. It has functionality and it improves the aesthetic. But more importantly, it simplifies your Notion workspace. Like this, if I just go to the Live OS, this is simple. You can read, okay, habit tracker, whole section for habit tracking. Overview, quick create. Like it's clear, it's simple, it's effective, essentially. And that's how you improve your Notion workspace, is to not add stuff to it, it's to remove stuff from it. So if you want to add value, subtract complexity. So you need to remove, less is more. Like you know that saying, less is more. So that's the reason for the callout boxes. And yeah, that's also what I would recommend to just improve your Notion workspace as a whole. Add your databases inside callout boxes, remove all the nonsense, all the widgets and extra things, remove the database view names if you're just using one view, add icons to everything, don't use your sidebar, have everything in one dashboard, one page. And yeah, if you just follow these tips, then your Notion workspace will be a lot more organized, a lot cleaner. Even if you don't change the actual systems, it will just function a lot better. Like mentally, it will be a lot easier for you as well. So yeah, I would recommend do those three. Add icons and names to your databases and pages. Don't use your sidebar. Have everything in one page, one dashboard, and then add your databases inside of callout boxes in order to not only help you create multi-column layouts faster, but also improve the aesthetics and simplify your Notion workspace. All right, so let's go ahead and delete this database and then also just change this back to a single width page and delete this multi-column layout. All right, so back to the database menu. If you click on the database menu, you can add an icon to your database view. You can rename it. You can change the layout. So here inside the layout tab, you can change the layout and the view of this database. There's a bunch of other options. I'm going to cover all of the options, all of the buttons like in depth in the future videos. This one is just showing you where everything is pretty much. You have properties. This is where you can add new properties. You can choose what you want to show on your database view. I'll show that in the next module as well. You have filter, where you can add filters. You can also just click here. Sort, same thing. You can sort your database here, or you can just click on this button here. Then you have group, so you can group database entries to a specific property. You have sub items, so you can have items inside database entries, like sub items. Then you have dependencies, which are more for timeline views. So this is where one task needs to be finished before you can move on to the next one. So this task is dependent on the previous one. So that is dependencies. Then you have load limit, which is where you can choose how many database entries or pages you want to show inside this database. And then here you can add automations, which is the same as this one. So you can just click there as well. You can lock the database, which is what I showed previously. You can copy the link to the view. You can duplicate the view, and you can also delete the view. And you can also click on this button in order to add a description to your database view. And you can also add a description to your database itself if the database is open in a full page. So again, you just go here, click on open as a page, or you just click on this button, and then here you can add a description so that you can have like a description of the page, maybe explaining how to use it or something like that. You can hide the description, but this is only viewable in a full page like this. You can't view this on an inline database. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Then we have the new button, which you can click to add a new database entry, which is a page. So it will automatically open up the page itself. And lastly, we have the drop down next to new, which is where you can add templates. So if you create a template, you can add content inside. And then if you create a new database entry and load that template, it will automatically add all of that information inside of this page. And also, I just think it's worth mentioning that all of these database entries are pages. So we've got 4 pages here, and this dojo is also a page. So everything is pages. So if I open up this database entry, I can add content inside. I can add databases inside. So it is a page. I can click on this in order to open it as a full page. And as you can see, this looks a lot similar as the dojo page. I can add a cover. I can add stuff inside. So everything is pages, like in the database. All these database entries, these are pages. You can have icons for them, which I would recommend. Have icons for all of these as well. So I do that through template buttons. So if I just go to the LifeOS and add a new task, then it will automatically have an icon. So I'll show how to do that in the template section of this Notion course. But yeah, basically all of these database entries are pages. You can open them and you can add content inside. You can also display them differently. So here at the top, this is now in the side pick view. You can also open it in the center view, and you can also open it as a full page. So there's 3 different ways to open pages. And if you want to change the default view, so if I click open, it should be a center pick, not a side pick. Then you just click on edit view default here. And then here you can select center pick view. And there you go. So now if you click on open, it will open it as a center pick. And the same goes for full page. I can edit view default, full page, and then here you can open it as a full page. So for example, inside the LifeOS, if I click on a task, it will open as a side pick. But here inside the areas database, if I click on finance tracker, it opens it up as a full page because I want, like this is a dashboard in of itself. So I want to have this open as a full page. And if you want to change this back to side pick, for example, then you can't do it in a full page because there's no option here. You have to go inside of the database menu, go to layout, and then this is where you can change it. So open pages in and then side pick. and then now it will be the default. So if I click open, it will now open it as a side peek view. And at the bottom of this database, I can calculate specific information from these properties. So I can, for example, count how many database entries I have. For a number property, I can count the numbers together. For a checkbox property, you can calculate the percentage checked. So depending on the property, you can calculate different information. But yeah, you can like perform calculations at the bottom of your database. And yeah, that's all I'm going to share in this first module of this advanced section, sort of just walking around databases, showing you where everything is, all the settings, and also database aesthetics, aka Notion hygiene. Like, it's super important. Don't underestimate the value of having a clean looking Notion workspace, because if you actually want to open up Notion first thing in the morning, because everything is organized, it's clean, you have systems in place, like, it should be fun to use. You would want to use Notion. It shouldn't just be a place where you dump stuff and then you have a bunch of untitled databases without any icons, and then you try and navigate everything using the sidebar. Like, no. Create a dashboard for yourself, add aesthetics, callout boxes, add databases inside callout boxes. Even just doing this will improve the quality of your Notion workspace tremendously. So yeah, database aesthetics, super important. Do that. I don't want to see any databases without names or icons. I don't want to see you go into the sidebar to navigate your Notion workspace. I don't want to see databases not inside callout boxes. So yeah, database aesthetics, super important. And yeah, in the next module, we're going to dive deep into views and properties. So I'm going to show you everything when it comes to like all the properties that you can add. Going to walk you through every single property, as well as all the different views that you can use inside of Notion for your database. So yeah, I'll see you in the next module.
Alright, so in this module of the Notion course, we're going to take a look at the different database views, as well as go through each of the database properties. So from the previous module, you should know that this is the database view. So we only have one view at the moment. And if we want to add another one, we just click on this plus. Or if you want to change this existing view, you go inside of the database menu, and then under layout, you can select a different view. And then here you can also change a few of the other settings. So here we can show or hide the database title. We can show or hide the vertical lines on the table view. We can wrap all columns. So if this is turned on, then if the text goes over the property, then it will just continue to the second line. Otherwise, it will just be cut off. We can choose how we want the pages to open. So side peek, center peek, or full page, which I showed in the previous module. And we can also show or hide the page icon. So if you have an icon for your page, so let's just open up this database entry, add an icon. And then if we go inside the database menu, go to layout, and we can choose to show or hide the page icon. So the first one is a table view. This is the normal database view that you'd likely start off with, because this is where you'll be able to see all the properties, edit all the information. I usually start with the table view database, add everything, and then I create the views. So table view, this is sort of the default. Then you have a board view, timeline view, calendar view, list view, and gallery view. If you click on board view, then you'll see that here we've got a bunch of extra options, and then the board view will look like this. So this is sort of a Kanban board. So with the board view, you're able to group database entries vertically. So you can have not started, in progress, and complete, and then you can move the database entries from one to another. Later in the video, once we've added a bunch of properties, I'll go through each of the views again. But for now, I just want to give you a quick overview. So that's the board view. Then we have timeline. So you can have everything in a timeline. So it will show the time, and then here's the dates, and then you can see like your team's projects. Okay, this is the timeline. And then next we have the calendar. So this is a calendar view. So yeah, it's a calendar with your database entries inside. Then we have a list view. So with this view, you don't see any other properties except the ones that you add, and it's a lot cleaner, just like a list view. And then you have the gallery, where you can add images or show the content inside of this. And each of these has their own settings, so they're not the same. And yeah, I'm going to show you all of it later, but I think we first need to just add a few properties to the table database, and then we'll be able to play around with the views and filters. So as you can see here, just from changing those views, we automatically got a date property added, because you can't have a calendar or a timeline view without a date property. And then we got a select property, because you can't have a board view without a select or status property. So I think I'm going to change my page to full width so that we can see everything. Probably gonna have to move myself to the top, because the database menu is going to be here. I think I'm just gonna keep this as it is for this entire advanced section, because yeah, we'll be using this a lot. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to delete all of the properties, because we're going to add them one by one, go through all of them, and then we're going to play around with the views again in more detail, because then we have actual properties that we can use to change the views. So firstly,
name property. This one will always be there. You can't have a database without this name property. You can rename it. It can be something else, but you always need to have a name for your database entry. So this is this view. This would be the actual name. So let's say we're building a Dojo database and this is for different fighting styles or something. Then this would be like Aikido, maybe karate and judo. So you just like whatever your database is for, you just add them here. You can resize your properties by just dragging this, and then in order to add a new property, you just click on this plus, and then here you'll see a bunch of properties that we can add. So let's go through these one by one. Right, so firstly you'll notice that we have 4 AI properties. So if I do, for example, AI summary, then I can click try on this view. There's nothing really to summarize, but it will try anyways. Yeah, no content. But basically it will summarize everything like in the database entry or inside the database entry itself. If I, for example, add stuff in, let's use the actual AI. What is Aikido? Alright, so we got a short description of Aikido. Now if I try this AI summary block again, it will then summarize all of the content inside of this page. Yeah, pretty self-explanatory. It will summarize all the content. Pretty cool. So if you quickly just want a summary of whatever's inside the page, maybe you have a meetings database with a bunch of transcripts and notes and things, you can just use this, click on update, and then it will add in a summary inside of this property. You can obviously also do it inside the page itself. You can add a AI block, which we've covered in the previous modules. So you can add one of these AI blocks, or you can now add a property, like you can have it as a property in of itself. And the same goes for the other one. So we can do keywords. So with this one, it will identify all of the keywords. So if I click generate, then yeah, it created keywords, martial arts, self-defense, and blending. And I can do the same for the other ones if they have content. It's not, yeah, okay, discipline, focus, respect, interesting. I didn't think it's going to actually generate for them. So it's going based off like this, I guess. Okay, interesting. But yeah, it creates keywords, and these are actual select properties. We'll get to the select property later, but yeah, these are keywords that you can then filter or sort your database according to. And then we also have the translation. So this will translate all the content. So yeah, English, but we can set it. So if I edit, then we can do translate, and then here translate to, and then let's do Japanese, because yeah, it makes sense. Save changes, and then try on this view, and then here it will translate everything, as you can see. But yeah, those are the 3 AI properties. And then we also have another one, AI custom autofill, which is based off your own prompt. So I can do this one, for example, make the text shorter and in a friendly tone or something. So you just add your own thing and then click around this view, and then it will output the information based off your prompt. So this one is similar to the custom AI block. So this one where you can add your own information, like your own prompt, and then you just click generate, but this is just in the form of a property on a database. And with these AI blocks, you do need to add it to your workspace. With these AI blocks, you do need to add it to your plan in order to use it. In the future, there's going to be a lot more. Like I've already seen that if you create a database, for example, let's do table view database, and if I just title this CRM and click plus, and then for example add a email property, and if I click plus again, and you do need to have the AI added to your plan in order to use this. So just go to settings, and then under plans you'll be able to add AI. And if you have AI added, then over time it will sort of understand what you're using Notion for. And then here on my personal workspace, for example, if I open up ideation, click on add property, and it will automatically suggest properties. I can click on more. So these are based off my course module. Like nowhere is like course, like it's not titled course or anything, but just based off the information, it's going to suggest course material, instructor, is active, difficulty level, email, phone number, website. So yeah, that's actually pretty cool. So it will suggest properties for you. And the same goes for my CRM. I recently built a CRM and it automatically suggested all the properties. So I was just like, cool, click, 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 and it automatically just added those properties to my database. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And I think over time the AI is just going to get a lot better, including this AI assistant. But yeah, this isn't a video on the AI. I've already made one on the AI. But yeah, just note that you can actually use the AI to help you create properties. Like it will suggest these if you have it on your plan for longer. If it's new, like this one on this workspace, I've recently just added it for this tutorial, for this course. I've been using the AI on my personal workspace for a while, which is why I can have these suggestions. But yeah, the AI is pretty useful. Right, so the first property is going to be a text property. For this this one, let's actually like build a Dojo database. Let's do instructor. This can maybe be the person that's teaching this fighting style inside our dojo or something. I have no idea on Japanese names or even how to spell them. So I'm just going to do like John. Let's do Suli. Let's do Jasmine. Shout out to them. They're inside my community. Okay, I'm just going to use them as examples. So you can add instructors. So this is just, a text property. You can always also just click on the actual property, and then here you can change the icon. So for this, I would maybe just do like a person icon, but I'm just going to leave them as it is for now, so that it's easy to understand. Okay, this is text because all of them has different icons. Even this person property has a person icon. I'm not going to confuse you with icons as well. Okay, text property. Next is a number property, and this can be the fees, so how much this is going to cost. So let's say one Aikido class is, I don't know, $50, this one is $100, and this one maybe $150 or something. At the moment this is just a normal number. That's also why it's on the right side. It's the same with Excel. All the numbers are on the right and everything else is on the left. If you have a number that's on the left, then it means you're not formatting it correctly. Like even in Excel, like make sure the numbers are always on the right. This is a number property, so correct, I can't add like letters. It's a number property, and for this number property, if I edit it, so you can always like click on these, just quickly edit it, bring up this menu again, and I can also show here you can sort by ascending or descending, so you can do it quickly through this, or just add a sort. This is a faster way. Okay, I want to just sort according to this property. Bam, filter, same thing, hide in view, freeze to column, duplicate and to delete. Then you also have the wrap column property, which will just make it go into the next line. These are pretty self-explanatory. I will cover these a little bit later. But basically freeze, you can freeze the columns so it locks it in place when you move. So if there's more properties and it extends the width of the page, I can actually show it. If I change this back to single width and just extend these properties like this, for example. If I freeze this one, then I can move. You can see here, but this one will stay the same. It will sort of be stuck. So sort of with this one as well. Like this one will always stay there. This one is also frozen. You can freeze it as well. And in this case, it's not going to do anything. But you can sort of freeze them, just lock them in place, and then it will make it that you can't move any of the other stuff. You can always bring up this menu to just quickly sort according to this property, filter it, hide this property in the view, freeze the column, so if it extends, like in a single width page, if the properties extend over, so let me just go to single width page. If I do this, for example, and maybe this one I also make bigger, click on this one and then freeze this column, and I can now, like if I hold shift and scroll with my mouse, then this will move because this one isn't frozen, but this one is. So it will sort of stay locked in place. That's essentially what the freeze column option does. You can also duplicate the property, and you can also delete the property. So if it extends, if I just do something like this, and as you can see, it's cut off. If I wrap the column, then it will continue in the second line. And if you click on a property, click on edit property, here you'll see sort of the same options. The text one has AI autofill as well, which you can use. So it's the same as this one. And then with the number property, if you edit the number property, then you have a few more options. Here you also have these options, just like in this view. But also you can change the number format. I can change this from a number to a different value. So if this is the fee, like it is here, it would maybe be US dollar, or it can maybe be euros, it can be pounds, it can be South African rand. You can like add it in whatever the currency is, and add the currency in here. Or you can also do percentage. You can have a percentage value. You can also have it as number with commas, and you can also just have a normal number property. So in this case, we're going to do the US dollar because this is the fees. And then here you'll also see that we have the option to show this property, show the number property as a normal number, like it is here, and show it as a bar. We can also show it as a ring, so like a progress bar and a progress ring. And then with these two, we have more options. If I click on the progress bar, here you see it's being divided by 100. 50 out of 100 is 50%, which is why this progress bar is halfway. Both of these are divided by 100 as well. Both of these are full, 100%. If I do 200, for example, this one is now 25%, 50%, 75%. You can add in a number value to divide all these numbers by, and then it will show as a progress bar or a progress ring. That's exactly the same thing. You can also change the color. So I can make this red, for example. And if you actually want to show the percentage, then you would use the percentage property. For that, you would need a formula. So if you want to calculate your own percentage, otherwise you can just do this. So you can just add in, for example, 50% or 100% or 150%. You can do that as well. If you want to calculate a percentage, so add this number property and you add this one, and then it gives you a percentage, and that has a progress bar. Then you would use a formula for that, and then the formula you would just turn into a progress bar or a progress ring. Yeah, formulas we'll cover a lot later. For now, just note that you can change how the number property looks to a progress bar or a progress ring, and then depending on if it's a number, you can add in a value, or if it's a percentage, it will automatically just be a percentage and calculate based off that. You can also toggle this on or off to show the number, so you can actually hide the number. So if it's like this, then you can just collapse this, so you can make this smaller, and then you can move this to the front, for example. So that always looks nice. But yeah, basically you can add progress bars and progress rings just using the normal number property. Alright, so for the example that we have here, we're going to change this to the US dollar, because this is going to be the fees. And then we're just going to use a normal number property. And then for this one, we want to then have $50, $100, and $150. And as shown in the previous module, here at the bottom, you can calculate different options. So for this number property, I can now, for example, calculate the sum. So it will show the total, or maybe I can do the average. This is the average cost per class. So you can do different calculations depending on the properties, and the number property has these calculations, while the text property has only these. Next is going to be the select property. So here, let's add a name. So let's do difficulty level. And then for this one, you can click here, add option, and then you can add in the different tags. So let's do beginner. You can just add them in here, or you can just click inside of this property and then add them in here, which is actually what I prefer. So intermediate, and then let's also do advanced, and then now you can select. So okay, let's say Aikido is advanced, Karate is beginner, and Judo is intermediate. You can then tag them, and these tags you can also click on this menu and you can change the color. Let's do beginner red, let's do intermediate blue, and let's do advanced green. And you can then also sort them, so you can just drag them. And if you sort this database according to this property, it will be according to this. So this will be ascending, and then from the bottom up it will be descending. And yeah, it will be according to the order of your tags inside of the select property. And for the multi-select, it's sort of the same as the select property, except you can add multiple tags. So if I do, for example, 1, 2, and 3, you can see that all 3 of them are selected. Whereas with this one, you can only select 1 at a time. And this one, you can choose however many you want to select. I can maybe do something like this, for example. And yeah, it's sort of the same thing. It's tags. You can filter according to this. You can sort according to this as well. This one, you can select multiple tags, as this one only 1. So let's just go ahead and delete the select property because we don't need another one. And then let's add our next property, which is going to be a status property. For the status property, you can click here to change the status, in progress, complete. And then each of these also has a group. So I can edit the property, and then I can add different options to each of the groups. For example, let's say we're trying to build the dojo or something, and we still need these people. This one would maybe be, it's instead of not started, this might be something like outreach. We still need to find the person. This one can maybe be interview, and let's add maybe another option, which is approved. And then at the bottom, under complete, we can maybe have hired. You can add different options to each of these. You can add more steps. You just click on this plus to add more. You can change the default. So if you have another one here, let's, for example, do planning maybe. And then if this is going to be the default, let's change the color to red. You can go here, set as default, continue. Now, if we create a new database entry, we'll automatically have planning because that's the default. And yeah, we can change the color of all of them. Let's just change these colors. And this one, if you change the color to light gray, then it will still show like a green, like a dot. That's pretty cool. And yeah, you can change the colors. You can add more options in. And this is useful for the board view. On the board view, you'll be able to just drag somebody onto the next status. This is useful for CRM. So you have someone in a pipeline, and then you go to the board view and you can just drag the person to the next status, the next stage of your funnel, I guess. And yeah, that's pretty much the status property. You can actually group this according to each of these 3 groups. To do in progress complete, on the board view, you'll be able to group it according to the main groups. So to to do, in progress, or complete. You can do it to the actual select property, planning, outreach, approved, interview, or hired. You can actually group according to both of those. Yeah, that's sort of the status property. To just keep track of the status, you can add different stages in your status. And yeah, you can filter and sort according to this. You can also use it on the board view, which is really useful. So that's the status property. Let's just resize these, just dragging this blue bar in the middle. And then let's move on to the next property, which is going to be a date property. If you click on this, then you'll be able to add a date. So this can maybe be something like start date. So this can be maybe like when this person has started giving Aikido classes, something like that. And here you can just click on it and then it will allow you to add a date. Here you can either type in the actual date, you can move around with this, and then you simply just click to select the date. I can also remind myself on the day of the event, 1 day before, 2 days before, or 1 week before. And then if you select this option and include a time, then you can include a time. So let's do, for example, 3 p.m. You can also go here, date and format time zone, and then you can change it from 12-hour to 24-hour. You can also change the format of the date. So yeah, how it looks there. So relative, today or next week, you can do day, month, year. So yeah, I'm just going to do full date, and you can also change the time zone. And then if you have a time included like this, then the remind options is going to be different. So you could do at time of event, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, 30 minutes before, 1 hour before, 2 hours before, 1 day or 2 days before. And then you can also add an end date. So you can have, for example, how we start on that date and then we end there. You can add time for them both or not. And on the calendar view, this will show, like it will show from this date to this date. And this will obviously show on the calendar itself. So if we have a calendar view, then this Aikido database entry is going to show from the 18th till the 23rd. And this karate one is going to be tomorrow. This judo one is maybe going to be last week. So it will actually show up on the calendar according to these dates. So I'll show that later. Once we've gone through the properties, I will add the views, and you'll be able to see how these properties are being used in the different views. So let's go ahead and delete these two database entries and then go ahead and add our next property. The next property is a person property. So here you can click and then you can select someone on your workspace. So either if they're a guest or a member of your workspace, you can then select them. So here I would, for example, select John. Here I would select Suli, Jasmine. So this instructor property would most likely be a person property if they're actually on my team. And I can select them, and they will also get notified when I've selected them. And with this person property, you can also add in automations. For example, if the status of this changes to hired, then tag this specific person. If you're working on a team, this is really useful to tag someone, because then you can just update the status of a project, and then the person that needs to check or review or upload or whatever will then get notified because they're automatically tagged. Alright, so let's go ahead and resize this property and then also add the next one, which is going to be a files and media property. So for this property, you can upload files, you can embed links, so you can maybe have a Google Drive with a bunch of information, or you can upload a PDF or an image, video, and then this you can also use in a gallery view. I'll show that as well. I'm just going to upload a file. I'm just going to upload another GIF cover. I'm going to choose this Japanese one. I can also click on it to open it. And on the gallery view, which we'll get to later, you'll be able to change what you want to show on the gallery view. It can either be page content, page cover, or a files and media property like this one. You can also set something up where if you change the status to done, and it tags a specific person, and then that person needs to go to this Google Drive link, and then they need to edit the files or whatever if you have like a content workflow. So yeah, this is really useful, and you can set something up where if the person is tagged through automations, then they can just like access the file and then upload it or schedule it or do with it whatever they need to. But now for the next property, I'm just going to resize this again, and then we're going to move on to the checkbox. This one you'll probably use a lot. This can maybe be something like, I don't know, full class. If the class is full, then you can check this checkbox. If there's like a certain amount of members, like, okay, cool, yep, it's full, or it's done, or whatever you're going to use the checkbox for. Yeah, pretty straightforward. It's a checkbox. So yeah, cool. Okay, next one is going to be a URL property. Here you can add in links. So here, if you add a link, you'll see that you can actually click on the link and it will open up the website. So yeah, you can add links. Next, we're going to add an email property. So the email property is an email property. Same with the phone one. Both of these are sort of the same. You can add an email, or you can add someone's phone number. And yeah, this is for like contact details. So yeah, pretty straightforward, email or phone number. And then we get into some of the advanced properties, which is a formula, relation, a rollup, and then these are either created time, created by, and last edited time and last edited by. Created time is whenever you've created the database entry. So as you can see, this one is a lot different. I can also do the same for created by. It will show me and edit these. Like these are set in stone because yeah, you can only create one database entry once. Yeah, you can see the created time and created by, and the same goes for the last edited. So yeah, you can add those. You can add a button. So this is a button property. This is one of Notion's new properties. So this is sort of similar to the automations where if the button is clicked, then add action. So I can, for example, go here, add action. If I click this button, then we want to mark the checkbox as checked. So this can maybe be full class or something. Let's just add a space so we can add the name and it will update the button. You can edit another button so you can have multiple ones. So if you click this button, then multiple properties change. Let's maybe do the status as well. Let's change the status to hired and we can add another step. So we can actually add this, we can add page to a different database. We can edit pages in, show confirmation, and also open a page. If you click this button, it creates a new database entry somewhere else. You can also edit some of the other properties. I'm just going to leave this like it is for now because we'll cover this in depth later together with template buttons. And I've also skipped over the formulas, relations, and rollups. That's also a different module in of itself. So yeah, anyways, but this is buttons. Close out of this, and now if I click on this button, you'll see that the checkbox is being checked off. The status property is also changing. And then the last property we haven't covered yet is the ID property, which is for automatically creating numerical IDs for each item. These are unique and cannot be manually changed. So yeah, you can add an identifier, like for example 3 or something. You can change this and then add ID prefix, and then it will automatically add an ID to all of the database entries. Yeah, those are all the different database properties. I'm just gonna delete a couple of them and then only keep the ones that we're gonna use in the different database views. And then we're gonna take a look at the database views and also showing or hiding the different properties. This what I just showed applies to all of them. So this is how it looks on the table view, hiding properties, changing them around. And I'm just also going to rename this to table view, just so you can see which view is which view. And then let's go ahead and add a new view. So I'm going to select board view. I'm just going to call this board. Then here you'll be able to see that everything is grouped vertically according to the status property. You can also go ahead and hide the database title. And if you go back inside the database menu, get the layout, and you'll see that we've got a bunch of different options here. For the board view, we can change the card size. We can make it small, we can make it large, we can keep it medium. You can change the card preview, so at the moment it's on none. You can change it to page content, so if it has content inside like this one, then the content will show. And we can also do the files and media property. So as you can see, this one that we've uploaded, this is the files and media property, and it will show on this view as well. I'm just going to remove that, keep it on none, and then here you have a bunch of different options. So here we can do color columns, so it will color the columns, and then if you click on this, it will take you to the grouping option where you can actually change the grouping of everything. So we'll cover this in depth later, but just like quickly to show, you can toggle on or off hide empty groups. You can change them here, so you can choose which ones you want to show all, and then you can also change the sort, so manual, ascending or descending. And then you can also change the group by. So here, as I've mentioned before, it got the to do, in progress, and complete groups. So you can group this according to that or the actual individual options. And then here at the top, you can change the grouping option. So you can group this according to any property. More than likely, you would use the select and status property for the board view. I'm going to cover the grouping option in depth a little bit later. For now, just note that this is a board view. It's grouped vertically according to a specific property. Then let's go ahead and add a new view, and this is going to be for the timeline. So let's just add in timeline for the name. Click on enter, and then we can also hide the database title. And here you'll be able to see the different database properties according to the timeline. So these dates is what's showing up here. If I move this, then the date will change here as well. And yeah, this is just a way of seeing everything in your timeline. So from the top to the bottom, you can filter and sort this, of course, and you can also drag these around, and you can add dependencies. So this is where dependencies comes in. If I have karate here, so let's say this is like tasks, task 1, task 2, task 3. This can be dependency on this one. So you just connect it like that, and then here it will show different like options. So with the dependencies, use dependencies to show items that are blocking or blocked by other items. So this will only shift when they shift. So this one will keep everything the same. This one I will only shift this one, and then this one is do not automatically shift, like that. So I'm just going to use this option, then on dependencies, and then here I can now link them. And yeah, I can move this around so it will automatically stay linked depending on the option that you chose. Okay, I first need to do that task before I can do this task. You can also just unlink them by clicking on this, and you can always turn off dependencies. So if we go here, I can just go here, turn off dependencies, turn off and delete, and there we go. And if I go back inside layout for the timeline view, you'll see that we have an extra option here. Go timeline by and then start date. You can change the date property that you want to use. So if you have multiple date properties, you can select which one it should use. Same goes for the calendar. So let's go ahead and create a new calendar, because that will be the next one. If I create a calendar view, then here you'll be able to see show calendar by start date, because that's the only date property that we have. If we have more date properties, then we can select them here and then it will change. So let's, for example, go back. Let's create another date property. This one can maybe be end date. And then for this date property, let's maybe add in like next week's date, like that. And this one can maybe be there. And if we go to the calendar view, and we go inside the database menu, go to layout, then we can change this to the end date property. So now all of them will show here, as you can see. So yeah, it's all the same information, all the database views, it's all the same properties, the same like actual database entries. It's just displayed differently. So yeah, you choose what you want to show, how you want to show it, in what view. Filter, sorts, grouping, all of that stuff that we'll cover later. Basically just choose what you want to show. So that's the timeline and the calendar. Now let's add another view, which is going to be the list view. So let's just add list as the name. And then here for this one, let's just also hide the database title. This one, it doesn't have any extra options. This is just a list view. And here you can see that we have the select property shown. I'll get to that later on how to like show them for these views as well. Let's just first go through all 6 views. Last one is going to be a gallery view. I'm just going to click on done. And then here inside of layout, you can also change the card size. So this is similar to the board view. Change this card size, change what you want to show. Here I would do page cover. Maybe make this large or something. Actually, let's just keep it on medium. Let's hide the database title. And then here you can also see that we have the option to fit the image. At the moment, it will just scale it up according to the size, but you can also fit the image if you want everything to show. And then you can also go here and click on reposition, and then you can like move it around if the image is a lot bigger, but this one isn't, so I can't. But yeah, you can reposition it there as well. So now that we've added all of the views, what we can now do is we can choose which properties we want to show. At the moment on the table view, we're showing all of these properties. On the gallery view, we're showing the name properties. So if you go inside the database menu, go to properties, then here you can choose what you want to show. We can actually hide the name on a gallery view. That's the only view we can do that on. So you can have like just a gallery, just like images, which is pretty cool. But yeah, otherwise, if we want to show the name, we just show it again. And then we choose what properties we want to show. On the gallery view, maybe what would be important is resources. And let's say maybe the status. We want to see both of those. And we can just reorder them here. So it's the exact same process for all of the views. So we're going to show these properties here. And then on this gallery view, we can now change the status to approved, and we can click on this link and it will take us to the website. So that's kind of the idea with the gallery view, is you have images, videos or GIFs that you can view on the gallery view. Then we have the list view. So again, same thing. You go inside the database menu, go to properties, and then here you can choose what you want to show. At the moment, it's only showing the difficulty level, which is this, but we can go in and we can maybe, for example, do fees if we want to show the fees and maybe the instructor as well. And we can reorder them. So let's just put difficulty level at the bottom and instructor and then the fees, something like this. So for judo, it's intermediate. Asmin is going to help us and it's going to be $150. And with the other ones, so you can choose what you want to show. And obviously you can change the order. So I can do fees first, which will then be on the side. And then it's this and that. And you can also click on it to actually edit the property. So yeah, that's the list view. We have the calendar view. So on the calendar view, we can also choose to show different properties. So on the calendar view, we would maybe want to have a button, the full class button. Maybe we want to have the checkbox, and let's see, maybe we also want to do what would be useful. I guess we can do resources as well or something. Or let's just keep it on these. Let's just do these two. And here we can now click on this button and it will automatically mark this as complete. You can also update the status. You can also just have the checkbox. You can mark everything as complete here. Maybe the status would be useful as well, so we can see our progress. Let's just add that in. Maybe the status is at the top and the button can maybe be at the bottom, something like that. And yeah, we can just click on the button. Also change the dates of the database entry. So I can, for example, move Judo to the 17th. And if I go to the table view, then you'll see that it has been moved. And I can go back to the calendar view. This one I can extend. These ones I can extend as well. So you just drag it here on the side and you'll see that here it's now updated, as you can see. That's how it looks on the calendar view. And then obviously on the timeline view, it's also gonna change because it's using the same date property. So yeah, here's the timeline view. Change everything. We can also choose to show different properties. Let's do maybe the difficulty level. You can see that there. Do the checkbox and maybe also the button. Same thing. Click on these. You can mark it as complete. You can uncheck it. And yeah, that's the timeline view. Lastly, we have the board view. So again, same thing. Database menu, properties. And then here you can choose which ones you want to show. Obviously, we won't show the status view because it's already here, already grouped according to the status. Here, maybe we want to show the resources. So you can just quickly click a link. Maybe we want to have the instructor and maybe also the start date. So we can show all of those here. We can drag them around. And yeah, that's basically how you add properties to each of your views, how to change the views. And yeah, all of this, same information, same 3 database entries, same information in the properties, just a different way of displaying the information. It's not like Excel where everything is cells or a table view. It's actually displayed as a gallery or a calendar, list, timeline, and board view, and obviously table view as well. Yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to views and properties inside of Notion. Just one last thing I want to show. If you're on table view, you can click this checkbox to bulk edit the information. All of them are now selected. I can also uncheck this and just select, for example, these two. And then you can bulk edit. So I can, for example, change the status for all of them to hired by just doing that. I can check the checkbox. So if I click on this, it will uncheck or check all of them. I can change the start date for all of them. Yeah, you can bulk edit information. You can also filter this database. Only show specific database entries and then bulk edit those database entries. And yeah, this is also really useful. You can also delete everything all at once by just clicking on the trash icon. If you want to change all of the icons all at once, then you just click on these 3 dots, hit to the bottom, click on icons, and then here you can bulk edit the icons. So I can just add this icon to all of them. And yeah, that's a way to quickly add all the icons, edit all the properties, move them to a different database, copy the links, duplicate, delete. So yeah, you can bulk edit database entries by just clicking on this white checkbox inside a table view database. Yeah, that's pretty much it for this module of the Notion course. In the next one, I'm going to show you how to use the filters and sorts, as well as the grouping feature. So yeah, I'll see you in the next module. Alright, so in this module of the Notion course, I'm going to walk you through filters, sorts, and the grouping feature, which is personally one of my favorites. I love grouping databases according to relations. It just looks a lot cleaner. Like if I go inside my LifeWise Pro, then here at the bottom, you'll see that in the areas database, all of these pages, so all of our individual templates, whether it's a finance tracker, fitness planner, goal tracker, all of these are grouped according to these 3 relations. So either business, personal, library, and you can actually click on this in order to open this page. So that's a database entry in of itself. But yeah, I'll show you how to do that in this video. All right, so the first thing we're going to cover is going to be filters. So it's pretty self-explanatory. It will filter database entries. So the way you do this, let me just add a few empty blocks so I can move this up. I'm still going to be in the way. Let me just move myself up. There we go. Okay, so you can filter database entries according to any property, even the name property. So basically, if I, for example, only want advanced level database entries, then I would filter this database according to the difficulty level, and then I would select advanced, and that's pretty much it. Now it will only show all the advanced levels. I can also, because it's a select property, I can choose multiple ones. So I want to show advanced and intermediate, like it shows here. And I can also invert this. So here you can see its difficulty level is advanced or intermediate. So I can click on this and then I can change this to is not. So it will sort of flip it. So now it's only showing beginner difficulty levels because we're not going to show these. And then we can also change it to empty. So if there is a database entry that does not have a difficulty level, it will show up here. And then we can also change this to is not empty. So all of the ones that's not empty will show up here. Now, another thing that's important to note is if you have a filter set. So let's say, for example, this filter is only beginner. So it will only show beginner database entries. So database entries that has the beginner level. If we add a new database entry in this filter, then it will automatically add beginner to the difficulty level. So it's the same across all filters for any property. If you add a database entry using a filter, then it will automatically add the relevant information to the property depending on what you're filtering. So let me show you another example. If I remove this filter, so delete. So you just click on the three dots and click on delete. And now if I do, for example, the status property, so I want to filter this database to only show approved and interview. So I can either select them individually like this, or I can select this entire group. So in progress. So let's say, for example, everything that we're busy with needs to show here, and then all the completed ones needs to show in a different database. Then you can do something like this, or you can invert it again, is not, and then I can uncheck these and then make it so it only shows the database entries that is not complete. Or you can, change this around. So you can play around with this, but basically if it's one of these, so now it's not a specific one like beginner, it's multiple ones, but in this case, it will still just show planning because that's the default. But if we change this to, for example, completed, so hired, and then add a database entry, it will automatically open it up. And then we need to add hire in order for it to show up here, because when it comes to the status property, it's not going to show the default, unlike the select properties. Now, if I go ahead and select a different property, like for example, the checkbox property, and I make this to checked, so it will only show checked checkboxes. So if I uncheck this, it will disappear. And now if I add a new database entry, the checkbox will automatically be checked. And the same goes for the other way around. So I can either change this, or I can just change this to unchecked. And then it's the same thing. If I add a new database entry, the checkbox will be unchecked. If I check it off, then it will disappear. And for these filters, I can click on this in order to remove the filter, or I can add it to advanced filter, which I'll get to later. But what you can also do is you can just add another filter here. So if I want to only show unchecked checkboxes, and maybe I also want to show a specific status, so it needs to be unchecked and the progress needs to be one of these, then I would just add this in. But now it's only going to show database entries where both of these are true. So only database entries where the checkbox property is unchecked and the status property is either one of these two groups. So if I go ahead and delete this filter and then change the status to, for example, planning, and then add the filter back in. So if I just go here, is one of these, then you'll see that it's showing up because it matches the filters. So the full class checkbox property is unchecked and the status is one of these two groups. But if you want to add that into the same filter, then I would just delete this and then I would go back to this one. And then for this one, I would just click on the three dots and then select add to advanced filter. And then here you can add an advanced filter. So currently it's filtered by the checkbox property where it is unchecked. And what we can do is we can add a filter rule. So add a filter rule and then only show database entries where the checkbox property is unchecked and the status property is one of these two groups. So then it will show the same database entry. And we can also change this to or. So and or. We can change this to or. So it will now show only database entries where the checkbox property is unchecked or where it's one of those two groups. And if you go ahead and add another filter rule, then you'll see it keeps the same or option. And if we change this to and, then it will change to and. And we can also turn this into a group. So you can click on this menu and you can remove it. You can duplicate it and you can also turn it into a group. So if you turn it into a group, then you can go deeper. So we can do this again. So we can add filter rules. We can change this to or we can change this to and we can then also turn this into another group. And then we can go one layer deeper again, but we can't do it after this. So you can only go 3 layers deep. But yeah, you can do some pretty advanced filters, as you can see. If you just play around with this, I don't have a use case for this. I haven't even used all 3 filters at the same time yet. But yeah, you can do that in case that's something that you would need to do. This is a bit much, so I'm just going to click on delete filter at the bottom, and then it will just remove that filter. And yeah, that's pretty much how to add advanced filters. Now, every type of property will have different filtering options. So for example, I showed the select property. You can have multiple ones, and then is not, is empty, or is not empty. The number property, you can add a value. So it needs to equal, for example, $50, like this one. You can also change this. So it needs to not equal $50. It needs to be greater than, less than, greater or equal to, less than or equal to, empty or not empty. Then for the checkbox, I already showed it's either unchecked or checked. Then for the text property, it needs to either match the exact text or not match it. It needs to contain or not contain, start with or end with, and then be empty or not empty. And then the URL property is the same thing. The multi-select is also the same as the normal select. And then we also have this date property. So you'll most likely use the date property a lot. So if I click on start date, then you'll see that we have a bunch of different options. So this one probably has the most options out of all of them. So for this date property, I can change this to start date or end date. So for example, this date has a start date and an end date. So from the 18th of March to the 2nd of April. So I can choose to use the end date, which will be 2nd of April, or I can choose to use the start date, which will be 18th of March. Then you can change this one to either is before, is after, is on or before, is on or after, is between, is relative to today, and then is empty or is not empty. So if I just select this first one, is, so it needs to exactly match, and then you can match a specific date. So you can select a date, or what you can do is if you select this drop down, then you have a bunch of more options. So you can either add a custom date like I just showed, or you can do today, tomorrow, yesterday, 1 week ago, 1 week from now, 1 month ago, and then 1 month from now. So if I do, for example, today, then now this database will only show properties that has today's date. I can also change this to, it needs to be before today, it needs to be after today, it needs to be relative to today. If it's relative to today, then you can change this to this week. So you can do it past, next, or this. So the date property, the database entry, needs to be this week, which it is in this case, or it needs to be this month, it needs to be this year, it needs to be this day, so today, it needs to be past 1 day, past 1 week, past 1 month, and also next, so in the future. So you can have it relative to today. So if you always, for example, want to see today and then 30 days from now, you can use this. So you can do this next 1 month. You can also use is on or after, and then, for example, today. So you can play around with this depending on what you want. You can select options here, and then you can also choose how you want that to display. So for example, it needs to be in between the 4th of March and 31st. Maybe it needs to be on or after tomorrow. So tomorrow and everything that follows will then show on this database view. And yeah, you can obviously chip and change this according to what you want. There's a bunch of different options, but yeah, you would just select whichever one you would need for your database. So I can just, for example, show inside the LifeOS Pro. So if I go to my tasks database inside my LifeOS, link in the description, then I can go to the filter, and then here you'll see that this database view, so today, is filtered to today. So where the start date is today. And yeah, this is a view to show today's tasks. This one is filtered to everything this week. So due soon, it's all of the tasks relative to today and then this week. And also where the checkbox property is unchecked. So this one will show both checked and unchecked checkboxes. So just everything that is due today, whether it's completed or not. This one will only show uncompleted tasks due soon. So all the uncompleted tasks for this week. For this all view, it's filtered to where the done checkbox property is unchecked. So it doesn't have a specific filter to the date. And then for this one, it's filtered to where the done checkbox property is checked. So for this task view, I basically just use the checkbox and the date property to filter. And for this project's database, I'm going to add a filter to filter this to where the progress bar is not 1, aka 100%, and filter this one to where the progress bar is 1, aka 100%. So this will show all the completed projects, and this one will show the uncompleted projects. And in case you're curious, this progress bar that I'm filtering is a rollup property. So I'm not going to cover this now, but basically it shows a percentage. So if you're using percentages, then you use 1 or 0,5 for 50%, 0,25 for 25%. So that's how you would filter it, sort of as a number property. But you don't use 50 as in 50%, you use 0.5 or 1 for 100% in order to filter progress. And if I go up to the habit tracker, then I can click on filter, and this one is an advanced filter. So if I open this, then you'll see that this database view, this day view, is filtered to where the date property is empty or where the date property is relative to today and this week. So basically, if I remove these and add a new week by clicking this button, then all of these database entries are showing up because they don't have a date property, which is this first part. So where the date property is empty. And if I add a date, so if I open up Monday and then click on add today's date, then it will show up here on the accountability partner, and it now has today's date. So that's the second part of this filter. It's filtering to where the date property is empty, like all the rest, as well as the Monday, where the date property is relative to today and this week. So I can also add a date for Tuesday, for example. If I go here and add a date property, so let's do Friday, even though it would be tomorrow, I guess. But yeah, you'll see that it's not disappearing. But if I go back in and then add in a date in last week, so aka where the filter is not this week, then it will disappear because the filter is only showing database entries that does not have a date property like this, or where it's this week. So I can still do Sunday, but if I go over to next week, then it will disappear. So that's pretty much how I filtered this database view as well. This one doesn't have a filter, and these also don't have filters. These also don't have filters because it's just a calendar view. But you can filter it to only show like unfinished projects or tasks if you want. I prefer to just be able to see everything. But yeah, that's pretty much how I filter the LifeOS dashboard. And there's obviously more filters inside these databases. Like for example, the finance tracker. Here I have an overview section. So it will automatically show your total income, expenses, profit, and also if you're using a different currency, you can convert it. So for this database view, if I only want to show this year, aka 2024, and also the total, then I would go to filter and then filter this according to the name, where the name does not contain 2023, for example. And then you just save. And then as you can see, it only shows total and 2024. And what you can also do is you can duplicate this. And then you can go to filter. So you can change the filters inside the database menu as well. And then you can just flip this. So contains in order to show all the other ones. So this one shows the total in 2024. This one shows all the other ones. And you can also, of course, change this around to where this does not contain total or 2024. And then this one is, it only contains. So yeah, that's pretty much how I filter the LifeOS dashboard, just to show you some examples. And now let's move on to the sort option. So if I go ahead and click on sort, I can sort this database view according to any of these options. So for example, the checkbox property, I can sort it ascending or descending according to the checkboxes. So if it's descending, the checkboxes will be at the top, ascending, other way around, and I can add another sort. So if I want to sort this further, so for example, I want to do the date properties maybe, then I can just add a sort, and then I can use this end date property, so or the start date property. Then we can also sort it this way. So if it's a, let's do done checkbox property, it will be at the top, and then it will sort according to the date property. So for this, if I remove this end date, let's just do the 18th, let's do the 21st, and then let's do the 8th. Then you'll see that they will automatically sort accordingly. And I can obviously just switch this around if I want to change this. Same with the checkboxes. So at the moment, it will first sort according to the checkboxes and then sort according to the date. But if I want to change this around, just move it to the top. And now it will first sort according to the date property. I can change this to descending. So the newest date will show first, and then the checkboxes, and then the unchecked checkboxes. And you can, of course, add more sorts. So I can add a status sort. I can add a difficulty level sort, and you can add more and more. This one doesn't have like advanced sorts or anything. You just add another sort, and then you just move them around like this. And then you change the order in which you want to sort your database entries to. And then if you want to remove them, you can just click on this X, or you can just click on delete sort here in order to remove all the sorts. And both the filters and the sorts that I showed in the stable view will apply to all of them. So for these ones as well. So let's take this one, for example, because that one has the most information. So if we do sort, then we can sort this according to the date property. So let's do the start date. And then for this one, we can do it descending. So then it will change the order. And we can also remove this and then sort this according to, for example, the checkbox property, which is not showing on this view, but it will still be sorted according to the checkbox property. And the same goes for the filters. We can also filter this database view to the checkbox property where it only shows the checked checkboxes, for example. We can obviously add advanced filters. We can add more sorts, more filters, and the same applies to all of the other views. Whether it's gallery, list, calendar, we can add sorting options and filter options to all of them. And just to again show some examples, inside my LiveWays dashboard, I can go to the sorting options. So here, for this view, I want to sort this according to the day. So Monday first, then Tuesday, which has a previous date, which is why it's not showing here. So here I want to show Monday first, then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I can go to sort, and as you can see here, this database view is sorted according to the day number ascending. So what I've done here is inside the template buttons, so all 7 days of the week have a template button to load the cover as well as the icon and all the content inside. And if I edit this template button, which is something we'll cover in a later module, then you'll see that here I've added in the day number. So for the Monday template button, I've got number 1. For Tuesday, number 2, Wednesday, number 3, etc. And then this view is just sorted according to that number. And if I go down to my task database, then here you'll see I've also got a sort, which is just according to the type. So you can have ABC tasks. So A tasks will be at the top, then B tasks, then C tasks. So absolute tasks, tasks you have to get done before you can get started on B. So B is for beneficial tasks. And then you have to do the B task before you can do the C tasks, which are can wait tasks. So yeah, it's sorted according to the ABC. And then for due soon, same thing. So this is also sorted according to the type, but this is also sorted according to the date property. So this is filtered to all of the database entries in this week, but then it's sorted according to the date property where the most recent dates. So if it's tomorrow, it will show at the top. And if it's Sunday, so if it's at the end of the week, then it will show at the bottom. So that's the sort options for this one. This one also has sort options, which is again just according to the type. And this one doesn't because, yeah, they're done. And then the last one is also sorted according to the date property. And then for the calendar, it's also sorted according to the ABC tasks. So yeah, that's pretty much how I use the sort options. And that's also how to sort it. So that's how to filter and sort your database entries. Now let's dive into groupings. And then in order to access the grouping feature, just go inside the database menu. And then here under filter and sort, you'll be able to find the grouping option. And as you can see here, we've already done the layout, properties, filter, and sort. Now we're going to do the grouping feature. We're also going to cover the sub items. We've previously covered the dependencies, load limits, and then in a later module, we're going to do automations. So for the grouping feature, just click on group and then select a property to group this database view by. So for example, if I want to group this table view according to, let's say, the difficulty level, or let's actually do the status because all of them has a status. If I select status, then it will group these database entries according to the status. So if I just exit out of this, you can see we can now close this. So we can like toggle this open and close, and then it will show all of the database entries grouped according to this. I can go ahead and change this. So if I change this to interview, then it will create another one. And I can do the same for the other ones as well. So yeah, it basically just groups your database entries. And if I go back in, then I can change all the grouping options. So I can choose to show or hide empty groups. If I uncheck this, then it will show all of the groups, even if they don't have any database entries added, like these. I can change the sort. So it can either be manual. So I can move this around like this. It can be ascending, so from top down, or descending from the bottom up. And then because we're using a status property to group, we also have this extra option, which is to group by the actual group itself. So complete, in progress, or to do. So if I just change this around, you'll see that this is the main group. So the group in which those statuses are. So if I click here, or if I actually edit this property, then you'll see here we have to do, and then it has these two options, in progress, these two options, and then complete this option. So we can choose to group this database according to the group itself. So to do, in progress, or complete, or we can change this to the option, and then it will be grouped according to the other ones. And then this first one is to change the grouping. So if we don't want to group it according to the status anymore, we want to group it according to the checkbox, then it will show two options, because checkboxes only has two options. So it's either checked or it's either false. So it will be grouped according to that. We can go back in and then change this to, for example, the difficulty level. And then here it will show advanced, beginner, and intermediate. It will also show all the ones that does not have a difficulty level, like these. If I add this in, then it will move to this one. But if you don't want this one to show, just click on these three dots and click on hide, or inside the database menu, go to group, and then here you can toggle this on or off. You can also individually show or hide different groups. As you can see here, I can also click show all and also hide all. And if I change this grouping to a date property, then here you'll also see you have an extra option. So at the moment, it's dated by relative. So it's relative to today. So it's either tomorrow, last 7 days, last 30 days, or you can change this from relative to day. So it will then group everything according to the actual day. So March 8, March 11. You can also change this to week. So it will show the week number. You can change this to the month. So it will show the month. So at the moment, it's like all of these has March's date. And then you can also obviously show it according to the year. So here you can see it's showing 2024. If I just go back and change it to the week, then here you can also see you can just toggle this. So you can open or close these. And you can also click on this in order to perform calculations. So if you group it according to a date property, for example, and you want to see the total fees for that week, then you can just click here, and then I can select one of these options. So these are sort of the same as if you would click on this calculate button in order to calculate something. So like here, we're calculating the total fees, but we can also click on this and then go to sum and then select the fees property. So obviously here you have a bunch more options because it takes into account multiple properties. So we can do calculations based on the date property, the number property, checkbox, etc. So we can do sum and then fees, and then it will show the total for every week. We can also do this for the month, for example. So if I go to group and then group this according to the month, you can see the total monthly fees. We can also change this and do, for example, percentage checked. So it will show the total percentage checked. So if I check this off, then you'll see it updating. Now it's 100%. But yeah, you can basically just play around with the grouping option and change the property it's been grouped by, as well as this extra option if it has one. And you can also do this for all the other views as well. So if I go to gallery, I can do the same thing, go to grouping, and then group this according to, for example, the status, and then it will look like this. So at the moment, it's showing the status and it's grouped by the status. So maybe that doesn't make sense. Maybe we want to group this according to the checkbox property. Then we can do that as well. And yeah, you can group all of these views according to a specific property. So it usually works a lot better with list views. I find these to be the best when you want to group something, and also grouping it according to a relation. So not just a property, because if I do difficulty level, then this doesn't look that aesthetic, and I can't click on this to open the actual page. So there is benefit in having relations and grouping according to relations. But yeah, you can basically group any view except the calendar view. You can't group this one. You can group the timeline view, and you can also group the board view, but the board view is already grouped. So the board view can have two groupings. So this is the main group because it needs to have one. That's kind of the point of the board view. So the main group is this, what you're seeing here. So grouped according to the status, and then we can add a subgroup. So this can be the horizontal one. So let's say, for example, the checkbox property, and we can do it like that. And then here we have hidden group. Let's just show this one, and then both of these will show. So I have a vertical grouping as well as a horizontal grouping, and I can now move this into, for example, this one. Now the checkbox property will be unchecked, but we have a filter. So let's just actually remove this filter. There we go. Now we can see these as well. And then here you can easily just move this around. So, okay, this is now on outreach and the checkbox property is checked. And yeah, you can do this for the dates as well. So if I change the subgroup and change this to, for example, the start date and make this according to the week, then it will show every week all of the tasks or projects or whatever you have grouped according to the week. And then here you can just move it along. So, okay, this was last week. Now we're inside of this week. We can maybe hide these because we're done with them. Now we're inside of this week and we want to move this here or there. And yeah, you can basically just add subgroups to a board view in order to have two different groupings. And for this board view as well, you can also perform calculations here, but you can also perform them here. So you can have two different calculations when it comes to board views, which is pretty cool. And then again, just to show how I use the Live4S when it comes to grouping, I already showed this areas database. So this is a list view grouped according to a relation. So the actual database is inside this section. So here, area groups, this is a list view in of itself. This database has 3 database entries, business, personal, and library. And if I go back, then this is just a list view grouped according to that relation. Then we have the tasks database. So here the only group is this one. So this is a board view. So it's a vertical grouping. And then here, if I go inside the finance tracker, then here you'll be able to see more groupings. So if I add a new income for today, so let's just do YouTube or something. And then let's add a dollar amount. Let's select an income source and then also a bank account. And let's do the same for expenses. So maybe software or something. Let's add an expense and then expense source, software, and then link it to a bank account. And now if we go inside of this income view, then it will show the total income for the month. So it will show the total monthly income. Same with expenses. So both of these are grouped according to the month. So here you'll see your total monthly income and your total monthly expenses. And then for this last view, it will show both of them grouped according to the month. And then it shows the total profit. And then for all 3 of these views, it shows the date, it shows the amount, and it shows the income or expense source. So yeah, that's pretty much how I use the grouping feature inside of the Live4S dashboard. It's pretty useful, quite like it. It cleans up everything, especially if you're using list views. Like if I just show here, for example, all of this is a table view. If I just go here, change this to a list view, then immediately it looks a lot cleaner. And you can choose what properties you want to show. So we can show the exact same properties and then just organize it. Okay, maybe not all of them. That's a bit much. But yeah, you can then like choose which ones you want to show. And then based off that, you can then see all the information that you need to see. And yeah, it just cleans everything up if you group it according to something. And then you also don't have to have the grouped property show on the actual view. So in this case, it would make sense because it's a date property. So you would most likely want to see that as well. But if it's grouped according to this, for example, so if I just go into group and then change this to the difficulty level, then it's not necessary to show the difficulty level here as well. So I would just go in, go to properties, and then hide the difficulty level. So now it's only showing these. And here I would maybe also just hide this one. So now it's only showing the database entries that actually has a difficulty level. And then the last thing I want to share is going to be the subtasks. So if I just remove this grouping, so I'm just going to group this according to nothing, and then change this back to table view database, then it will also automatically keep all the properties that it had before in the table database. So that's also something important. If this one, for example, this is a list view. If I change this to a calendar view and then change it back, it will automatically keep all the information that it had before in the list view. So you can sort of save information. If you change the view and change it back, then it will keep the same information. And also whatever changes you make, so filters, sorts, groupings, it only applies to that view. So it's not going to affect all the other ones. And yeah, if I now go inside the database menu and go to sub items, I can turn on sub items. So basically what this allows you to do is you have a toggle in your database entry in a table view. This only works for table views. In a table view, you can have a toggle. So if I just turn this on, exit out of this, then here you can see I have a toggle. So I can now add more database entries inside this toggle. So this is useful if you have a task. Maybe this task relates to a project. So you're busy launching something, then you have to do this main task. And then this task has a few small things that you first need to fix before you can do the main task. Then you would add those inside. So if I just do like 1 to 3 or something, then here you can add it. You can like edit the same properties. You can add dates. So it's the same database information. It's just inside a main database entry, as you can see here. So yeah, that's pretty much sub items. And if you want to remove it, just go inside the database menu, go to sub items, and then here you can turn it off. So if I do this, you can turn it off, or you can open the database entry, and then here you'll see a relation. So we'll cover that a bit later, but it automatically creates a relation. So Aikido is related to 1, 2, and 3. And you can also remove sub items by just deleting this property. And as you can see here, there's no toggle. I can also go inside the database menu, go to sub items, and then you'll see I can't turn it off because it's already turned off by just deleting the relation. You can also turn it off there in case you want. But yeah, that's pretty much sub items. And as you can see, it also moves them into actual database entries. So they're not in a sub item anymore. So they're not like this 1 to 3. It's not a sub item to Aikido. It's just a database entry in of itself. And yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to Notion databases. We've covered all of these settings, filter, sorts, grouping, all of this. Obviously, we haven't covered the relations, rollups, and formulas yet. So we're going to do that next. We're also going to dive into the template buttons, which is super powerful, super useful. We're also going to dive deeper into the buttons property, which is this one. So we're going to go deeper into this as well as the normal button. So this one, we're going to dive deeper into both of these in the following module. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this module. I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so in this module of the Notion course, we're going to dive deep into buttons. So the normal buttons, the buttons property, as well as template buttons. So these templates are something different than the done for you systems that you get inside the LifeOS Club, link down below, in order to just duplicate to your Notion workspace and then build your own LifeOS. These are template buttons which load on top of new database entries. So if I add a new database entry, I can then select a template button and then it will load specific information that I predefine beforehand in order to not have to add every single time. So you can just create the template once, and then when you create a new database entry, you can either select the template or set it as default, so it automatically loads everything, and then all your information is already added on top of your database entry. And before we get started, I'm just again going to mention that if you want to master Notion, if you want to learn how to build your own LifeOS dashboard, get access to done for your productivity systems, whether it's for personal or professional, exclusive content, exclusive templates, Notion workshops, challenges, events, get access to other productivity experts, and also potentially make money with your LifeOS dashboard, and just check out the LifeOS Club in the description below. Alright, so now let's get started. In the previous modules, we've went over the database views, all the properties, the different filters and sorts, as well as the grouping feature, pretty much everything inside this database menu. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go over all the buttons, so specifically the buttons property. The normal buttons, we've covered that previously in a previous module, but I'll show you the database related options, and then also the template button, which is super important to know because this will save you a lot of time. Alright, so let's start with the buttons property. So I've covered this in a previous module, but I haven't gone deep into the add pages to and edit pages in options because we haven't done the databases yet. Now that we're playing around with databases, you'll actually understand what we're doing. So yeah, you can give your button a name, you can give it an icon. I'm going to do that afterwards because I don't know what this button is going to be yet. So add pages to and edit pages in. I'm not going to cover the other ones, maybe this last one, but we've already covered them in a previous module. So I'm just going to be focused on these two. The add pages to, this will create a new database entry. If I go ahead and select the database, then I can select this Dojo database, and here I can edit my properties. So I can click on this in order to change it or to remove it, and you just click on edit a property in order to select which one you want to edit. So this will be, if you click the button, it creates a new database entry with the property information inside. So if I do name and do this one maybe default or something, and now if I click this button, it will automatically create a new database entry and the name will be default. So I can obviously change this. I can also edit another property. I can, for example, do start date. For the date properties, you can select the now and today option. So this will automatically add today's date, and then the now option will add today's date and time. So depending on what you want, you just select either of these. You can also select a specific date, but more than likely you would just use one of these options. I'm just going to do today, and then I'm going to edit another property. This one I'm going to select difficulty level. I'm going to select beginner, and then let's see if we're going to add another one. So let's maybe do, I don't think it's necessary. We can do status as well and select a specific status, but this one is the default. So it will automatically have planning as the status because that one is set as default as I showed in the previous module. But if we want another one, so let's maybe say needs to be approved, and I can do that. And now I can go ahead and give my button a name. So I'm just going to do new item, and then I'm going to add an emoji. So let's just do this one, click on done. Now if you click this button, it will automatically add that database entry. So it is called default, it has beginner selected, today's date, as well as the approved status. Alright, so that's how you add database entries through the normal button. What you can also do is if you create a new database entry like this, you can add another step.
and then you can select open page. And then for this option, you can select this page. So the new page that's been created, which is this one. And then you can choose how you want to open it. So I'm just going to do side pick, and you can also do center pick or full page. I'm just going to do side pick. And now if I add a new database entry, it will automatically open that one that I just created in a side pick view. Just to show you an example of how I use this inside my LifeOS dashboard, link in the description. Here you can see I have a quick create section. So I can create a new project, task, finances, so income or expenses, and then also reschedule my tasks. If I click on finances, then it will add a new database entry to my finance tracker database. It will open up that page in the side pick view, and it will also open up the finance tracker in the background. So here I can go ahead and select the template button. So let's say it's an expense. It automatically adds an icon, adds expense as the tag. So it's either income or expenses so that I can filter it. And then if I add today's date, then it will now show up inside of this view. I can here add in the amount, or I can just use this. So I can close this and just add it in here. So expense source, and then let's do, for example, software, bank account, and then this would be PayPal, and then you can just log your actual expense. So yeah, you can just add whatever it is, you can add it in, and yeah, this is not a tutorial on the finance tracker, but yeah, just wanted to show like you can have multiple layers. So if I go here, you can add more, so you can add another step, open this page, and then you can open a dedicated page. Like if I select the LifeOS Pro, I can open this as a full page. And then if you want to open it as a full page and then have the side peek view on top, so this one, then you would have to have this one in the front. So it first creates a database entry, then it will open up the LifeOS, and then open up the database entry that you created. It needs to be in order. If I click on this, it will open up the database entry that you just created, as well as the LifeOS in the background. And obviously you can play around and change it. So I can, for example, change this to center peak. So it will now open up in the center peak view, and the LifeOS will still be the background. So yeah, you can like pretty much create new database entries and also open them, and different pages. You can even add confirmations. So if I do show confirmation, then this needs to be at the top. Now I will first get a confirmation, and then, okay, do you want to continue? Yes, I do. And then it goes through with all of the actions. Yeah, it's pretty useful, pretty cool. I enjoy it. I use it a lot. Like here, I also have this button. So this automatically adds a new week. So if I delete this, then it will also be removed from the accountability partner. And if I go ahead and add a new week, so this again, this is add pages to. So this is 7 of those. So one is called Monday using the Monday template button. One is called Tuesday using the Tuesday template button, etc. So here I have 7 add pages to options, and it add pages to my days database. So this one, if I click this, it will automatically add a new week, and then I can open up Monday, for example, and go here. I have more buttons, so I can click on this one, and it will add today's date. So this uses the edit pages option, which I'll show now. This one adds a new relation, which we'll get to in a later module. And then this does the same thing. It also adds relations to this database entry. And here inside the accountability partner, you'll be able to see your daily habit progress as well as your task progress. And then everything will update, and you'll get this nice message when you complete all your bad habits. So the ones you want to remove. And the same goes with the good habits, and if you complete all of them, and same with the tasks. So yeah, but I'll show how to do all of this later. For now, I'm going to cover the edit pages in option. Just sort of wanted to show you what you could do with buttons. Like I actually use them every single day. It's super useful. So yeah, let's dive into the edit pages option. All right, so let's go ahead and add a new button. So this one is going to be to edit database entries. So for the action, we're going to do edit pages in. And then here you can select which property you want to edit. So let's say if we click this button, we want to mark this checkbox as complete. So I'm going to select this checkbox and then mark this as checked. And then what I also want to do is I want to change the status to hired. So in the completed section, and also maybe add today's date and time to the end date. So I'm going to select the end date property and then select the dynamic now option. Now, if I go ahead and click this button, it will edit all of these database entries, which is not what we want. We only want to edit certain database entries. So to filter this, we're going to click here, and then here you want to add a filter, which is what we covered in the previous module. So let's just select, for example, the status. So we only want to edit the database entries where the status is in progress, and maybe where the start date is relative to today and this week. But let's just see if we have database entries that match this criteria. So in this case, it needs to be interview, which is the first two. and the date property needs to be this week, which is the first one. So if we click this button, it will only edit this first database entry. So if I click out of this and then add a name, so let's do done, and then add an icon, so let's just do this one. Now if I click on this button, it will now edit this first database entry because it matches our filters. So if I just go ahead and click, then you'll see that it has today's date and time for the end date. The checkbox is complete, and then also the status is set to hired. And again, you can add multiple steps. So I can add another step, do another confirmation. I can move this to the top. I can maybe do insert blocks and then just add in like a checklist or something. And then if I click on done, click on this button, I'll get a confirmation. The database entries will be edited, and it will also insert a checkbox at the bottom. And if you want to quickly duplicate or delete something, you just click on this, and then here you can duplicate above, duplicate below, you can delete it, you can move it down, you can add a step above, and you can also add a step below. And just to show you another example of how I use the edit pages in option inside the LifeOS dashboard, again, the link is in the description. I use this for the reschedule button. So if I have overdue tasks, so let's say this is not complete and it is yesterday, same with this one, this can maybe be on Thursday or something. And then if I click on reschedule, I will get a confirmation, click on continue, and then it will automatically reschedule my overdue tasks to today. So for this button, if I just go here, click on edit button, then you'll see that we have a confirmation, and then we also have the edit pages in option. So this will add today's date to the date property for the pages where the done checkbox property is unchecked, so it's not complete, and where the date property is before today, aka it's overdue. So yeah, that's pretty much how I use the edit pages in option inside my LifeOS dashboard. You can also do the same with these buttons. So the actual buttons property, which is what we're going to cover next. So for these buttons, you can edit on property. You can also just create a new one. So let's just also add a new one. So add a new buttons property. And here you want to give the button a name. So let's do, for example, reschedule. You can also give it an icon. So you can select the icon. So I'm just going to do this repeat icon. And if you want the property name to be different than the button name, you can just add it in here. And here we can add an action. So let's go ahead and add an action. But we can also edit these properties individually. And as you can see, we can do pretty much the exact same stuff as we did with the normal buttons. So we can add pages to, edit pages in, show confirmation, open page. We just can't do insert blocks. Yeah, obviously it's not like a block in of itself. It's tied to a database entry. And then here we can quickly edit one of these database entries. So for this one, if we do the same thing, so we want to reschedule our tasks. So let's just imagine this is a task database and we're going to use the start date. Then we would go to start date and then select today. And as you can see, we don't have any filters that we need to set because we're going to click it individually. So, okay, we only want to, let's just move this over here. So we only want to reschedule this one. So I click on this button and it will reschedule the task. Let's actually maybe just like add different dates because all of them is today's date. So let's just do that. So if I click on reschedule, it will automatically move this to today, as you can see. So it's not like this one where you have to add a filter because it edits all of these. This is per database entry. So you can manually choose which one you want to edit. And this buttons property works especially well with the list views. So if you have a list view and you have a bunch of information here, so if I just go ahead and remove this grouping and then maybe also remove these properties and then just add in a button, then you can just, okay, this is my list, bam, bam, bam. I need to reschedule this one, this one, this one. And then it does whatever it needs to do, whether it's tagging a teammate, whether it's updating the status. So you can just have like a list view. Okay, this is all of today's tasks. This is done. So done, done, done. And then it will automatically do stuff on the back end. And with this buttons property, you can also, so if I just go back to edit, and you can see that we can add another step, and we can also add pages to and edit pages in. So you can edit pages in a totally different database, and you can also add pages to. So you can, for example, if you mark this one as complete, then tag the teammate, change the status to done, and add a new task to your teammate's task database, and then add in today's date for the date property inside the task database, tag them inside of that one as well. So you can really play around and go deep with this and perform a bunch of different automations essentially. Alright, so that's the buttons property. Covered all of these. These just edits the property like I showed here. We can edit other ones as well. We can also edit pages in a specific database, add database entries to, show confirmation and open the page. So if you, for example, add a new page to a different database, you can open it and you can edit these properties inside of this one. So yeah, you can do a lot with these. The buttons is really useful. The buttons property as well as just normal buttons and also the template buttons, which is what we're going to cover next. If you go ahead and click the drop down next to new, you can create a new template. and I always use templates for every single database, mainly to add icons, aesthetics, of course, but you can add other properties and information as well. And when you want to edit the template button, just make sure you're actually editing the template button. So if you have this at the top, you're editing a template inside the Dojo database, then this is the template. So let's go ahead and add a icon template. So let's say we want to keep these icons, so there's a red check mark. All we're going to do is we're just going to add an icon and then add the actual icon, and that's it. We're not going to add a name, we're not going to add anything else, because so let me actually just show. If I add a name, if I do default, or let's do a new database entry or something, and then if I open up a new database entry and then click on this, it will automatically add that name as well, which is what we don't want. We just want the icon. So that's why you just leave them as untitled, so that if you create a new database entry and you select the template button, then you can add your own name because it doesn't have a name yet. But obviously adding a new database entry and then opening it up and then selecting a template button is not ideal. So what you want to do is you just click this drop down next to new and then click this template button menu, and then you click on set as default and then for all views. And now it will automatically add that template button when you create a new database entry, as you can see. So it automatically adds icons to all of my database entries. So I recommend you do this for all your databases, like no exceptions. Every single database entry, every single database, every single page needs to have icons. Please. This will clean up your workspace massively. It will improve the aesthetics and the quality. It will just make everything look cleaner. As you can see, it takes 10 seconds to set up. You click here, new template, add an icon, set it as default, and that's it. So just set it up once, add a default icon to your database, and then it will automatically have icons when you create new database entries. Alright, so that's the main reason I use template buttons, is to just automatically add icons to all of my database entries. But what you can obviously also do is, if I click here again, click on edit, you can also repeat, duplicate and delete, but I'll show this a little bit later. Duplicate, self-explanatory, it will duplicate the template button. So if I click here, it will have two. So I have two of these, and I can also delete it. And I'll show the repeat one a little bit later. Set as default, I already showed. Now edit the template button. So let's go ahead and edit this. So let's actually add a couple of properties and information inside. So if I, for example, want the difficulty level to be beginner every time. So if I create a new database entry, it needs to automatically be beginner level. And then maybe for the start date, it needs to be today. And then I automatically add a cover, maybe an actual page cover, or maybe this cover, which is a files and media property. So that if I go to my gallery view, it will automatically show the cover. So you can add that inside the template buttons as well. Basically everything that you want to add to your database entries, that should be added every single time. If you find yourself manually adding stuff every single time for every single database entry, you need to add it to a template button. So you just reuse the same template button and it automatically adds all of the information and everything inside, the covers, the icons, it adds all of it automatically to your new database entry. If I go ahead and add these and then also add in some text, so at the bottom I can, for example, we're just going to do heading 1, and then maybe you can add another button. So you can add a button inside, you can add another database. So I can do another table view database and select new database at the bottom. Let me just add an empty block. Drag and drop this here, add some space. There we go. I can select new database. And you can add more pages. You can add pretty much anything inside of this, because if you open this, it's simply a center peak. You can also open this in a side peak. You can open this as a full page. This is a page in of itself. You can do full width, like this. So you can edit this template button. You can open it as a full page, edit everything inside. And then if we go back and we now add a new database entry, and then you'll see it has the difficulty level, it has today's date, and if I open this, it will automatically have all of that information inside. So template buttons is really useful for quickly adding information inside, whether it's for properties, whether it's actual blocks and things inside the database entry, whether it's icons, a name, covers. So template buttons is really useful. And what you can also do is, now that we have this, so we now have this template button that we use to add an icon as well as all the information inside. If we go into new item, so the button we created earlier, we can scroll down and then you'll see here's an extra option. So what this allows us to do is select a specific template button. So if we select this one, which it's by default, then if we click on this button, it will also use that template button. So just continue, and this is still the previous setup, but as you can see, it adds default as the name because that was set
in the actual button. And then it adds our template button with all of the information inside. And if I go back to the Dojo page, then yeah, you'll see that all of the information has been added to this button. And just to show an example of how I use this, if I go inside the Life OS, then every single database has template buttons. So the habit tracker database, I already previously showed this. So it has a template button for each day, loading an icon, the name, as well as all the stuff inside, like all of these buttons, the tasks database, productivity journal, productivity score, like all of this, it automatically loads inside every single one of these. So all you do is you just click this week, and as you can see here, this first one, which is called Monday, is set to the Monday template button. The second one, Tuesday, set to the Tuesday template button, and so on and so forth. So you just click this new week button, it automatically adds all of this, including all the content I set inside of these template buttons. So that's super useful. And for the projects and tasks, I also have a couple of template buttons. So these are the ABC tasks. This one is set as default. If you create a new one, it will automatically have that icon. The projects, you have different project types. So it can either be a normal project or YouTube one. And you can have, like, you can add your own, obviously. But if I go inside the YouTube one, for example, so if I click new, I click on YouTube, then you'll see for YouTube, I've added a button. And if I click this button, it will automatically add all the default tasks to this YouTube video. So this would be a new YouTube video. So let's just do new YouTube video. And here you see that we have a task for script, record, and edit. And if I go to my task database, then you'll see that all of them show up here. So we've created a task for scripting, recording, and editing. I can move these if I want to. And yeah, that's essentially a quick way to just add default tasks to a specific project. But yeah, that involves relations, of course. But yeah, I'll show that in the next module. But I just wanted to show the button side of things. So inside the template button, you can add a button, and then that button does certain things. And that can be specific for each type of template button, each type of project, similar to how I have it here. If I open up this Monday template button, then I have all of my habit buttons here, and I have a button for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, etc. So I can actually change this to Monday has only Monday's buttons, Tuesday's buttons, etc. But yeah, I just keep it like this because it's easier to change. So this is one synced block. So if you make the changes inside of this one, it reflects across all of them. Otherwise, you have to edit every single template button, which is annoying. So you just want to make the change once and then be done with it. But yeah, that's essentially how you can use buttons inside template buttons. An example of how you could use that. And yeah, it's pretty useful. And another example of how I use buttons, both the normal buttons and the template buttons, is if I go inside the LifeOS's phone notes page, which you add as a widget on your phone. So I've got my phone here. If I click on this widget, then you'll see that it's the same page. So it's this page, so it's optimized for the phone. I cover this in the mobile section of this lecture course. I just want to show here, if I add a new note on my phone, so I just add something in random, then it's going to show up here. And then when you're at your computer again, so this is like if you're on the go, just quickly want to write something down, then you just use your phone, and then at your computer, you can then turn this into a task or do with it whatever you want. And if I just go back here, then you'll also see that we have a button for new expenses. So if I click on this new expense button, so I'm not going to do it on my phone because this is exactly the same. I just sort of wanted to show that this is optimized for the phone. So if I click on new expense on my phone, then it will add a new expense and it can add everything in there. And if I just show on my computer new expense, it adds a new expense. It also opens up this. So on the phone, it will only open up this part. But on the computer, it will open up the finance tracker as well. And then here you just add your expense, and it will automatically load the expense template button because it's a new expense. So it will automatically be tagged as expense, and it will automatically have today's date. So on your phone, when you're on the go, you just quickly click new expense, add in the amount, link it to expense source, and that's it. You don't have to add the template button or the date property or anything like that as well. So if I just go back to the LifeOS and then go to the phone notes page, then yeah, as you can see here, it has the expense template button. So if I just click on this again, then yeah, you'll see that this automatically uses this template button inside of this button, which add pages to the finance tracker database and opens up this finance tracker as a full page, as well as this page in a side peek view. And then the habits here at the bottom will automatically mark your daily habits as complete. So you can add different habit buttons. So on the phone, if I go to the LifeOS and if I just open up Monday and open up my phone, go to the phone notes page, then here, if I deselect meditate and no sugar, on the phone, I click on no sugar, the no sugar button, then it will automatically mark it as complete. And I click on meditate and it will automatically mark meditate as complete. So yeah, pretty cool. Same goes for the other ones. So this one will edit the journal habit, as you can see here. And yeah, basically just right click and duplicated all of this and then just change the name and then yeah, change it in here as well. And yeah, if I click these buttons on my phone, so I just have to first go back here and then on the habit tracker itself. So if I open up Monday and uncheck meditate and uncheck no sugar, then if I go to my phone and I click on no sugar, then you'll see on my computer it's updating. If I click on meditate, then you'll see it marks the habit as complete. And yeah, you can just use your phone to quickly mark your habits as complete. You don't even have to open like Notion on your computer or open this database entry or click these checkboxes. You literally just click the button on your phone. Super easy. And yeah, same goes for adding new tasks, expenses, new notes. So you just click a button and then you just type everything in. And yeah, that's pretty much how I use buttons inside of the LifeOS. Template buttons, normal buttons, and also these. So these are a bit more advanced because this involves a whole formula, which is a time tracker. So this is obviously the buttons property. So what this allows you to do is you can start log. So then you're starting to work on a task. And if you click end log, then it will track the time. So if I just change the end and start date. So let's say yesterday I started and today I ended it, then it will show 1 day. If it's something else, so let's say it's less than 24 hours, then it will show 23 hours. If it's a couple of minutes, so let's do 7:40, then it will show 10 minutes, or it will show 1 minute, 10 minutes, so singular, plural. Same with hours, 1 hour, 24 hours, and then 1 day, and then multiple days. So yeah, it will basically track your time. And if you click this done checkbox property, then it will change to green and also give you a checkbox. So yeah, that's how I use the buttons property as well on the LifeOS dashboard. And again, I'm just going to mention that if you want to grab this LifeOS dashboard for yourself or get access to the LifeOS club, then just check the link in the description. But yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to buttons. All 3 button types, really useful. I use them every single day, especially the template buttons set as default in order to add icons. Like I don't have database entries that does not have icons, and you should too. But yeah, anyways, that's pretty much it when it comes to buttons. In the next module, we're going to start with relations and rollups. So that's going to be fun. And then the module after that is going to be formulas. So yeah, we've got the exciting 2 modules up ahead. And then the last one of this Notion course is going to be automations and API integrations. So that's also going to be super powerful. But yeah, I'll see you in the next module.
All right, so this 5th module in the advanced section is going to be a lot of fun because in this module of the Notion course, we'll be diving deep into relations and rollups. And just before we get started, another shameless plug to my LifeOS dashboard, which you can get through the link in the description if you want a done-for-you productivity system, or if you want to learn how to build your own LifeOS, then just check out the LifeOS club also in the description below. And with that out of the way, let's get started with relations and rollups. So what is a relation and what is a rollup? A relation is a connection between 2 databases, and a rollup is a way to use property information from that connected database. So in order to start using relations and rollups, you do need 2 databases. So I'm going to just create another one. So let's just create a new database. And I think I'm going to make this one instructor, maybe. So let's do instructor. Let's just hide this. And then here you would add in, for example, the person's name. So I'm going to just use what I used previously. And I'm just going to delete this tag property. And then now, if, for example, John is the person that's giving the Aikido classes, Suli is the one doing the karate, and Jasmine the one doing judo, then I would add a relation. So here, I would add in a relation property to this, like to either one. You can do it on this database or this one, it doesn't matter. And then here you just select the database you want to connect it to. So I've added the relation property here. Now I need to select this database, so the Dojo database. And then here, if you toggle this on, the relation will also show on this one. Otherwise, the relation will only show on this database, the one you're adding the relation property to. But if you toggle this on, then it will add it to both, which is what you want most of the time. So I'm just going to toggle this on. You can rename it. So I'm going to just rename it to, yeah, okay, it says instructor 1 because I think we already have an instructor
property, which is just a text property in this one. So we'll just remove that. And then, yeah, then you basically just add a relation and you can add an icon. So I'm just going to do this one. And then now if I exit out of this and I go to this database, so let me just, I think let's just hide all of the properties. And I'm just going to show this one as well as this one. So previously we had just a text property, but now we're going to connect it to a different database. So here, as you can see, I can click on this and then I can select one of these. So for Aikido, it's John. For Karate, it's Suli. And for Judo, it's Jasmine. So I can then select them. And as you can see here, they're now connected. So yeah, both of these are connected and we no longer need this instructor property. So when is something a separate database that needs to be connected with a relation, and when should it just be a normal property? Because like here, both does pretty much the same thing. So John, we can see, okay, John is giving Aikido classes, Suli, Karate, and Jasmine, Judo for both of them. But if you have extra information attached to John, so for example, when John started, how much we're paying John, the previous classes that John gave, like just extra information around John, then that would be a database. So if a property, in this case, has extra information attached, then it should be a database, because then on that database, like here, I can add more properties and then connect it to John, and then John can have multiple different information, and then John is also connected to the Aikido class. So if I want to, for example, add a start date, then I would just add another property. Let's do a date property, which will be called start date. And then inside of this other one, so here, we also have a start date property. We can now delete this one because this isn't relevant. Same with the end date. We can actually just delete this one as well. And then here for the start date, this would be when this person joined our dojo. And then this would maybe be the 10th. This person was a bit earlier. Jasmine maybe earlier than that. So yeah, you can then add information to John. So yeah, it's just a normal database. So now we can add other stuff as well. So we can maybe do a select property. This can maybe be like country or something. Okay, well, that won't make sense in this context because it would be physical. But yeah, basically you can add extra information. So let's do files and media. This can maybe be like CV. So the resume that they submitted, then we can upload it here. Like maybe it's a PDF, then we can just upload it to this person. And then let's see, we can maybe also add in their phone number. We can add in their email and maybe even a link to their profile if they have a profile online. And yeah, basically just add in a bunch of extra information connected to John. And now John is connected to Aikido. So that's essentially when you would use a separate database. And relations is when something like John, Suli, Jasmine, like is if this property, so instructor property, if there's more information attached, then it would be a separate database. So now we can click on the instructor property and then delete this one. So hopefully that makes sense. Relations just basically connects databases, and then you can have different information in this database, different information in this one, and then you just connect them if it's relevant to connect them. So yeah, like in this case, it makes sense. Okay, we have instructors, we have the actual class name. We can just remove this one now because there's only one instructor property, and we can also add an icon. So let's do a person icon. Let's maybe do this one. And then let's also add icons to these because as you can clearly see, there's a massive difference when it comes to aesthetics. Like just compare this database with this one. So yeah, let's just fix the aesthetics. So inside of this database, what we're going to do, we're going to click the drop down next to new, click on new template, which is what we've covered in the previous module. And then here, we're just going to add an icon. So let's do a person icon. And we can maybe change the color. Let's maybe make this one blue. And then we add it in. And then here, we just click on this drop down, click on the menu, go to set as default, and then just set this template button as default. So if we create a new database entry, the template button will automatically be loaded. But in this case, it's literally just to add an icon. And now we can open up these and we can just click the template, go down, template, and then also add it for the last one as well. So as you can see, just adding icons to your database entries alone already improves how this looks a lot, especially when it comes to relations, because you'll actually see the icon. Like if John doesn't have an icon, it will actually just show like an empty page or something. It's not like if it's not connected, then it just shows the name. But yeah, it's really necessary to actually add icons. You can, of course, also just go inside the database menu and choose to not show any icons. But I mean, yeah, this looks way better. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a callout box. And then this is going to be instructor. And then I'm going to highlight this, make it bold, underline it, and change the text color to blue, as well as give this database an icon, drag and drop it in. And then I'm going to click on the view, rename it, add a space in order to remove the name. And then here I'll maybe just add like a list icon. And yeah, adding callout boxes also tremendously improves the aesthetics, and also just changing the views. And it literally took me like 10 seconds. So yeah, there's no reason for you not to do it. It cleans up everything. It simplifies your Notion. So please, like aesthetics is important. Like, I don't know, some people think it's not. It is important, but functional aesthetics, not a bunch of widgets and crap on your Notion workspace. No, it needs to be functional like this. This is in boxes. You can drag these around. You can create multi-column layouts a lot easier. You can't do this if you just have a database here. I can just drag this and like create multi-column layouts. So it has functionality and it doesn't take time. Like, you just set it up and then it's done. So yeah, aesthetics is super important. Just before we get into Rollups, I just also want to show that if you open up one of these database entries and you have a relation like here. So as you can see, we've got our relation property. It's connected to John. I can just move myself out of the way. Here I can unlink John. As you can see, Aikido has been removed. And if you want to add a relation in again, just click here and then you select the person in this case. So you can select multiple relations. As you can see here, you can connect multiple database entries. You can also click on this plus to add more. So I can add all of them for Aikido. I can extend this. And now I can also, if I open this back up, so what I can also do is I can click on the relation property. So this is a feature only for relations. I can go to show as and then select a different option. So all of your properties will show here. You can reorder them, you can organize them, you can click on them, you can hide them. So property visibility, you can hide the properties, it will show up here at the bottom, and you can like unhide them. If you click on it, go to property visibility and then always show. You can also hide it when it's empty. So if there's no content inside, then it will be hidden as well. But what you can do for relations is you can go to show as, and then here you can select as page section and also minimal. So if I change this from as property to as page section, then it will create a separate section for the relation. And if I change this to minimal, then it will show here at the bottom. So I can still click on this and select the people. I can remove this, and then here at the bottom, it will show the people I can connect or like the other database entries. And I can also click on this to show certain properties, but I'm going to show that in the other view. So if you want to change this to the page section, just right click, show as page section, and then here you can actually drag them around and it will change here. You can click on this menu to show properties. So if I want to show their email and their phone number, okay, well, there's no information inside. So let's maybe do the start date and also profile, I guess, even though there's nothing added. So it's not going to show. But yeah, so as you can see, it actually shows the database entries and you can click on it. You can change it. If there's like a profile link or whatever, you can click on it and it will open the link. So yeah, you can display all of these properties inside of this section. And if you click on this plus, you can add a new page and then it will automatically be connected to Aikido. You can add in a different person. So I can just add in another person and then it will show up here. So as you can see, you just created a new database entry. And if I go ahead and add a date, so let's do the 22nd, then you'll see that it will show up here. And I can always disconnect. So I can just click here to unlink. And if you want to add more, so not add a new page, not add a new person, but reselect them, then just click on this magnifying glass. And then here you'll be able to select the other people inside of this database. So yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to relations. I always use this page section option. It just makes everything a lot easier. And if I just quickly show how it looks inside my Life OS, link in the description, then here, if I open up Monday, for example, then you'll now recognize that these are sections. So these are relations. So this is a relation to my week's database. So Monday is connected to week 3. It will show the weekly progress, which will show here. So here's week 3. It will also show the monthly progress, quarterly progress, and yearly progress. So yeah, all of them will show up there. And then these are relations to the habits. So I have a good habits page, bad habits page, or databases. And then if you click these buttons, it creates new database entries with whatever you define inside. So meditate, workout, journal. If you click this, it will automatically link it to Monday. So if I open this up, then here for the relation, so in the previous module we covered buttons, but in this one we're covering relations. So what you can do for the buttons is if you edit a property, so for example, the overview property, this is also a relation, then you can click on it. So currently we're editing the Good Habits database, but we want it to automatically connect to Monday. So inside the day relation, so Good Habits database has a relation to Days database, which has Monday. And then here we can select this page. So the page that you're in. So this Monday page, I can do this page. And then if I click this button, it will automatically relate meditate, workout, and journal to this page, aka Monday. And then it will automatically go through the formulas and do the like percentages and everything. So that's all automatic. You just have to click the button essentially to use this habit tracker. And then here for each section, I also just move the checkbox to the top. So as you can see here, you can have it like this, or you can actually move it above the name and then it will show like this. So I just show the checkbox and then inside you can just mark it as complete and then the accountability partner and everything will update. So yeah, that's pretty much how I use relations inside of this habit tracker specifically. And if you're curious to how I do this, so where I have day, week, month, quarter, and year, so these are 5 different databases, but they're on the same view. It's through a linked view database. So if you go to the original, so at the bottom of this dashboard, I have the original databases. If I copy the link to this original, copy the link, and I paste it in, create a linked view database, then here I can select, for example, this calendar view. But what I can also do is I can click on new view and then I can change the source. So now I can select the years database, select this view. I can also select the days database, the quarters database, etc. So yeah, that's how you add multiple databases inside the same database, I guess. It's just through changing the source option, but this is only available if it's a linked view database. So you first have to have your original. So these are my original databases, and then you create a linked view and then you can change the source. But I do have separate videos on my channel showing you exactly how to import and export database entries, as well as integrate and merge Notion dashboards together. So if you want to learn more about that sort of thing, then just check out some of the videos on my channel. And if I show another example of how I use relations, it's through this project and task management system. So if I open up this project, so project number 123, then here it will show the tasks relating to this project. Same with the YouTube video. So this new YouTube video project, it has 3 tasks, which I can add through this button. So if I click on this, it will automatically add all the default tasks to this project. So if we just wait for this to load, there we go. It automatically added all 3 tasks that we defined in here to this project. So it's the same thing with the habit tracker. So we just selected the projects database. So inside this button, it creates a new page, like adds pages to the task database using the YouTube template button to add the icon. And then the name is going to be script. The due date is today. And then the project's relation, so the project's property, is going to be this page. So now every time I click this button, it will create 3 different tasks in my task database called script, record, and edit with today's date related to this project. So if I just click on done, then you'll see we have a bunch of tasks relating to this video, and we're showing the date property as well as the checkbox property. And if I mark these as complete, then you'll see that we have a progress bar that updates. We also have this formula. It's telling us how many uncompleted and completed tasks we still have. But we also have this, and this is a rollup. So we'll cover that next. But I sort of just first wanted to show this. So it's the same thing. It's related. So the projects is related to tasks because projects has different properties. So the projects has more information, whether it's a progress bar, a due date, overview. You can have more properties connected to projects. And then the tasks obviously has their own properties. So if I click on this menu, I can also, for example, show the time tracked. So it will show the time tracker. At the moment, we didn't track any time, so it's just showing a checkbox because they're complete, but it will show the time. You can add a type. So if you're using a type or overview, you can basically add whatever you want. So we can do the buttons as well. So start log and end log. This is for the time tracker that's attached to the task database. So I can start log, end log, and if I change the actual date, So let's just open this one, change the end date to like Sunday or something. Then you'll see that it says 5 days. So it will actually track your time. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And if I go to the all view inside the task database, then you'll see that this is a board view. So I can just go to layout. This is a board view, but it's grouped according to the relation property. So it's grouped according to the projects, as you can see. So if I move this into 1 to 3, then now this will update. It will show 2 uncompleted tasks. There we go. And if I mark this as complete, then this will update because they're connected to this project. So this is a board view, which is grouped. If you go inside of group, grouped by projects. So the projects relation. And then, yeah, these are the settings, color the columns, hide the empty groups. And this basically shows the total progress. We can also change this to % checked and then use the done checkbox property. But it's automatically filtered to only show uncompleted tasks. So it's kind of pointless because you're just going to mark it as complete and it's going to disappear. But you can do that as well. But yeah, sort of just wanted to show you can group databases according to relations as well. You can do the same for this. So I can go inside of this, go to group, and then group this database view according to projects. And as you can see, it's now grouped according to projects. So I can close this project, close this one, and then it will show all of the tasks inside. And for this view, it probably makes sense to do % checked because it shows both the completed and the uncompleted tasks for today. And another good example of grouping according to relations is this areas database. So inside of this is a list view database, and it is grouped according to business, personal, and library, which sits at the bottom here. So area groups. This is a database with 3 database entries called business, personal, library. And as you can see here, these are the relations. So if I create a table view, then this is how it looks. So it literally only has one property, which is a relation property to the list view database that I have inside of the LiveOS. So if I just go back, then here it's related to this database, this areas database, and then these are grouped according to that relation. So if we go here, go to group, it's grouped according to the area relation property. And yeah, you can change this around and add stuff inside. And that's just a easy way to organize all of your templates, because all of these are more templates. Like if I click inside of Finance Tracker, this is a full Finance Tracker dashboard where you can log your income, your expenses, subscriptions, income and expense sources. You can see an overview, a chart. So all of these are separate templates, separate dashboards. Same with meal planner. It's a whole macro tracker, fitness planner, like everything. You have a shopping list that you can add to your phone. So yeah, all of those has a bunch of extra systems, and this is just a clean way to organize all of it. And by the way, if you want to grab this LiveOS dashboard for yourself, the link will be in the description. All right, so I think I'm just going to delete these properties because we're not actually going to use them. Sort of just wanted to show you can add different information to this database and then connect it to this one. Now, if we go ahead and add the relation, I'm just going to open these properties and quickly show the checkbox property because I think let's start with this one. I'm going to uncheck 2 of these. Then here, inside the instructor database, I'm going to add a rollup. So I'm going to add a rollup property. And then this property is going to be called progress. And just saying this is not going to make sense in this context. I'm just showing you the rollup property. So let's just roll with it. Here, you can select your relation. So for this rollup property, you can select a relation. So a rollup property always needs to be connected to a relation. So at the moment, I only have one relation. So I'm going to select the Dojo database. And now it will show the Dojo database. So John is connected to Aikido. Sully is connected to Karate and Aikido. Jasmine is connected to Judo and Aikido. So it will show all of them. Sort of just a reverse of this, I guess. Let's just go back in. So edit property. And then here, the next option. So once you've connected your relation, then you need to select the property that you want to use. So we want to use the checkbox property. So let's just click on this, select the checkbox property. And now it's showing all of the checkboxes connected to these people. So only Jasmine here for Judo has a checked checkbox, which is what's showing up here. But Jasmine is also connected to Aikido, which has an unchecked checkbox, which is why there's also an unchecked checkbox here. Then we have calculate, where we can choose what we want to show. So at the moment, it's just showing the original. So the checkboxes that's connected. We can count all, so we can have the number value. We can do checked, so only this one is checked. We can do unchecked, so how many checkboxes is unchecked. And we can also do percentage checked. So here, 0, 0, 50%, 0, 0, and then also percentage unchecked. So usually if it's a checkbox like this, then we would change this to percentage checked because it makes sense. So Jasmine has 2 checkboxes and one of them is checked. So it shows 50%. And what we can do is, because it's a rollup property, so it's a number, we can go here and we can show the number as a number or a progress bar, now showing 50%, or a progress ring. And you can of course also change the color. So if I change this to blue, change it to a progress bar, exit out of this, then now you'll see that it will update as I mark the checkboxes as complete. So if I add more people to this one, then it will change as well. So let's just do it like this. Then you can see it will update. So 33%, 66, and then 100%. So yeah, that's pretty much how you add progress bars. You can take it a step further and do it through formulas, but we'll cover that in the next section. But yeah, that's essentially how you do progress bars when you use checkboxes. Super simple. If you understand relations and you understand that rollups is just using property information from the related database, then you can create something like this. And what I'm also going to do on this database view is here, you can see that I'm constantly moving it. So here it's like cut off. So I have to move this to the side. Here it will show all of it like underneath each other. So if you want to change this like either or, then you just go here and you click on wrap column. So then it will change. It will toggle it on or off. It will toggle it on or off. So at the moment, if it's wrapped, then it will wrap to the next line. Otherwise, it will be like this one. So you can have the property the same size, and then you can just add more relations and it won't increase the length of the actual database entry. So let me quickly go inside of my LifeOS in order to show you how I'm using it inside of my LifeOS dashboard. If I scroll down to the projects, which I previously sort of touched on, now you'll sort of understand what we're doing. So we have a relation inside the projects database to the task database. I can also just show this as a property, as you can see, show this as page section. And then here it is displaying the time tracked, the buttons, and then also the date and a checkbox. And based on the checkbox, we have a rollup property. So if I click on this, you'll see that this rollup is related to the task database, which is this one. We're using the done checkbox property, so this one here, and we're calculating the percent checked, which is why it's showing 50%. So if I mark both of these as complete, then it will show 100%. And if I uncheck both of them, it will be 0%. So yeah, that's essentially how to create progress bars if you're using checkboxes. And if you're using something else, like for example, numbers. So let's just go inside of the goal tracker. So I have an example here. So here at the top, we've got the 4 pillars. So wealth, health, relationships, and spirituality. Then you have your goals, and then you can have key results for each goal. So we have a goal underneath health to gain 10 kilogram of muscle. And the key results for that is going to be to eat 4,000 healthy calories, gym 4 days per week, sign up to a gym, that sort of stuff. So again, this is a board view grouped according to the relation, to this relation. Same thing here. This is a board view grouped according to the relation, which is this relation. So here are 2 different relations. So the pillars is connected to goals, and the goals is connected to key results. And inside of key results, if I click on this view, you can add a current and a target. So for example, if I do, let's say, gym 4 days per week for 12 months. So that's 192 days. And at the moment, I've gymmed 69 days out of 192. So it's showing 36%. I can change this to 100, and then you'll see that it will update. So 150, it's getting closer. And basically what this is this is not a rollup. And then if we click here, you'll see that this is a formula to calculate the progress. So this is not a rollup. But if we click inside of this goal, so here's the key results. This is how we track our goal. And then if we open up the goal, we can change the date, and then it will also show like the actual due date. So let's say this goal is for the 31st, then it will show 12 days remaining. It will update as you get closer, due tomorrow, due today, and then days past due. We can just leave it like that. Here, this is also a formula, but it is using the rollup property. So here I got a rollup. If I click on this, it's a connection to the key results database, which is this one. We're using the progress bar, which is this one, a formula, and we're calculating the average. So for gain 10 kilogram of muscle, which is our goal, we're calculating the average progress in between these three database entries. And then based off this, we have a progress bar. We can also go here, edit property, select the bar, does the same thing. But the reason I'm doing it through a formula is because otherwise you can't use it inside this database. So you can only use rollups one layer deep. So I can't use this property inside of this database as a rollup because these two aren't directly connected. This one is connected to this one, and this one is connected to this one. So you need to sort of work your way up. So I can use a rollup in this one to calculate the progress like I have here. And then in this one, it's the same thing. I can use a rollup to calculate this one's progress, but I can't use this direct like progress bar to calculate this progress unless they're directly connected. But yeah, sort of just wanted to show you. I'm going to like do this in the Dojo page as well. Basically do 3 layers and yeah, sort of just showing you or like giving you an idea of how you could use rollups and relations. And as you can see here, I'm also showing the progress bar. So inside of gain 10 kilogram of muscle, I have these 3 key results and I'm showing the progress. So yeah, you can obviously change it here. And that's sort of how you could use relations and rollups, I guess. Same with these. If I open up health, then it will show this. We can also toggle on the progress bar, which actually makes more sense. This needs to also be side big, so I'll change that inside the Life4S. But yeah, so you just open up health, and then you'll be able to see the actual progress of all the goals. So health can have multiple goals. So you can have multiple goals underneath health, and then multiple key results for each goal. And then here, for this one, as you can see, this is a toggle. So these key results is grouped according to the goal relation. So if we go here, go to group, it's grouped according to goals, like this one. And then you can open or close this. It will show the key results. And this one is grouped according to the actual pillar. So one of these. So you can have an overarching view of your progress for all 4 areas of life. And then you can have goals for each, and you can have key results for each to actually track your goals. But yeah, let's now go back to the Dojo database, and then I'm going to show you how to create 3 layers of relations and rollups. All right, so let's add another database. So this database is going to be class schedule. So let's do class schedule, and then let's just hide the database title, and let's also just add this in. So let's do class schedule, and then let's do this one maybe, I don't know, green. We can do this one green. And then let's just add a calendar for this. Let's choose a calendar icon and move this inside. Delete this property and then also rename this view. So I'm just going to add a space and then also maybe just select this one. And then here, so my idea is you have the actual fighting style, like the actual class. Then you have the person teaching the class, and then you have the actual classes. So here you would maybe do something like Aikido and then the date or something. So maybe like the 19th of the 3rd month. So something like that. Or you can do at today. So you can do this and then it will keep today's date. Yeah, you can basically add names, but we would still tag it. So there would still be a date property and it would still be related to a specific class. So if I do this, so we have the actual class schedule. So this is like, okay, last week we had an Aikido class. This week we're going to have 2. Next week we're going to have 1. So this is like the actual class schedule. So here, if I add in a date, so let's do every Monday we have Aikido. And this can maybe be like this week. And then we can maybe do one for next week. So let's say these are all the Aikido classes. Let's just delete these. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a template button. I'm going to add an icon, obviously. I'm just going to add, let's do like just a circle or something. And then here for the date, I'm going to select today. So if I create a new database entry, if this is the default template button, so let's just set this as default. And then for the name, you can, for example, add today inside the template button in order to add today's date. Or what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do Aikido. And then I'm going to change this actually to red. And then I'm going to go back, create another one, and make this one judo. And this one is going to be, let's make this one blue. And then I'm going to do this for the other one as well. So let's do karate. And this one is going to be, let's do purple. And then, yeah, now we're not going to select a default template button because we actually want to choose So that's also a way to color code everything inside of Notion. So you can just add different icons. So if I open this up, let's say this was Aikido, like that. This one was Judo. This one was Karate. And then we can just open it up, click the template buttons. It automatically adds the name, adds the icon, so we can color code them. And then what we want to do is we want to add a relation. So let's add a relation property. Let's connect it to the Dojo database because we want to connect Aikido to Aikido, like not just have the name, actually connect it. Show on Dojo database, add relation, close out of this, change the icon to this yin and yang one. And then now we can select Aikido. So if I click on this, I will now be able to select Aikido. This one, we're going to select Judo, and this one, Karate. And if I go to my Dojo database and show the relation, so let's just show the relation, close out of this, and here you'll be able to see it's connected. So I think maybe let's just drag these next to each other or something so we can clearly see. I think that might be a bit too much. Let's just move the class schedule to the top. Yeah, I guess that works. So here you'll be able to see they're connected. So Aikido is connected to Aikido, and it will also show up here. So we can change this one to maybe a calendar view, or let's just keep it like grid view for now. And yeah, you can connect everything. So it's now connected to multiple relations, as you can see. So this Dojo database is connected to the class schedule and also connected to the instructor database, but the instructor database is not connected to the class schedule. But let's say we still want to show the instructor on this class schedule. So we want to see, okay, we had the Aikido class. It's connected to Aikido. So we can click here and we can actually click on these to open the Aikido page. Like you can have all the information, everything inside. But we also want to see the instructors or the instructor. So what we want to do is we're going to add a rollup. So let's go ahead and add a rollup property. And this is going to be called instructor. And this one, we're going to select the Dojo database because we only have one relation. The property is going to be the instructor relation property. So we can use relations inside of rollups and then we can calculate. So we can show a specific value, or we can just show the original, which is what we want. We want to actually see the people involved. So now if I just change this icon, you can connect, for example, let's add Aikido, and then it will automatically show the instructors added to Aikido. Because this, here inside of Aikido, these instructors are connected. So I can remove them. So let's just remove all of them except one. And then now you'll see for all the Aikido classes that's connected to this database, it only shows this instructor. And we can obviously add more instructors, like here, we can add someone else as well. And then we can connect this person to a different class, and then it will show up here. There we go. So yeah, you can actually add relations inside of Rollups, and then you can add Rollups to other databases to show information from that relation. So yeah, you can go like pretty deep with this. But if you want to go another level higher, so we have our Dojo database, we have our class schedule, but let's say we need something like, I don't know, equipment or something. Maybe that's a separate database. And then the equipment is connected to the class schedule or something. Then we can't directly use a rollup. So let's just do it. So /table, and then let's make this one equipment. It's not really going to make sense, but oh well. So equipment, if I can spell that correctly, hide the database title. Let's just quickly do this. It's like muscle memory at this point. Yeah, so let's just make it bold, underline it, and change the text color. Let's do bold, and let's also maybe like get the tool icon or something. Let's do this one, and then let's delete this property, and then let's also just rename this, and also just add an icon here. Let's just select that. Okay, so for the equipment, let's maybe do, I don't know, belt, katana, I don't know, mask or something. I don't really know what equipment you would need, but oh well. Let's just do that. Let's also just add an icon. So let's maybe for this one, I'm just going to use the sword and then set this as default. And then I'm going to just open these, add this in. And then what we're going to do is we're going to relate this. So we're going to relate the equipment with class schedule. So let's go ahead and add a relation, click on this, and then select the class schedule, show on database, and then add the relation. And as you can see here, we can now select a specific class. So this was used in Aikido. if we have another Aikido, so let's just click on Aikido because it's already related to Aikido. Then here we can see that we can now select multiple Aikidos. So because we have multiple classes, so we can select belt, we can take this one, we can select Aikido again, we can select it here and there, and yeah, basically just relate them. And then here inside of equipment, it will show the relation. So it's a two-way relation. So we'll be able to see it here. We can also just go ahead and change the icon. But now let's say we want to see the instructor for these classes. So here it needs to show Moritz and Deborah because they're doing the Aikido classes. Here it needs to show Jasmine and Suli because they're doing the Judo classes. But if we go ahead and add a roll-up, so let's just add a roll-up. And then for this roll-up, we select a relation. So we're going to select the class relation. So now we'll see the classes. So it's showing the same information. For the property, we can now select date property, dojo database, the relation, or equipment, but we can't select the instructor property. So the instructor property is a roll-up on the class schedule, but we can't select a roll-up another layer higher. Like you can't use roll-ups inside of roll-ups. So if you want to be able to view the instructors here on this database, then inside of this one, so inside of class schedule, I'm going to just add a formula. We're not going to dive deep into it now. I'm just going to do instructor and just add a space so I can add the name. And then I'm going to add a formula. So this formula, it's not actually a formula. It's literally just click on instructor, the instructor roll-up, and you're done. That's all you have to do. So yeah, it's not even a formula. You just use it because now we can use this formula property inside of this roll-up. So as you can see here, we just selected this property. You can do it for any property and it will just show that property. But in this case, it makes sense because we need to actually keep this. I keep this information. We need to show it. So all you do is you just select the roll-up property, create another formula. And then here inside of this database, if I edit this roll-up, I can now select that formula property that we just created. So now I can select instructor and then I can show the original. So as you can see, now it's showing the people, the instructors, connected to this dojo database, which is connected to the instructor database. So it's going like multiple layers deep. But yeah, that's essentially how you navigate around it. So also on the goal tracker database that I showed, that's how I do it. It's through formulas. So you just select the roll-up property and then you can calculate it. But yeah, that's essentially how you create relations and roll-ups multiple layers deep. So if you just compare what we have now to what we had when we started this module, we just had this. Now we've got relations and we've got multiple databases with more information and everything looks clean because it has icons and everything is connected and related to each other. And that's pretty much it when it comes to relations and rollups. Obviously, there's a lot more you can do, especially when we get into formulas, but I'll show that in the next module. But yeah, in terms of just relations and rollup properties, that's pretty much it. It's not that complicated. I know there's a lot of people struggling with it, but once you understand the concept of relations connects databases and rollups allows you to use property information from the connected database, and then just like understanding how the setup works and the layers and everything, then yeah, once you understand it, then you can build some pretty cool stuff. Like once you start using relations and formulas, that's when you truly unlock the power of Notion. So if you're not yet, then yeah, I hope this video was useful and I hope you'll start using relations and rollups now because you should. It's a lot of fun. It definitely helps you create stuff like this where everything relates with each other and you can have progress bars and things like that. So yeah, definitely make use of relations and rollups. We're now slowly approaching the end of this Notion course, and in the next module, we're going to be diving deep into formulas. So just a whole module on formulas. Formulas is a lot of fun. Once you understand it, similar to relations and rollups, once you understand it and you can use it, then yeah, you're not limited by your knowledge of Notion, and you can actually build some pretty cool stuff. Welcome to this module of the Notion course where we're going to focus on formulas. So everything about Notion Formulas 2.0, which is the updated formula language. I'm going to show you how to create them, the different functions. I'm going to show you a couple of examples, how I use formulas inside my LifeOS dashboard, and then just walk you through it. I'm not going to cover every single function because you are going to sit here for hours, and most of it you're not actually going to use. So I'm just going to go through all the necessary, the key functions and everything that you need to know in order to build stuff with Notion formulas. And then I'm going to walk you through the ones that I have inside my LifeOS so you can get a couple of ideas on how to use formulas inside of your Notion workspace. And if you want to dive deeper into Formulas 2.0, just go to Chris Notion on YouTube and then just find my Notion Formulas playlist, because inside of that playlist, I show you how to build 7 different formulas that I'm using inside my Life OS and my other dashboards, including this accountability partner. So if you want to be able to build something like this, then just go to my YouTube channel and check that video out, because in this video, I'm just going to go over the basics of formulas, how to use it, but not necessarily how to create something like this, because I've already created a dedicated video on how to build this. So yeah, I'm obviously not going to repeat myself in this video. This one is just basics. This is formulas. This is how to use it. But if you want to build these types of formulas for something inside of your Notion workspace, then just check out the videos on my channel. And while we're here, might as well just mention that if you want this LifeOS dashboard for yourself, then just check the link in the description. There will also be a link to the LifeOS Club, which is my premium Notion community, where there will be exclusive content, exclusive templates, Notion workshops, live events, challenges done for your productivity systems, whether it's for personal or professional. I'll get in guest speakers talking about various different productivity related topics. There's going to be courses on everything. Basically, it's going to be a lot of fun, and you don't want to miss out on this community. All right, and with that out of the way, let's get started with Notion formulas. All right, so Notion formulas. Let's go ahead and add a new property, which is going to be a formula property. And I have no idea what this is going to be yet. So let's just add this in. And then for this formula, in order to edit it, you can either click here, edit property, like this menu, and then you can just click on this, and then it will open up the formula window, or you can just directly click inside. So it will open up the formula window as well. So I prefer to do it this way, because then I can also change how it pops up. So if it's like at the bottom, it will pop up to the top. So yeah, anyways, you can click on this to open up the formula window. Here we got our properties. So this is all the properties on this class schedule database. We've got a few built-ins, so not, true, and false. And then we also got our functions, which we're going to use to actually build out the formula. Now, as previously mentioned, I'm not going to go through every single one of these functions. Like there's some of these that I have never even used. Like I don't even know what this does. So yeah, a lot of them you're probably not even going to use. If you just want to create like progress bars and like the overview sections and things like that, then yeah, those are not necessary. If you want to do like complex math equations and log and pi and shit like that, then you can do it. You can do it most likely with Notion, with formulas, but I'm not going to show you how, because I don't know how. But you can also just ask ChatGPT. So if you're stuck with Notion formulas at any point, just go to ChatGPT, ask it to be a Notion expert, and then tell it your setup. So this is my database. This is the properties I have. I want to create this. It needs to look like this. And then give me the information in a code block. So give me the formula in a code block. Then you can just copy and paste. And then you go back and forth with ChatGPT. So this section is not working. This is not in Notion formulas. This is the error that I'm getting or whatever. And then you can just go back and forth until you have a formula that works. So that's a bonus tip. But yeah, in this module of the Notion course, I'm just going to show you like all the key, like all the necessary functions that you should be using when it comes to formulas in order to just start building stuff inside of Notion. So the first thing is you can select a property to just display the property. So at the moment we're using this date property, and you can see here in the preview what the output will be. So yeah, you can do that. We used that in the previous module. When we did relations and rollups, we selected the instructor one because you can't use rollups inside rollups. So you have to do something like this. So you create a formula, you select the rollup, and then in a higher level database, so there was one more connected, we could use this formula, like this rollup, inside of that rollup, inside of that database. So yeah, but anyways, you can select a property in order to just display the property like this. All right, so next what I want to show is if you add plus and then another property, it will just add whatever the information is next to this one. So if I just do another date property, then it's just going to add the same date next to each other. We can also do something like this. So inside of quotation marks, you can add in a space and then do another plus. So now there will be like an actual space. You can add words inside as well. So I'm just going to do test or something. So as you can see, you can use quotation marks and then just like the plus to add stuff together. You can add properties. With properties, you can add properties with text, and the text is indicated by these quotation marks. So everything inside, even if it's like numbers, it will be considered as text because it's inside quotation marks. And what you can also do is you can hold shift and then press enter in order to move it down. So let me just delete this to get it back. You can press tab in order to add a indentation. So I can press Shift Enter and then I can press Tab in order to move it over. So that's a way to structure and clean up your Notion formulas. And something else you can also do that helps is if you add in a comment. So if you do the / and the asterisk, and then you add in your comment and then do the reverse, then it will just display comments. So this is not affecting your formula. This is just for you inside the formula to see what is where, like what is this section, what is this section. So you can just like section it off, I guess. And yeah, you can use the tab as well as Shift Enter to organize and clean up your Notion formulas. And then here you'll see a preview. You'll be able to click on a function and then you'll be able to see the different options here. So if I just move myself out of the way, if I go to empty, for example, I can hover on this and then it will tell you exactly what it does. Same for all the other ones. You just hover on it if you don't know what it is, or you just Google it, you ask ChatGPT or something, because there's a lot of formulas. Like you just have to play around with it. That's the only way to learn formulas. Like sure, you're now watching a formulas module in a Notion course, but unless you're actually building your own formulas in your own system, your own workspace, then you're never gonna like fully understand formulas. So you have to actually do it. But yeah, once you start playing around with it, it's a lot of fun. But yeah, here's the preview. And then you can add comments. You can Shift Enter to add line breaks. You can press Tab to add indentations. And you can also click on this revert. And it will just revert this back to what it previously was. So if I change this, so just Control Z to undo, and I click on Done, then this will now be the normal. And if I now change anything and click on Revert, it will just change it back to how it was once I clicked on Done. So once you click on Done, you sort of save it. It's like a checkpoint. And then from there, you can delete stuff or you can add stuff. And then you can just click on Revert in order to change it back. Now, another thing, if you want to copy your formulas or send it to someone else, so I just click Copy. If you create a code block inside of Notion and you paste your formula in, and it is, let's say, JavaScript, then it will show as property. So here it shows prop, and then in brackets, the actual property name. Same with this one. So this is how formulas 1.0 used to be. Like you had to actually have this. You couldn't do Shift Enter or Tab or anything. You couldn't add comments. So this is all new for formulas 2.0. But yeah, back in the day, it used to actually be like prop and then the name. But now it just shows like this grayed out like box, I guess. So yeah, just keep in mind that if you copy and paste something on a code block, it will still show prop. And if you share formulas with other people, you need to include this. But once you have this, so if I copy this, if I delete all of this and then paste it, it will still keep the same property. So you don't have to change anything. It's just going to display differently when you're in the formula like editor, and also when you're putting the formula inside of code block or sharing it with someone else. All right, so I've just moved this full class checkbox property into this database because it makes more sense. This is actually the class schedule, so we can actually do that now. And yeah, I'm going to use this to create a progress bar using formulas. But first, I think let's just cover some basics. So the first thing is numbers. So if we have any type of numbers, so let's do 50 multiplied by 100, then you'll be able to do calculations. You can also put these inside of brackets and then perform further calculations like this. Yeah, you can do calculations inside of formulas. Of course, it's formulas, it's like Excel. But what we can now also do is we can add text. So if we have 500, let's say it needs to be 500 classes or something, then we just add a plus, and then inside of quotation marks, we add the word classes. And then here you'll see that we now have 500 classes. If we want a space, then we need to just add a space inside of the quotation marks. There we go. And if I click on done, you'll see that all of these has 500 classes. And what we can also do is we can do something like this, for example. So let's do quotation marks and then next class, and then add a colon and a space, add a quotation mark and then a plus, and then we select the date property. So like that. So the next class is on March 11th, and then this will apply to all of these. So March 20, as you can see here, it's different. This text is the same, of course, but the date property, if you're using properties, then it will use the actual information in the property. If I remove this, if I clear this, then it's not going to show anything. So it will actually use the date property information. Now, a function that you'll be using a lot is going to be the style function. So you'll be able to customize your text. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a style function at the end of next class, because this is a date, like how it views here. Like inside of Notion formulas, this is tagged as a date, and this is tagged as a string, aka text. So this is a date property. This is essentially a text property. So what we're going to do is we just want to customize this. So I'm going to, at the end of this, I'm going to add a dot, and then I'm going to add my function. So previously you had to put it in the beginning, open up the bracket, and then at the end put a closing bracket. But now you can just add a dot and then add in your function. So I'm going to do style. I'm going to add a style function. And here in the preview, you'll now see what's going to happen. So for the style function, if I just click inside, then here you get a bunch of different variables that you can use. So I can use B to make it bold. So if I just add in the letter B inside of quotation marks, you'll see that this text is now bold. I can make it italic by just using I. I can do underline. I can do strike through. And I can also change the color. So let's do, for example, red. If I do red, then it will show like that. I can even do C in order to make it look like code. And I can also change the color. So if I type in red, then I will be able to change the color to red. So that is how you can style your formulas. So you can also change this. So if we have more stuff, so let's say, for example, we have the word hour in the front, and then we have a plus, and then next class, and then let's just add a space. So as you can see here, hour isn't red because the style function, this part, is only tied to next class. So it sort of splits it up with the plus. So this is a section, this is a section, and then the date property is a section. So if we want to solve this entire thing, we would just put everything inside of brackets like this. So now we're styling this entire thing. So everything inside of brackets, we're styling. Otherwise, you can just remove the brackets and you can move them and place them wherever you want. But yeah, that's essentially how you style text inside of Notion formulas. All right, so I'm just going to leave it like this. I'm actually just going to remove this section and then remove this bracket. And then I'm going to click on done. So that's good. I like that. So let's just go ahead and add another formula, and then let's just open this up. I have no idea what this is going to be. So let's see, maybe we can do something on the full class, but I think that would have to be in a different database because we can add a progress bar. So here I want to show you that you can use related databases inside of formulas, and you can actually click on it to open it. So if we use the map function, so this is a really important function. This is what allows you to sort of use formulas as relations and rollups. So you can go into other databases, you can connect stuff, you can use property information from a connected database just through formulas. So I'll show how to do that through a progress bar that we're going to create. But first, just want to show this. So if I use the map function and then select our Dojo database, which is the related database to this one. So if I just select Dojo, and then if I add a comma and then use current, so this line, you'll probably see a lot, and you'll probably be using this a lot. So you need to remember this. So map, database relation, comma, and then current. And then after current, you can actually choose which property you want to use if you want, but I'm just going to select done. And then here, you'll be able to see that we've got Aikido, Judo, Karate. So as you can see, this is a bit different than just like doing this, where I just select this. So it outputs the same thing. But if I use the map function, then at the end of current, I can add a dot. And now I can use property information from my Dojo database. So at the moment, I'm mapping the information from this Dojo database relation. So as you can see, I've got the relation selected, and I'm using this current function because I want to use information from this database. And then I'm adding a dot, and then I can choose a property. So if we, for example, want to see the instructors, then we click on the instructor property, click on that. And then now, as you can see, it will show the instructors. So if I click on done, this is similar to what we have here. So here we have a rollup. So we've got the Dojo database relation selected. We've got the instructor property, and we're showing the original. Same thing here. We've got the Dojo database selected. We're using the instructor property, and we don't have a calculation, so it will just show the original. So yeah, you can use formulas as rollups. So it's not even necessary to have this anymore. We can just use this formula, because with this formula, we can do a lot more. So we can continue with the formula. We can add stuff to it. So we can, for example, add a length function in order to get the number. So if you add a length function at the end, then it will give you a number value. So what we can do with this, for example, is in the front, we can add in quotation marks and then do something like instructors, colon, and a space. And then if we add a plus, then we can add in those people. So if I click on done, it will now show instructors and then the actual instructors. So we can combine text and dates and numbers and pages. So I can actually click on this and it will open the page. So like here, if I click on Moritz, then it will open up this page, as you can see. So it will actually, like, it's clickable, which is pretty cool. If I go back, then here at the bottom, so we've just opened up this page. So this is connected to this database through the relations. So basically what we did is we used this relation, which is a relation to the Dojo database. And then inside of this one, we used this instructor property to show the information here. But this instructor property is also a relation to this database. So we're currently inside of this database using property information from the database all the way here. So with this database, we've connected it to the Dojo database. And because we're using this relation, it's now showing the information from the instructor database at the bottom. Now, what you can also do is you can obviously style this piece of text as well. So I can, for example, add a style function, and then inside of quotation marks, I can make it bold, and I can also make it blue. And then as you can see in the preview, and if I click on done, this text is now blue. And something I can also do, let's just first shift enter just to clean this up, and then press tab just to separate it. So we've got the instructors text part, and then we've got the relation part. And what we can also do is next to this map function. So at the moment we're using this information, but what we can also do, we can add a dot next to it and then add a filter function, and then we can filter this information. So again, you just use the current function, and then if you press comma, so it's the same process, and then here we can select what we want to filter this by. And then what we can also do is if we create a new view, make this a gallery view, and then change the card preview to none, and keep the card size as it is. We're also just going to hide the database title, and maybe also just give it an icon. So I'm just going to do this one. And then inside of properties, if we now show both formulas, so if we show this one and this one, you'll be able to sort of see a preview or like an overview of the class. So you can now see, okay, these are the instructors and this is the next class. So that's essentially what I'm doing inside the Live OS. So all of these, so this is a gallery view, this is a gallery view, this is a gallery view, and all of these show a formula. This is a formula, this is a formula, and all three of these are formulas. So that's essentially what I'm doing here. It's just showing a formula on a gallery view. Now let's just do one more example of mapping databases. So let's go into the Dojo database. Let's go here, let's create a formula. And then inside of this one, we're going to use the map function. We're going to select our relation. So let's say we want to use the class schedule. Then, comma, use the current function, add a dot, and then we can select a property from this database. So we can, for example, select the full class database. And now if I click on done, then you'll see that we have our checkboxes because we've used this, like we've essentially created a rollup. So if I just go ahead and add a rollup property, select the class schedule, select the checkbox property, and then show original, it's going to show the exact same thing. So we've pretty much done that using the map function, which is why this is super important. If you understand this, then you don't have to use rollups. Like you can just use this and then you can use it inside your formula. Like you can create other stuff with it, whereas the rollup it's just a rollup. But here it's like an actual formula that you can do stuff with. So yeah, I recommend you like play around with it and use the map function a couple of times. Just basically replace your rollups with a formula, and doing that will quickly help you learn how to use Notion formulas. All right, so what we're going to do here is we want to turn this into a progress bar. So on the rollup, what we would do normally is we would click on the rollup, go to edit property, and then we would calculate the percentage checked. So as you can see here, it shows 66%, 0%, 100%. And if I scroll down, I can select the progress bar or the progress ring. So we're going to do this, but with the formula. So obviously there's more steps involved, but this is useful for if you have 3 layers of relations and you want to do some other stuff with it as well. You can add more customization. So yeah, I'm going to show you how to create this, but with a formula. All right, so inside the formula, basically what we want to do is we want to get the total, so like the number of completed checkboxes, and divide it by the number of total checkboxes. So in this case, what we're going to do is, because we have this, so this is now just showing all of them. What we want to do is we want to filter this. So let's add a dot and then a filter function. So filtering allows you to like only use specific properties. So for example, if we click on current, so filter the current, then it will automatically be a checked checkbox. But normally you would do equals true, for example, or equals false. But in this case, checkboxes is either true or false. So if you just use it without specifying, it will just use the true option. But if you have a different property, like let's do, for example, if we change the full class, so let's just quickly change the full class to, I don't know, let's do the date property and then add a filter function. So now that we have this is basically a rollup that goes inside the class schedule database, and we're using the full class checkbox property, and we're filtering it to only show the true ones. We can also change this around to only show the false ones. But in this case, we're filtering it to only show the true checkboxes. So now if we add a length function, so if we do dot length, so we can add a length function, and then now it will show the actual length, like the number. So if I delete this, then you'll see there's 2 checkboxes. And if I go ahead and click on done, then you'll see it's 2, 0, and 1. So 2 completed checkboxes, 0 completed checkboxes, and a 1 completed checkbox. If I just go ahead and duplicate this rollup and just change this to just show normal, so just show original, then you'll see here 2 checkboxes complete, and this one complete, and not the other ones. So all of these pretty much show somewhat the same information, just in a different way. But what we want to do is we want to obviously match this with this. So let's click back inside the formula, and then here you'll notice that we have the first part of the formula done. So we want to divide the total number of checked checkboxes with the total number of checkboxes. So to do this, we're just going to copy all of this, and then we're going to add a divide, and then shift enter, and then we're going to paste everything in. So at the moment, we're dividing 2 by 2, which is 1, 0 by 0, which is 0, and 1 by 1, which is 1. So yeah, we need to remove this filter function. So if we remove this, then it will give us the total of all the checkboxes instead of just the total of the checked checkboxes. So if we go ahead and remove this filter, then you'll see that we're now dividing the total number of checked checkboxes with the total number of checkboxes. So if we click on done, then you'll see the percentage is sort of the same. And now what we can do is we can add all of these inside of brackets and then multiply it with 100. So we want to have 2 digits here, so 66. Click on done. So as you can see here, 100, 0, 66. So we're getting closer. So let's go ahead and click back in and then just add shift enter. And then what I'm going to do is I want to round all of this off. So I'm going to add a round function. I'm just going to add in a tab here. I'm just going to tab this in. Add a round function with 2 open brackets. And then at the end of everything, shift enter, add a closing bracket. So the first closing bracket, which will close this one off. Then for this, we want to multiply everything with 100. Add the second closing bracket, which is this one. And then divide everything with 100. And then if I click on done, you'll see that we have 0.67, 0, and 1. And now all we have to do is just click here, edit the property, go to number format, go to percentage, and then just select the percentage. And we can also go inside of the property and then just turn this into a progress bar or a progress ring. And there we've created a progress bar using Notion formulas. Now, obviously, you can just use a rollup, like it's way easier. And you can even, like what's even more easier is if you just use a rollup and then you select the rollup inside a formula, if you have to use a formula, and then you just turn this into progress bar, change it to percentage, and you also have to round this off. So as you can see here, it's the same, except there's decimals. So let's just do the round function thing again. Round, 2 open brackets, 1 closing bracket, multiply with 100, closing bracket, divide with 100. you have to sort of learn this sequence because you're going to use this around function a lot. And then just click on done. And then as you can see, we've pretty much duplicated this rollup property inside the formula using a much simpler formula. So this one is obviously a lot, but I wanted to just show how to use the filter, the length, how to divide stuff, round function. I want to cover all of it. So yeah, sort of just showing that you can do all of this just with a formula. And while we're here, I also want to show something else that's really important. So you will use this a lot. This will help tremendously with all of your formulas, especially if you create like complex stuff. So this is a let's function. So if I add let's, then this allows me to create a variable. Here we have a let's function. This needs to always be at the top. And then the closing bracket, you need to always put at the very end of the entire formula. So here, let's open bracket, and then we're going to add our variable. Then it's the formula, and then the closing bracket at the end. So what we're going to do is you're going to take everything that you're going to use repeatedly. Like usually you would set the let's function in the very beginning of your formula. So you'd first set the let's function. Okay, this is everything I'm going to use. I'm going to use this map function. I'm going to use this calculation, this formula, this function. You map everything out. You create different let's functions, so different variables, and then you create your formula. So for example, when we started, I would have first used the let's function, but this would have confused the heck out of you. So I'm just going to do it now. But usually you would do it in the beginning. So for this, I would turn this into a let's function, into a variable. So as you can see here, these two are exactly the same. So I'm reusing the same line of text. So I'm just going to copy this. And then here, I'm going to add in my variable text. So the variable text can be literally anything. I'm just going to use full class checkbox, just so you can sort of understand, but it doesn't have to be this long. We can even just do checkbox. Let's just keep it like that. So let's just do checkbox and then add a comma. So now we've got our variable text. Now we need to set our variable. So I'm going to use this. So I'm going to copy this, paste this in, and then I'm going to click comma to set my variable. So now my variable is set. Every time I use checkbox throughout my entire formula, it will use this formula, this function, this line of text. So I can go ahead and copy checkbox, or I can even just like, if I delete this, then you'll see the variables here at the top. So all your variables will be here. So I can just go ahead and click checkbox. And as you can see, I can just replace this with checkbox, and it makes things a lot simpler. So you just set your variables in the beginning, and then you can just reuse them every time. Instead of having to like copy and paste and do the same thing all over, you just use your variable text, and there you go. And then to clean all of this up, I would just shift enter, and then inside of a comment. So I'm just going to add a comment, and this is going to be variables. And then I'm going to close the comment off. So here I would just add in a comment and then describe this section. So at the moment we just have one formula. So I'm just going to do formula. But if you have multiple sections doing different things, then it would be progress bar, it would be overview section, it would be text or whatever. So you just section off everything and use the shift enters, use the tabs in order to just clean everything up. I can even tab this one more, and I can do this as well. So I can do it like that. And yeah, that's a way to easily organize and clean up your formulas, because otherwise it's going to be hectic. It's going to be like way too much. So yeah, I can even do it like this, because now this line is a lot shorter. I can even do it in the same line if I want to. So I can do it like that. So bam, there's our formula. Or like I would most likely just keep it like this, because this is two separate things. And then yeah, the closing bracket at the end, the let's function that sets this variable, and then we use this variable instead of using this every single time. All right, so that's how you create a progress bar. And I just want to show some examples inside my Life4S for everything that I've currently used or showed. So there's obviously still a lot left when it comes to formulas, but let me just show a couple of examples. So inside the Life4S, if I go to, for example, here, so this is my habit tracker, and I can open up these. So this is the daily percentage of all of them. This is the good habits percentage, and this is the bad habits percentage. Okay, the habits you want to remove. And obviously all of this will also show up on the accountability partner, as I've showed in all the other videos. And by the way, if you want this Life4S dashboard, the link will be in the description. And here, if I click on one of these, then you'll see that these aren't rollups. These are formulas. And this is pretty much everything that I've showed. So here for the bad habits percentage, you can see that I've created a let's function called bad habits. I'm mapping the bad habits database to get the done checkbox property. And then for the formula, I've taken the bad habits variable, which is this, so the done checkbox properly, and I've filtered it to show the current, which shows the true, so like the checked checkboxes. And then I added a length function. So here I got the total of checked checkboxes, and then I divided this by the total number of checkboxes. So here you can see this one doesn't have a filter function. This is just the length, so aka the number of all the checkboxes. And then these divided by each other will give a percentage. And then I just close it off. And then I just add a round function. So I just remove all the decimals. And then this is also a percentage value. So the number format is percentage. And then I just selected a progress bar. And the same goes for the good habits percentage. Here I've also added in some comments, just explaining what I'm doing. And inside of this main one, which is both of these combined, essentially, if I open this, then you'll see that we have two sets of variables. So we have healthy habits and bad habits. So this one uses the done checkbox property from the good habits database, this one from the bad habits database. And then here I've pretty much done the exact same thing, except inside of brackets, I've first gotten the total number of checked checkboxes for both of them. So the healthy habits, so this, filtered by the checked checkboxes, and then getting the length of that. Same with the bad habits. So this will give me the total checked checkboxes for the good habits, this one for the bad habits, add them together using this plus inside of brackets, and then divide all of that with the total number of bad habit checkboxes and the total number of the good habit checkboxes. And then all of this is inside of brackets and is being rounded off. So we're removing the decimals, and then same thing, edit the property, change the number format to percentage, and select the progress bar. All right, so that's the progress bar side of things. Now, what about if you're using text like this or this? How do you get it to be in different lines? How do you add this? Basically, how do you create something like this? I'm not going to actually show this whole thing. I'm just going to, like, for curiosity's sake, I'm just going to click and just scroll through so you can see sort of what I did. This entire section is just variables for the task section of the formula. This is for the habits overview. So this, your daily habit progress for Monday. This is variables for the good habits section. This is variables for the bad habits section. As you can see, variables, setting variables, it's super important, super useful. And then the formula starts. So then it's greetings. So if the current hour is less than 12, it's good morning. If it's below 5 p.m., it's good day. If it's less than 24, then it's good evening. So that's the greeting. So here, good day, Chris. Here's a quick overview of your day so far. And it uses the name property. So you can set your name by clicking on the database entry. So you don't have to like in this whole entire LifeOS system, there's no formulas for you to update. So all of this, you don't have to update any formulas. It just works. So yeah, anyways, here's the greeting section. And then we have a line break. So this is what I will also show in the dojo. So you can add a line break by using this. So if you add a plus and then inside of quotation marks, a backslash and the letter N, then it will create a line break. So what I've done is I've created two line breaks. So here, line break, and then another one. And then it's the uncompleted task section. So if the daily tasks is false, so if we still have tasks for today, then show this text. So I'm actually, okay, because this is not going to make sense unless you understand how this works. So let me just quickly show what's possible with Notion formulas. So if I go ahead and let me just also remove this grouping, change this to none, remove all of these, and also delete all of this. So now here for the accountability partner, you'll see that we have text that says, good day, Chris. Here's a quick overview of your day so far. If we want to change our name, we just do it here. And then you'll see text that says, seems like you don't have any tasks for today. Looks like you have not added your daily habits yet. So if we go ahead and add a task for today, so if we click here, so these are today's tasks. I'm just going to do 1, 2, 3. And this automatically has today's date. Then you'll see it show up here, to do, 0 out of 1. And we still need to do this task. We can click on it to open this page. And if I mark this task as complete, then we get a message that says, nice job, you completed all your daily tasks. Now go do something fun. So that's the task section of this formula. Next is the habit tracker. So if I click on this button to add a new week, then I can, for example, open up Monday. And if I add today's date to Monday here, then it will show up on the accountability partner. Your daily habit progress for Monday is 0%. I can click on Monday to actually open up Monday. And then here it says, you still need to complete the following habits. There's no good habits to complete for the day yet. There's no bad habits to overcome for today yet. So if I go ahead and add a new week and also add in my good and bad habits, then as you can see here on the accountability partner, our habits is now showing up. We can also scroll up and you can see them here. So inside of Monday, these are relations that we've added through buttons. So we've created new database entries inside of these two databases, and now we can mark them as complete here. And on our accountability partner, you'll see that the Monday progress percentage, so it's currently 0% and it's red. If we increase this, so now it's 20% and it's pink, then it's 40% and purple, 60% and blue. And if we get to this last one, so you can also see the total habits here, 1 out of 3 complete, 0 out of 2 complete. If we complete all of our good habits, then we get a message that says, good job, you're slowly becoming the person you know you could be. If we complete all of our bad habits for the day, then we get a message that says, nice job, looks like you're stronger than your bad habits. And if we complete all of our habits for the day, then we get a message that says, well done, you're clearly disciplined and focused on improving your life. Keep it up, Chris. So yeah, as you can imagine, this is quite a formula to create, especially if you're not watching any tutorials, like if you're coming up with this yourself. Like I didn't get any input from anyone. Like this is my own original idea. Haven't seen anyone do this before. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm the very first person to do something like this. There'll probably be more people that does something like this, where it's like a rough overview that shows everything, because I'm actually showing how to build this. But yeah, this took like a whole night, like a whole overnighter. I'm deep into the flow stage, just trying to figure this out. But yeah, it works, and it works really well. People love it. So yeah, this is the formula for that. So it is quite a lot. I have a whole YouTube tutorial showing you how to create this exact formula. So if you just type in accountability partner on YouTube, or like Chris Notion accountability partner, or just go to my formulas playlist on my YouTube channel, then you'll be able to find this video where you can create this yourself. And yeah, it's quite a formula, as you can see, but it's fun. If you can create this, then yeah, you can be proud of yourself, because not many people can build something like this. Because yeah, this is the coolest thing I've built inside of Notion as of date. Pretty proud of it. Haven't watched any content or YouTube or any tutorials on it, because there weren't any content on it. Like I was the first person to create content on this exact thing. It was just when formulas came out, like formulas 2.0. So it wasn't even possible before then. And yeah, since then, a lot of people have watched my this tutorial formulas, and they're going to build their own stuff, which is pretty cool. It's pretty good to see that people are actually using you as inspiration. Same with the call-out boxes. There's a lot of templates using this exact aesthetic style that I sort of started, I guess. But yeah, sort of just wanted to pat myself on the back and also let you know that this idea originally came from this dashboard. Anyways, if I click inside the formula, then you'll see it's a bunch of variables. Then some uncompleted section, habits overview, and then good habits, bad habits. And yeah, like it's quite a lot. I'm obviously not going to cover everything in this video. Let's just go back. We've covered the progress bars. Now I'm going to do text. So I can also show a different dashboard. So at the moment, I'm inside of my freelancer dashboard. So this is a dashboard for freelancers. And here I have an overview section. So for John, so John is a client inside the CRM. So I can click here to go to the CRM. And John has 4 different projects. And each project can have multiple tasks. And then each project has a status. So there's not started, in progress, client review, and done. And then here on the overview, you'll see the 4 different status types: not started, in progress, client review, and done. And then it shows the projects underneath. So if I move this to in progress, let's move both of these to in progress, then you'll see here, it's showing like them underneath each other. So 3 out of 4. So there's 4 projects in total. 3 out of 4 is in progress. So yeah, you can create something like this as well. So let me just move this back up. And then yeah, you can basically create this where you have text. So this is styled red. And then you have, okay, so let's actually dissect this, because I'm not going to build all of this. I've already, everything that I'm showing you in this video, all the formulas, everything, I already have videos on it. I have tutorials on how to build this exact formula, the accountability partner, the formulas, the overview section, all of it. I already have content on it. Just go to my formulas playlist on YouTube. So here I basically created 4 variables. So not started, I used the projects relation and filtered it to where the status property, so the current, where the status equals not started. So if we use a checkbox, then it's either true or false. But in this case, it's actually a word, like it's not started. So this is equals to, and then inside of quotation marks, not started. Same with the other ones, not started, in progress, client review, and completed. Those are the 4 variables because that's what it's being filtered to. So only this changes. So not started, in progress, client review, and done. And then what we're doing is here we have the not started text. So inside of brackets, we're styling everything. So here at the end, we have the style function to make it bold and red. And then this is inside of brackets. And then inside of quotation marks, we have the red circle. So this is just the emoji. Not started, colon, space. And then we have this bracket. And then we have not started, which is this variable. So this is taking all the not started projects. And then we're just adding a length function. So now you also know what the length function is. So we're just getting the number value of the not started projects. And then we're adding a divider. So here. And then we're adding in the projects. So the total projects, the length of the projects, which in this case is 4. And then we're adding that. And another closing bracket. And then we're just styling everything so that it's red and also bold. So that's essentially what we're doing for all of this. And then this is the same for all the other ones, except it's different text and also blue or purple or green. And then next we have the actual projects, how they are underneath each other. So I previously showed the line break. So it is backslash and the letter N to add a line break. I'll show that in the dojo as well. Then we have the backslash and the letter T to add a tab. So you can add line breaks and you can also tab them. So you can do line breaks, indentations, and then for this tab, you'll see that we also have a dot, which is this dot. So you can add stuff to it. So how do you want the line break to look? How do you want the tab to look? So we want this tab to just be a tab, just a space, and also add a dot. So that's essentially what we did here. So we added the line break, we added the tab. Okay, so now it's here. We've added the dot. Okay, so it has a dot. Then we added the not started variable, which is this one. So it's showing all the not started projects. Here we wanted to get the number, so we added the length. But without this, it shows the actual projects, like the page. So we got that. And then we added the sort function. So you can actually sort this. So in which order, if we have multiple projects, how should they be ranked? So first graphic design, then freelance project. So you can sort them alphabetically. And then we have a join function in order to join them together, because otherwise it's going to be project and then next to it another project. But we want to have them underneath each other. We want to have this for all of them. So for that, you use a join function, and then it's tabbed. Well, it's a line break, then it's a tab, and then the dot. So we're pretty much just doing this. And then we have 2 line breaks, and then it's the next section, which is exactly the same. So yeah, that's essentially how this formula works. Again, I have a full tutorial showing you how to build this exact formula. Just check it out on my channel. But yeah, that's essentially what we're doing here. So you can create stuff like this inside of Notion with formulas. It's pretty cool. Not just progress bars or things like this. You can actually do some pretty cool stuff. But yeah, I'm going to show you a few more of the stuff I've just went over. But let's actually create it inside of a formula. All right, so let's go ahead and edit this formula and then make it so that all of these is in a new line. So it's first instructors, then it's person 1, person 2, person 3, etc. So let's go inside of this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just shift enter the map function. So like this part of the formula. And then here, I'm going to add in the line break. So inside of quotation marks, backslash and the letter N, and then another plus. And if I click on done, then you'll see that this has moved to the bottom. And if it's not, if it's like this, then you need to wrap the column. So at the moment, this will go over the text, but we want to just click on the property and then click on the wrap column. Or if you're in a different view, like for example, this one, this isn't underneath each other yet. So just go inside the database menu, go to layout, and then select wrap all properties. And then as you can see now, they're now underneath each other. And if we go ahead and open this formula, then we can also add another line break if we want to. So let's just add another one to see how it looks. So let's add 2 line breaks. And as you can see, there's now a space in between. But I think let's just stick with 1 line break. Just sort of wanted to show. Let's just do 1 line break. And then here for this, I'm just going to add a tab, but I'm also going to add an actual tab. So I want the people to be moved one to the right. So like one indentation to the right. So I'm going to add the letter T with a backslash inside of quotation marks and then followed by a plus. Now, if I click on done, you'll see that they're now tabbed to the right. And there's one line break because I've removed one of the line breaks. Now, because this isn't directly on this database, like we're using a map function, whereas in this freelancer one, if we just go inside the formula, then you'll see that what we're using is an actual property on this database. But what we have is a map function. So it's sort of going into a different database and then using that one's property. So in order to have these underneath each other, it needs to be a property on this database. So we can easily fix that by just adding a rollup. This can be called instructor. And then I'm just going to add in the relation to the Dojo database. I'm going to use the instructor relation and just show the original. And then here you can then, instead of using the map function, which goes into the Dojo database and then uses the instructor property, we're now just using the instructor property because we have the rollup. So we sort of bypass the map function. And then here, if I click on done, you'll see it looks exactly the same because it is pretty much exactly the same. And then here we can add a join function. So if I add join, then I can, inside of quotation marks, add in, for example, a line break. So if I join them only with a line break, then they will be joined with a line break. And if I want to have them tabbed as well, then I would just add in \t. So now I'm joining them with a tab as well. And if you want them to be joined with an emoji or something, then next to the tab, you would also add your emoji. So let's maybe just do green. And then if I click on done, then you'll see only the first one has a emoji. And here, if we do it for this one as well, then all of them will have a emoji. Yeah, that's sort of how you add line breaks and tabs to your formulas as well. And you can also join them. So if you have like a list of pages, instead of having everything next to each other, you can have them joined like in a line break or a tab or whatever you want. You can add multiple emojis. So you can choose how you want to join them. But yeah, \N is line break and \T is a tab. All right, so the last example I'm going to show you in this module is going to be the time tracker inside the LifeOS. So if I just go to the task database and open this up, then you'll see here we have a time tracker. And again, I already have full tutorials on how to build all of this stuff on my channel. So just check those out. But you should be able to create it just from watching this video. I'm not actually going to physically like build it, like create it. I'm just going to show you what I used. So for this time tracker, you're using a done checkbox property. So depending on if it's done or not, it will be green or it will be red. And then here is the start and end date. So we've got two button properties, start log and end log. So both of these, they basically just add now as the start date or the end date. So if I click start log, it will add today's date and time to start date. And if I click end log, it will add today's date and time to the end log. And then depending on the difference between these, so if it's a few minutes, so let's do 30, then it will show 8 minutes. If it's hours, so let's change this to 4, then it will show hour or hours. So let's just update this. And you'll see it will show hours, plural. And then also if it's days, same thing. So if I move this to tomorrow, 1 day, and then in the future, it will show 3 days. And then if the done checkbox property is checked, then it will turn to green and there will be a check mark. So that's basically the setup. So two button properties to add today's date and time to the start date or the end date. And then for the time tracker, we have a let's function. So for this let's function, we have 3 variables, one for minutes, one for hours, and one for days. So basically what we're doing is we're using a date between function. So if I just move myself out of the way, then you'll see here, date between, it gives you a certain value in between dates. So the value is going to be minutes. So you can actually specify it with words. So it can be days, hours, years, minutes. So you specify it like this. So we want the minutes for the minutes variable. We want the minutes of the difference. So in between the start and the end date. So the total minutes between the start date and the end date. And then for hours, it's the same thing, but we want the total hours before the start date and the end date. And then for days, same thing. We want the total days in between the start date and the end date. So once the variables are set, we can move on with the formula. I'll get to this part later. So first is the uncompleted section. So here we're using an ifs function. So if functions is very important. So you can do if something is true, then show this, otherwise show something else. So if I just quickly add another formula property, because this is actually really important, because you'll use the if functions a lot. If, then you'll see there's two, so if and ifs. So if the done checkbox property, so this checkbox, is true, so equals true, or you can just leave it as this because it will automatically be true, then show, for example, 1, 2, 3. Otherwise, show 5, 4, 6. So if I click on done, then it will now show 1, 2, 3 because it's checked. Otherwise, if it's false, it will show 5, 4, 6. And clearly I can't count. This is supposed to be 4, 5, 6. But yeah, you get the point. So you can check this checkbox and it will change. So that's basically what if functions do. This is obviously a very simple version. So it's just if this, then that. So if true, then show this, otherwise show that. And if you have more of them, so let's say, for example, it's an ifs function on something else. So if this checkbox property is true, then show this value. Otherwise, if the date property, so let's say if the due date is empty, maybe, so you can add an empty function in the beginning and then add it inside of brackets, then show this. Otherwise, show 7, 8, 9. So I know I've just done a lot, but basically you can stack if functions. So it's like, okay, if the done checkbox property is true, then show 1, 2, 3. Otherwise, if the date property is empty, show 5, 4, 6. Otherwise, if it's none of these, so if the date property is not empty and the done checkbox property is not true, then show 7, 8, 9. So in this case, it's showing 7, 8, 9. If the date property is empty, then it's going to show 5, 4, 6. If the done checkbox property is checked, then it's going to show 1, 2, 3. If it's all of these, then it's going to show still 1, 2, 3 because that's the first one. So it begins with this. If we swap them around, so if we do, if the due date is empty, so here, so let's just take this whole section and then just move this down. So if we begin with the due date section and then delete this, then now it will first show this. So this will be the priority, I guess. So if the due date is empty and the done checkbox property is still checked, it will still show 5, 4, 6 because the due date one, this is first. So the formula will first look at this. Okay, is the due date empty? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, show this. Otherwise, if it's not empty, then what's the next one? The next one is the done checkbox property. Is this true or false? It's true. Okay, show this. Otherwise, what's next? And then if there's nothing next, then it's just, okay, whatever you put next. So I hope this makes sense. It's basically if this, then that. And it's really important that you know if formulas and if functions. If I just go to the dojo, before I continue with the time tracker, then let's see if I can show another example. Okay, I know. Here in the dojo database, I'm going to delete these. So let's just delete all of this because we're done with it. We don't need it anymore. And then what we're going to do is we're going to show the difficulty level. So this is a select property. And then we're going to create a new formula. And then this one is going to be maybe like ranking or something. And then for this formula, we can then edit the property. And then here we can do an if function. So we can do if the difficulty level is beginner, show number 1. If it's intermediate, show number 2. If it's advanced, show number 3. So to do this, we're going to use the ifs function because there's more than one. It's not just true or false. It's true or true or true, otherwise false. So if the difficulty level equals, and then inside of quotation marks because it's text, beginner, then show number 1. Otherwise, if the difficulty level equals, and then intermediate, show number 2. Otherwise, if it's neither of these, show number 3. Or you can do otherwise if the difficulty level is advanced. So you can do it either way. You can either add all of them or you can just have the last one be number 3. But if you're going to add more in the future, then it makes sense to actually add them because then you can just, you can add more. Otherwise, you have to constantly update it. Let's just keep it like this. So, okay, we click on done. And then here, you'll now see number 1, 2, and 3. because that's the if functions. So if the difficulty level is on beginner, show number 1. If it's intermediate, show number 2. And if it's advanced, show number 3. And because it's text, we can now style it. So at the end of 1, we can add a style function. And then inside of quotation marks, we make it bold. And we also maybe make it red. Then for number 2, we can really just copy the style function, paste it in for all of them. And then for number 2, for the intermediate one, we just make it blue. And for advanced, we make it green. And then if we click on done, you'll see that the numbers is now color coded as well. So yeah, that's pretty much the ifs function. So let's go back to the time tracker and then dive deep into the actual time tracker. So where did that go? I'm just going to use this one and uncheck this. Let's open up this and then go inside of the time tracker. So I have to just add in the dates again. Let's just do that. All right, so we've covered the variables. Now let's do the actual formula. So the first part is if the done checkbox property is false, aka the task is not complete, then show all of this. Otherwise, if it is complete, then show all of this. So that's essentially what this if function does. It's like a top level if function. And then inside of each of these, so uncompleted and completed, we have another ifs function. So this ifs function is if the minutes, which is the variable that we set here to give us the minutes, so the date between the end date and the start date, but as minutes, and this one as hours, this one as days. So if the minutes is 0, then show nothing. If the minutes is 1, then show the total minutes, plus text that says minute. Otherwise, if the minutes is below 60, then show the total minutes, plus text that says minutes, plural. So this is singular, this is plural, and then we just repeat this for all of them. So if the minutes is not equal to 1 and it's not below 60, then show hours. So if it's only 1 hour, then show hour, singular, otherwise hours, plural. And then if the hours is more than 24, then show days, days plural, and then days singular. And then all of this, we just have a style function at the end to just make this part red. So not the number, just the actual like minute, hour, or day. So the text we're making red with the style function, as you can see here in the preview. Otherwise, if you want to make the full thing red, so this one is days, so it's this one. So let's just add a bracket around all of this. So if I add a bracket around all this, instead of just the last part, so if I go ahead and add a bracket around all of this, then you'll see that this entire thing is now red. So we're basically styling this section red instead of just this section. So you can do that as well, but that's pretty much what we did here. So if the done checkbox property is checked, then show all of this, which is pretty much exactly the same, except the only difference is everything is green. So as you can see here, we've got brackets around all of this, and we can actually move this down for simplicity's sake. And if the done checkbox property is not false, okay, it's checked, the task is complete, then show all of this. So here, it's pretty much exactly the same, except there's brackets around all of this, and there's a style function at the end to make everything green. So this entire thing is green. So inside of quotation marks, just add emoji and then a plus. And then it will add the emoji next to all of this. And yeah, then just like closing brackets. So if I click on done and click on the done checkbox property, then you'll see that this will now update. So as you can see, the entire text is green and we got the checkbox emoji. And if I uncheck this, only the text here is red. So yeah, that's pretty much formulas in a nutshell. Obviously, there's a lot more when it comes to formulas. I haven't even really touched the surface. I've went through the most important stuff. The most important stuff is the let's function to set variables, shift and enter and tab to organize everything, adding comments, the ifs function, that's really important, the map function to allow you to go through databases, so sort of like rollups and relations, the filter function so that you can filter out certain database information, the length function to actually get a number value, and then also the round function to actually get rid of any decimals. That's like the key ones that you're going to use most often. But obviously, there's a lot more. Like obviously this formula has a lot of other stuff. I can walk you through it if you'd like, which I think I'm going to do. So as I previously mentioned, this is all the variables. So I'm not going to do the entire thing in depth because there's like a lot of properties and stuff related. But basically we've got the variables here. Then we've got the greeting section. So if, the current hours, less than 12 hours, 5 p.m., 24, and then line breaks. And then here, so if we don't have any tasks for today, this is a property that I've created, like a separate formula that will show a checkbox if we have daily tasks. Otherwise, it will be false. So if that checkbox is false, if we don't have any daily tasks, then it will give us this text. Otherwise, if the length of the total uncompleted tasks is 0, okay, we've completed all our tasks. We do have tasks, so it's not this, but the task is complete, so we don't have any tasks left. Then it shows this, which is the nice job text, and this is also styled. Otherwise, if it's neither of these, so we do have tasks, but they're not all completed, then show to do, and then it's this part, which I also showed in the freelancer one. So it's the brackets, and then the length of the completed tasks, and then the number of the total tasks. So 1 out of 4, 3 out of 4, or whatever. And then we have the line breaks to join everything. So the tasks will actually show up underneath each other. So if I just add in a couple of tasks, and also it's important, I'm now messing with this database, but if I add a new one, then you'll see that this one will automatically show up in the accountability partner, but not this edit one, because it's not related. Like, it needs to be related to the overview section. So you need to do it through the template buttons. And now you'll see that it will show up here on the accountability partner. And yeah, as you can see, we've added these together with line breaks. So we've used the join function, added the line break, and then we also added the emoji. We didn't add the tab. We just added the normal line break with the emoji. So if I scroll down, you'll see line break with emoji, and then join the tasks together as a line break with an emoji, and then also 2 line breaks, and then it's the habits overview section. So here it's sort of the same thing. If we don't have any habits, then looks like you have not added your daily habits yet. If we've completed our daily habits, so if the progress is 100%, then show the well done text. Otherwise, if it's neither of these, then show the rest. So for this one, it's your daily habit progress 4, which is this first section. So if I just add in our day, so let's just uncheck one of these checkboxes. So here, your daily habit progress 4, and then if I just go to that section, then it will show Monday. So it will show the today habit property, which is just a filter. So it's a variable where we filtered out this database to only show the database entries with today's date, aka Monday, and then just is, and then it's the progress percentage. And in order to style it, so in order to change the colors, you have to create all of this. So if the daily habit progress is less than 20%, show the daily habit progress and format it. So instead of a number, we want text, and then add a percentage symbol, and then style it so that it's bold and red. And then if it's not this, so if it's more than 20, but it's below 40, then make it pink. Otherwise, if it's below 60, make it purple. Otherwise, below 80, make it blue. And then if it's below 100, make it green. So that's the habits overview section. And then we just have line breaks, and then you still need to complete the following habits. And then we have the good habits section. So it's again sort of the same principle. It's okay. If we don't have any good habits, then we don't have any good habits. Otherwise, if they're complete, then good job. Otherwise, show the habits. So all of them, same thing. If we don't have anything, it shows this. If we do have something, it shows this. Otherwise, it's showing something else. So all of them does the same thing. If we don't have anything, it shows a specific piece of text. If we've completed it, it shows a specific piece of text. Otherwise, it shows a list of the actual habits or tasks. So here is the same thing. It's showing the total number of completed habits divided by the total number of habits. Then it's joining them together using a line break and a green dot. So if I just go out, then you'll see it's this. So yeah, that's that section. And in the bad habits, it's exactly the same thing, just a red dot and bad habits. So yeah, these two are pretty much exactly the same. Just replace the wording, obviously, and also change the color to red. And yeah, that's pretty much how this formula works. Obviously, I don't expect you to create this whole thing just from watching this, but I do have a separate tutorial, as I've mentioned before. So feel free to check that out. Feel free to check out part 1, 2, and 3 of my Notion Formulas 2.0 series. Everything's on YouTube. You can just check that out in order to fully learn how to build these formulas and actually build it with me. But yeah, this module was sort of just, here's the formulas. This is what you can do with it. This is how the basics of it works, like the mechanics of it. And as mentioned before, this course is not on how to build templates or anything like that. This is just Notion. So here's Notion. This is what you can do. This is how properties work. This is how formulas work. But we're not actually building something, like we're messing around with the Dojo database. So yeah, we're not actually building something real. For that, you need to join the LifeWays Club. Inside of that, I'll show you how to actually build a full LifeOS, how to build this exact system, but also how to build your own, how to think about systems, how to approach it, like the frameworks, the principles, give you access to done for you systems, templates, exclusive content, all of that inside the LifeOS Club through the link in the description. And you can also grab the LifeOS dashboard yourself if you want to get a done for you productivity system. Otherwise, with that said, that's it for this module of the Notion course. And in the next one, which will be the last module of this Notion course, we're going to touch on automation and API integration. So yeah, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the last module. All right, so automations and API integrations. This is going to save you a lot of time, especially if you're a business owner, because there's a lot of repetitive and recurring tasks that's just not necessary to do. You can just set up automation, and then the software or the code, the robots, will perform the task for you without you even having to do anything. So automating recurring and repetitive tasks is a very easy way to get a bunch of leverage back on your time. So in this module, we're going to cover the Notion automations. We're also going to cover the recurring tablet button feature, and we're also going to cover Zapier. So how to connect Notion with Zapier and automate recurring tasks that is outside of Notion. So for example, here, I have an automation setup where if someone books a call with me on my Calendly, it automatically creates a new database. It automatically creates a new database entry inside my meetings and task database in order to make sure that I don't miss it. And then it also automatically adds it to my Notion calendar, and I also get notified. You can also, of course, link Notion with different apps like Google Sheets, Google Forms, Airtable, Asana, like all the other productivity tools, all the other software that you use on a regular basis. You can pretty much connect Notion with most of those tools. So yeah, I'm going to show you how to do all of that inside of this module. So the first feature we're going to be looking at is the recurring template buttons. So if you click on the template button menu, you can go to repeat. And then here you see you can repeat a template button every day, every week, every month, or every year. So this allows you to automate the creation of database entries. So you don't have to manually click on new, because that's tedious. Who wants to do that? You can just set up a recurring template button, and then it will automatically create new database entries for you based on every day, week, month, or year. So depending on your time interval. So if I do, for example, every day, if I click on that, then I can choose, okay, this needs to repeat every 1 day, or maybe every 3 days, every 5 days, etc. Let's just stick with 1. So this will repeat every single day, and then it will start today, or it can start yesterday, tomorrow, etc. So you can choose when you want it to start, but more than likely if you create it then you want it to start tomorrow. So I'm just going to select today, and then you can specify when you want to create this database entry. So let's say it's a bullet journal, and you set up a recurring template button for the template. Then you can have it create a new bullet journal entry, maybe every day at 6 a.m. So let's say you wake up at 6 a.m., then you just add in 6 a.m. and then you click on save. And if I click out of this, then you'll see it now has this icon. So every day at 6 a.m., this will create a new database entry. So basically what will happen is it will create this. So it will automatically create a new, in this case, Aikido database entry. And obviously I'm not going to sit here for a couple of hours to show you, but just trust that it will create a new database entry every day. So you can also change the time zone. You can basically, just play around with this, specify when you want this template button to repeat. And you can, of course, also do it weekly. So if I do weekly, then I can specify on what day. So I want to create a new template button, maybe on Tuesdays when I'm going to start with the video or something. So you can sort of play around with this based on what you would need. So you would first have to think about where this would be useful. So think about your databases, so everything in your workspace, and all the database entries that you have to create every day or every week. So all the recurring databases that you use, you probably have, I don't know, maybe you have a schedule, like a class schedule. Maybe you have like finances, subscriptions. So you can think about different ways to include this, because this will save you a lot of time. So it will just automate like the creation of the database entries essentially. And you don't have to worry about creating it yourself. So automatically create it. And you can also hook this up to, for example, a chart. So if you have a habit tracker, let me just actually show you. So if I go inside my templates and then under habits, I choose the buttons one, this one. Then here I have a chart. So as you can see here, there's a habits chart. And then here I can click this to add a new day. And I can click these to mark the habits as complete. It will update the progress. And then I can also view them on the calendar. But what you can also do is, if you're going to use this every day, because inside is also like a bullet journal. So there's like a morning section, evening section. So you're most likely going to use this every single day because you want to check off your habits. You want to add the bullet journal. So what you would do is you would go here, click on this drop down next to new, go to the template. And then here you just click on the menu, go to repeat every day. And then here you would set every single day. But now, so if I save this, so it will create a new database entry every day. But now when it creates a new database entry, it's not going to be added on this calendar because this calendar uses the normal date property. So this one, meaning I can change it. So I can move it around. But if it creates a new database entry on its own, then it's not going to be using that date property. So what you need to do is just go inside of the database menu, go to layout, and then here you would, okay, first, before you do that, you need to add a created time property. So just go here and then just add a created time property. So then whenever this database entry is being created, this date will be added. You can't change this date, like this is set in stone. So then what you want to do is you basically just want to change the date properties for the calendar view. So you just go to the database menu, go to layout, and then here, show calendar by, and then you select this option, and then you change it from the normal date property to the created time property. So now every day when this creates a new database entry, it will automatically be inside the correct one. So it will automatically be on today, because today this one has been created. Tomorrow at 6 a.m., one will be created for Wednesday. Thursday, 6 a.m., one will be added to Thursday. So yeah, it will then be sorted or grouped according to the created time property instead of the normal manual date property. So just keep that in mind if you do something like this. And also for your charts, you then have to use the created time property and not the normal date property, because then you'll be using a different date property. So just keep that in mind. If you're going to use the recurring template buttons, you might have to switch which date property you use, and also add a created time property so that you can actually use that on the calendar view. All right, so that's the recurring template button. Now let's get into the Notion automations. So if I click on this lightning bolt, then it will open up Notion's automations. And here at the bottom, I can click on new automation. And just keep in mind that this is only for the plus plan, so you have to upgrade in order to use this feature. But if you're using Notion a lot, then I would recommend just upgrading so you know you have everything. But yeah, here you just add in a name for your automation. So whatever this will be. So let's actually see what we're going to do first. So let's maybe make it, let's use this one because I think this one has a few more. So let's maybe use this button, the status. I guess we can do something with that. Okay, so let's add an automation, new automation. And then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a trigger. So the trigger is the trigger. It's going to trigger the automation. And then you have an action. So in this case, like it's not going to make sense. But I'm just going to do, for example, status. So the trigger is going to be the status. If I just deselect these, if I change one of these database entries to the completed group, aka hired, you can also do in progress group, or you can just do a single one, but I'm just going to do the completed group. So if I change one of these database entries to hired and click done, then add action, I'm going to change the difficulty level to advanced. So if I go ahead and just rename this, so let's just do hired or something, and then click create. And then now you'll see your automation here. You can always click on this in order to edit it, pause it, or delete it. And you can also add a new one here. And then if I exit out of this and now change the status to hired, then you'll see here the difficulty level will now update and it will switch to advanced. So I can do it with this one as well. And you'll see the same thing. So the difficulty level will change and our ranking will also update. So this is what we did in the previous video. It's like a simple formula. And you can also add more to this. So if I edit this, then I can add another action. So I can add another step. If I click here, then I can also maybe do, okay, if I click on hired, then the instructor, so the relation property, I need to then tag John, maybe. Or if you have a person property, then it makes more sense because then the person will get notified, like they will actually get a notification inside of Notion if you're doing something like this. So let's say, for example, we have a person property, or actually we would have it on this database, to be honest. So let's do a person property. And then we go here, we edit this. Let's remove this one. And then let's add a person property. So person property. And then we can also do person who created this page. So that would be me. I automatically get tagged. Or you can select a specific person. So for example, if you have a project manager and you complete a project, or someone on your team completes a project and they change the status to complete, then the project manager will get tagged and then they will get notified. And then you can even add another step. So you might have seen here, send Slack notifications. So you can even hook this up to Slack. So if someone, for example, changes the status to complete, the project manager gets a notification, but then the database entry, like the link and a notification, will then get sent to a dedicated Slack channel where everybody will see, okay, this person is done with this project, and then, yeah, XYZ. So you can do this as well. And you can also add pages to and edit pages in. So these are the same features that we have inside of the buttons. But for now, let's just do this one. Let's click save. And then here, if I change this, let's just change these again. I'm just going to change them around. And now if I change this to hired, this difficulty level will change to advanced, and I will also get tagged. And you can obviously add more. So I can edit this again and I can add more steps. So I can do, for example, the instructor. So somebody gets tagged. So Deborah, I add Deborah to whatever database entry. Like if we change this to hired, then Deborah gets related to this database entry. I can do the same for class schedule, where we want to relate this to Aikido, because that makes sense. Click on save. And then if we change this to hired, then all of that will happen. So here in the relations, you'll now see that everything will get added. Actually, it won't get added. It will just replace it with. So as you can see here, it will just be set. So set instructor to Deborah, set class schedule to Aikido. So yeah, you can see you can set up a bunch of automations using the same, just like changing the status will affect everything pretty much. So we can even add pages to, or let's edit pages in. So let's edit pages in the class schedule. And then here, we want to filter what pages we want to edit. So this works the same as the buttons. So you should be familiar with this filter. And also here, edit the property. So let's filter this to only edit the database entries, which is relative this week. So this week's database entries inside the class schedule. So all the classes for this week, and then edit the property. And then here, let's maybe check this checkbox as complete, and let's click save. Let's see if there is any database entries. Let's just unwrap this and let's do okay. So yeah, there are a few that's unchecked and that has this week's date. So let's go ahead and change this. Let's just change this back. Let's change this back as well. And then let's change this to hired. And now you'll see that all of this will change. So this one should change. Let's just see. There we go. Yeah, checked, marked as complete. And it got replaced with Deborah, Aikido, I got tagged, the difficulty level changed to advanced, and whatever else you want to add to the automation as well. And yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to automations. It's actually fairly simple, fairly straightforward. You have a trigger, you have an action, similar to what I'm going to show now with Zapier. So yeah, you can just set up automation and then it will run in the background. This is especially useful if you're working on a team and you need updates, that sort of thing. Especially if you're using Slack, that will be very useful for you. But yeah, you can just add more automations and also add more to this existing one. You can also pause it, and you can also obviously delete this automation. All right, so now let's create the automation inside of Zapier or Zapier, however you want to call it. So basically what I have here is just a quick survey form. So your name, are you subscribed to Chris Notion? Yes, of course. No, I'm not a part of the cool kids. How do you want me to help you with Notion? DIY, done with you, done for you. So just a basic like survey form, just like for this video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a database inside of Notion. And then I'm going to collect all of this information from all the responses that I get into that database automatically. And then I'm going to set up automation where if I get a new database entry and I change the status, then somebody gets tagged. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is just create a new table view database. So let's just go ahead and create a new database. This is going to be survey form. And then here, I'm just going to delete this tag property. Okay, so we got the name property for this one. Now we need an email property. So let's add an email property. There we go. Next is going to be yes or no. So this is going to be a checkbox because it's either true or it's false. So this is subscribed ? And then we're going to do this one. So this has 3 different options. So it's a checkbox. So it's not just a normal select where you can only choose one option. You can actually choose multiple options. So inside of Notion, that would be a multi-select, not a normal select. So here we would do, help. Let's just do help, or actually let's do service type. That makes more sense. And then inside the multi-select, we're going to add the 3 different options. Let's do DIY, done with you, and done for you. So let's just go ahead and reorder these as well. Maybe also change the colors. Let's do red, blue, and green. All right, so here we can select DIY, done with you, or done for you. We can say yes, they're subscribed, or no, they're not, and add their email as well as the name. So we've got all of these inside of Notion. Now what we want to do is we want to go to Zapier or Zapier, and then you want to click on create, new Zap. And then if you're watching this, this will most likely look a lot different because they're constantly adding new features and AI stuff. So yeah, I'm just going to ignore this. I'm just going to use the normal trigger and action. So yeah, it's the same as the Notion automations, and basically any automation, you have a trigger and then you have an action. So if I click on trigger, the trigger would be someone fills in the form inside of Google Forms. So the app is going to be Google Forms. As you can see here, I'm going to select Google Forms, and then I'm just going to move myself in this corner. Okay, so the event is going to be a new form response. So this will trigger an event when we've got a new form response. Click on continue. Then you want to connect your Google Forms account. So you would just connect it here, or inside the main menu, you can go to apps, and then you can just connect a bunch of different apps. Then you would click on continue. And then for the trigger, we would select the form. So we want to use the survey form, and then click on continue. And now it's going to test. So if I click test trigger, it's going to create a test database entry, like inside the form. So if I go to responses, then like nothing will be here, but it's creating a test database entry. But I can also preview this. So let's just quickly fill this out. So if I just do like my email, so let's just do contact@chrisnotion.com. Let's do Chris. Yes, of course. And then let's just check all 3. Click on submit. Then if I go here, we've got the response. And then if I reload this, so find new records, as you can see, it's currently joe.doe@gmail.com. But now here is a new response. So I can click on this, and this is the one I just added in. So I'm going to use this one as an example because, yeah, this is just the test one, but I'll just use the one that I've just created. Continue with selected record. So this is just for testing the trigger. And here you can connect it to a different app. So you don't have to use Notion. You can do like Google Contacts, Google Calendar, and over 5,000 more apps. Like you can literally, like if you have Zapier and you understand how to use it, you can really do so many automations. Like it's crazy. You can connect every app with every app. Like the stuff that you can do, it's pretty cool. And they also have a bunch of other features. And you can also take it to the next level and use Make. So make.com is another tool, just like Zapier, where you'll be able to build automations, but Make is a little bit more complex. Like I don't even fully understand how this works, but you can do some really cool shit with Make. Let me just tell you that. But yeah, I'll just keep it simple for now. Let's just do a basic trigger and action with Zapier. So the trigger is going to be someone adds a response to our Google form, like this one. And then the action is going to be that person gets added into the database entry. So the trigger is Google Forms, the action is going to be Notion, and the event is going to be create a database item. So you can also do other ones, but yeah, we're just going to use this one, create a new database entry, click on continue, select your Notion account. So this is this one, and then you can click on continue. And then here you want to select the database that you want to use. So first you need to go to Notion, and then you need to add Zapier as an automation. Then inside of the page menu, go to connections. Here you would add in Zapier. So if I search for Zapier, then I can just click on this, click on confirm, and now Zapier is connected. And if you don't see Zapier, then maybe you have to connect it manually. So what you want to do is you want to go to your settings. So here inside of Notion, go to settings, go to connections, and then you want to scroll down, go to develop or manage integrations. And then here, as you can see, I've got the Zapier connection. You can create a new integration, name it. So I can name this Zapier. So let's do Zapier 2. And then you can upload an image if you want. Click on submit. And then here is your key. So just copy this. And then you go to Zapier. And let's just go back. Let's just save this as a draft. And then if you go here and you go to apps and then you search for Notion. So you just click add connection, search for Notion. So I'm just going to click Notion here. then it will open up this window. And inside of this window, you just select your Notion pages. So you just allow access. And then in this window, you just select your account. So I'm just going to select this one and then select pages. And then here you want to choose what pages you want to give access to. So at the moment, you can see that the Dojo page is already selected because we've given Zapier access inside of Notion. So you can also do it through this. Click allow access. So as you can see, we've got 2 accounts connected. This one is my personal, this one is my business account. And we can also edit the name, we can reconnect, we can test the connection. And then you can see test successful. So yeah, you can add it like that. And if it's not this easy and you need to use your API key, then you know where to find it. You just go to Notion and then here, developer manage integrations, and then you can connect Zapier. And then inside of Zapier, you can then add your API key. You can connect it to Zapier. Same with Make, same with all the other ones. If you at any point need your API key, it's here. So you just add a new API key and then you can connect it and then you can create automations. And if you need help at any point, just ask it in the free Notion community, or you can just ask Zapier here. You can ask Zapier support, or you can go to Make and then ask them if you're using Make. But I can't really help you when it comes to Make. I know Zapier. I know how to create basic automations, but I just hire someone to help me with Make automations because this is a bit complex. If you want to do some complex things, it is pretty cool, but I don't have the time to just like play around with this. But yeah, you can do some pretty cool stuff with Make. All right, so let's get back to the automation. If I go back to Zaps and then go to my untitled Zap, click View in Editor, then here at the top, I'll be able to rename it. So let's just do Survey Form. And then here, I'm just going to click on Notion. So the action, and then because it's now connected. So if I go to Notion, then here in the page menu, this Dojo page is now connected to Zapier. So I can now go inside of this database menu. Then here you can select your database, but I think I'm connected with my personal account. So let's just go back to the top. Let's click change and then just switch this to my business account. So the one that the Dojo page is on, and then click on continue. And now I can select my database. So at the moment, it's just showing instructor, which is interesting. Let's just refresh. So if I type in survey, so I had to just like wait 5 minutes for this to show up. So if I just click refresh, then yeah, I just had to like reload everything and refresh and then just wait like 5 minutes. So maybe that's something that's going to happen to you as well. If you connect a new account, maybe just give it 5 minutes and then your database should show up. So as you can see here, we got our survey form. So I can now click on this database and then you'll see that we've got the properties that we've added inside the database. So we've got the name, we've got the subscribed, service type, and then also the email. And then you'll also always have content, which is what will get added inside the page, and then also the content format. All right, so this is where we'll be pairing up the different properties from the Notion database as well as the Google Forms form. So for name, if I click inside of this, it will show the Google Forms properties. So for the Notion property name, so this will be this property, we want to select the name property here. So Chris, that's going to be added there. Subscribed. So this is, if you select these, so true or false, because this is a checkbox, they will always be true or false. But you just want to go to custom. And then here you want to select the option in the Google form. So the question for this was, are you subscribed? So it's going to be this one. And then it will automatically add in either yes or no. And then here we're just going to add in the service type. So just go to custom and then select the question. And then for the email, just select the email property, click on continue, and then click on test step. And then if we go to Notion, then you'll see that our database entry has been automatically created through the form response that we filled out. And if it's not working, you just go back and forth and change things. But if it's done, then just click on publish at the bottom, and then you will publish your Zap. And now it's live. So every time you add in a new form inside your survey, it will automatically add a database entry inside of Notion. And then here you can do something like this, where let's say there's a person property attached. And let's say, for example, if they check this checkbox, somebody needs to get tagged. So maybe this is like a lead capture form. And then if they check the checkbox, it means they're qualified or something. Then you just add automation, create a new automation. And then the trigger will be if the checkbox is checked. So we want to just have this one selected. Click on done. And then the action will be to tag a specific person. So I'm just going to tag myself. So now if I run the Zap again, so if I just click here, click on edit, and then at the bottom, I'm just going to click on continue, retest the Zap. And then I'm going to go to Notion. And now the checkbox is checked. So now I will be tagged here. And yeah, you can connect pretty much any app with Notion through API integrations, and you don't even need to know how to code. I don't know how to code. I'm just using no-code tools such as Zapier and Notion, which is why I love Notion. You don't need to know how to code. It's just building stuff, clicking buttons, and just building a system for yourself to save you time, energy, and money, because that's what system stands for. Save yourself time, energy, and money. That's essentially what a system is. A cool acronym for it. But yeah, that's essentially automations, I guess. You can use Notion for automations in combination with Zapier automations, and you can build some pretty cool stuff for you and your team.
Congratulations, you made it through to the end of the Notion course, and hopefully by now you're a Notion wizard. But if not yet, then make sure to join Notion Wizards in the description, as well as Notion Profits if you want to learn how to turn your Notion skills into cash and start making money online. Be sure to grab yourself this LifeWise dashboard in order to join the LifeWise Club. Make sure to give this video a like and check out this next video for a full walkthrough of this LifeWise dashboard.